Let's go. Why does that always start in the middle of it? Doesn't, it's supposed to go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us a view.
I don't know why I keep missing that first segment. I gotta cue it up better, I guess. Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music, getting the DeOrganized daily live stream rolling. A little slower this morning, a little tired, feeling great. Price action is still trending in the right direction as far as we're all concerned, and excited about things. Excited about the future of the ecosystem. Things really do seem to be running on all cylinders now. I'm even hearing people like getting a little bit FOMO'd out that they missed the bottom, which we've been talking about on here daily, our opinions of things. And no, we do not have any specific insider information. There's not anything we know about short of that's not publicly available that we share. Anything we know, we share. There's nothing I know that I have been told not to share. So I just want people to understand that there's still plenty of opportunity, by the way, at 39-cent stacks, in our humble non-financial opinion. The daily giveaway is live. We are giving away 200 STX for the month of January. We will actually be announcing the winner for the December giveaway shortly. I don't have, just a matter of timing, getting things together and putting it all in order, balance stuff out. But today's entry, and if you guys see the live stream for the day, let me actually pin that before I gotta just remember my order of operations here. So right now what I'm doing is I'm going to the DeOrganized BTC page on X, and I am finding today's live stream. Oh shoot, I forgot to change the date on there. Let me oh shoot, I can fix that. I can't fix the post, but let me see. This is actually 6th of January today. There's just so many processes and everything going on the daily here. It's hard. Can I add this? Heads up. Yeah, whatever. Maybe it'll mess up things. I don't know. Hopefully not. That would be bad. I don't even know how that works. I haven't ever done it yet. Today is the 6th of January. I'm pinning this post now. So the post pinned to the top daily on the DeOrganized page. If it's live streaming, you have an opportunity to participate, jump on in, and answer the question. Today's question is, what do you think is driving the current Bitcoin rally right now? I think that there are a number of factors involved. I believe that the rally is predicated largely on fundamentals. I think Bitcoin price was correcting and it overcorrected. I think it got to be oversold. I feel like Stacks is probably experiencing something of a similar nature. I think that their long-term value will be much higher than even the all-time highs. And I think that there was a lot of price suppression, I'm not talking about manipulation, I'm just talking about price suppression based on activity with loss harvesting in December and whatnot. And we're past that. Corporations are onto their New Year's budget. And so there's that factor that's contributing to the rally. And I also think that the general paradigm that we're experiencing in the world is driving home the value of sound money and Bitcoin, and being, while maybe manipulatable on a global scale, price-wise. Can't be inflated. Can't print more Bitcoin. They'll try with paper Bitcoin, by the way, but it's verifiable on chain, so you know what you got. You can't really claim you have Bitcoin that you don't have. And that's why, in my opinion. But I'd love to hear what you guys think is behind the rally. And entry today means an opportunity at up to 200 STX. And the way that's going to be distributed, one random winner. So all it takes is one entry. We do these every day. You can enter every day for the month of January while we're streaming live. Each day you can, if you post during the live stream, you answer the question during the live stream. We stream all day from 7:30-ish to about 4 or 5 o'clock most days, sometimes until 6 or 7. Yesterday we killed it a little bit early to accommodate our great friends at Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting. They had to run a couple of spots in what we normally would run into. But if the stream is live, you can enter. You can enter daily. One random winner picked at random after we get all the entries in will win 100 STX. The person with the most entries will win 50 STX, and 2 runner-ups with the most entries will win 25 STX. So it does pay to be early, to participate early and often, and to participate daily. But even just participating could win you 100 STX, which was worth about 25 bucks the other day. Now it's worth about 40 bucks this morning, and who knows what it'll be worth by the end of the month. And when we distribute our prize for December, it's actually already going to be more than it was at the start of the month. So things are looking good. I'm going to leave you guys with the amazing DeOrganized Mad Music Producer Battle that Rihanna and I engaged in a little over a month ago. As you all know, we've been playing with music on Suno. That's how we even have this DeOrganized anthem that we play, or the couple of anthems that we play, and a bunch of other music. The Bitflow song. We have a bunch of other songs that we are sometimes rotate in, although we've been super busy and we have a ton of content to play besides the music. But we're going to rework that format over the next few weeks as well. Lots of cool things coming on the DeOrganized front. We are working on a V2 website. Probably won't get out into beta phase until sometime in early February. Cool things happening with our partnership with Find2Earn and Skullcoin. No Find2Earn today. Just to let everybody know, the new format for Find2Earn will be Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And Tuesdays and Thursdays, we're not entirely sure what we're going to do. Might be a cook to earn session today. Might put that off until we plan around it a little bit more, but we have more things coming on the streaming. And we'll talk to you all soon. I'm going to leave you guys with the mad music producer battle that Hannah and I participated in not too long ago. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. We'll see you on the stream at 8:30. The news, 8 o'clock is whatever morning space with Binta. That's where you get the vibes. If you need your vibes right, get into the whatever morning space. And we'll see you throughout the spaces and streams and content supporting Bitcoin, our beloved Stacks L2, and the broader crypto space, which we are all fans of. Y'all have a blessed rest of your morning. We'll see you soon. Peace out.
We can just play them on. We can do you share your screen and play one, then I'll share my screen and play one, then you share your screen and play one. We'll play 4. We'll each play 2.
Oh yeah.
I'll let you go first.
Oh, you want me to go first?
You know what? I'll let you decide. Do you want me to go first, or do you want to go first?
Rock, paper, scissors. Yeah, I think 3 wants to go first.
Let's go. I'm sharing my screen now. Is my screen showing?
Hold on. Let me shut this music off here. And yes, you're ready.
Ote.
Find it, earn it, stack it up. Stack it. Quest for Bitcoin, never give up. Never. Stacks on chain, we light it up. Light it. Find to earn, yeah, we level up. Find it, earn it, stack it up. Play the game, let your score multiply. Send it trons, well, you know the vibe. Bitcoin energy, stacks for life. Drums hit heavy, bass lines insane. Guitar shred through the blockchain range. GBSC drop codes, fans go wild. Peace, love, music with the energy style. Stack your wins, unlock the loot. Quest complete, now earn that proof. Every clue leads to digital gold. Bitcoin mission, brave and bold. Find it, earn it, yeah. Zenitron, turn it. Stack the Bitcoin, burn it. Whole squad, confirm it. Lasers, power-ups, flashing lights. Game night in the metaverse heights. Find it, earn it, stack it up. Quest for Bitcoin, never give up. Stacks on chain, we light it up. Find to earn, yeah, we level up. Dots blow, drums crash big. Crowd chants echo like arena gigs. Bitcoin stacks, the gang's all here. Find to earn, the future's clear. Find to earn. Find to earn. Stack your wins. Stack your wins. Bring that speed. Game Master Senatron, let's begin.
I like it. That was really good. That was good. That
Oh,
was
nice.
Incredible. How do you get so many changes?
Oh yeah, I told you that I need.
I need to go to a Suno class with you guys. We talked about Suno like a month
You
ago,
have to.
and then like a month later, you guys. I remember the first time I showed 300 Suno. I saw the tweet where he's like, "If I win a Grammy, you're gonna buy me a Lambo. I'm gonna keep you to that." But like,
Definitely.
there's
the
a
yellow
lot of
Lambo.
changes there. There were like, what? I came halfway through the song,
Three.
and there were 7 changes. How do you do that?
It's. I told you
gotta-
that I need a rock, dubstep, and a trap, so it mixed all the 3. So I put on the lyrics and I aligned that. I need the rock part to be this type, this segment of the lyrics, and I need the trap part, and I need the dubstep part. So yeah,
Look, you know how I've been teaching you guys like vibe coding and shit. You need to teach me what this magic.
We will. We showed Hero last week, and he
It's
made
time
like
for me to be the
awesome
beginner
shit.
again.
There's
Yeah.
there's this episode where we just did nothing but like breaking down how to put in like bridges and like
Oh,
chorus and
Man.
all of that.
All right,
It
are you
was,
guys ready for my first entry here? We
Let's
got
go.
Oh, yeah.
I wanna
I'm
hear it.
rooting for you, peace.
Maps up, game on, coordinates flash, let's go. Let's go. The crib, the drops go light, and the show is loud. No cap, DeOrganized on the flow. Find the ones that rush, only legends in the know. Murder, we on 100 again. Thousands drop, can you find and win? Locked in life, fair play, no turn. If you ain't tuned in, you'll never learn. Gold coin signal, boost stacks fire. Stacks that's higher while the crowd gets wired. Clues in the code, GPS desire. Heart rate climbing, stakes get higher. Right now we on 100 again. Senatron live, peace got to spare. DeOrganized worldwide, no concern. If you ain't playing, you'll crash and burn. No scripts, no cheats, all proof of skill. Bitcoin layers, stacking for real. Encrypt, compete, and seal the deal. Runner forever, that's the thrill. Winners rise, maps fade to black. Fair game, live stream, never look back. Scorecoin legend, track to track. Find2Earn, yeah, we on that stack. What I wanna give? What I wanna give?
That beat was kind of sick. I ain't gonna lie.
That was the best one of like
That's
I
incredible.
made. But there's another one that
Wow.
I saved a different one. It's a little bit longer, but Hannah, I actually think Hannah's was more dynamic, to be honest.
I agree.
Hannah's
You
was
cool,
more
bro. I like
related to Skullcoin, or at least
You're the founder, so I believe you won. You know? I'm trying to get a DeOrganized grant over here. You know what I'm saying? So, you're the leader. I think you won.
Yeah. So are we ready for the second one? Or
Yeah,
you still
Let's do the second one. Let's do the second one.
how many minutes should I play this? Because this one is long.
Play it all. We no one's stopping us.
Run that.
Find2Earn.
We have until 10.
Welcome to the Game Masters world. Built on stacks. Powered by Bitcoin. Let's go! Plug in, log on, like flash in your mind. DeOrganized media where legends align. Excellent watching, testing your brain. One wrong move, you're lost in the chain. Digital thunder, the data ignites. Every clue coded deep in the night. We don't play safe, we play to discern. This is your mission, Find2Earn. Find2Earn, keep your focus, learn. Don't get lost, you got to earn. Raw Bitcoin powered. Pay attention, feel that burn. Share the tweet, light it up. I wanna Find2Earn. I wanna Find2Earn. Every block is a test, every clue's in the feed. Retweet for the alpha, attention is the key. Signals and riddles decode the scene. We the hunters in this crypto dream. Game masters throne electric crown. One slip up, system shuts you down. But the wise ones ride the lightning turn. Victory belongs to those who learn. Is the code divine? Stacks in motion, time to shine. DeOrganized energy, global flame. Bitcoin's heartbeat in the game. Whoever to Find2Earn, stay away. Don't you blink or you'll break. Stacks on check, power surge. built on stacks, powered by Bitcoin. Do not get lost. Pay attention.
Oh yeah, that was a
That
mix
was
of dubstep,
sick.
trap, and rock. Mhm.
That was dope, man. Very dope.
The build up was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was good. I actually like your first one better. I did like your first one better. So far, your first one, in my opinion, is the best one. You guys ready for this?
Most def. Try to see what you could.
This goes hard. Club banger made swagger a battle. Trash tricks, I'm a swagger a battle. Trash club banger made swagger a battle. Trash. It's over hard. Club banger, banger. This goes higher. Maps up, game on, cohorted slash, let's go. Decrypt the drop, skull light in the show. It's live, no cap, organized on the flow. Find earns the rush, only legends in the know. Find earn, we on the hunt again. Thousands drop, can you find and win? Locked in live, fair play, no turn. If you ain't tuned in, you'll never learn. Skull coin signal, boost stacks fire. Stack sets higher while the crowd gets wired. Clues in the code, GPS desire. Heart rate climbing, stakes get higher. Find we on a hunt again. Cinetron lit, peace got to spin. The organized worldwide, no concern. If you ain't playing, you'll crash and burn. No scripts, no cheats, all proof of skill. Bitcoin layer, stacking for real. Decrypt, compete, and seal the deal. Find on forever, that's the thrill. Winners rise, maps fade to black. Fair game, live stream, never look back. Score coin legend, track to track. Find yeah, we on that stack.
Music, it's got some money. He's love music.
DeOrganized.
Wow. Dope.
Fire.
Blockface left because he didn't want to say that Hunter won.
Yo, I liked the lyrics in Peace Love Music's. It was very. It seems like the lyrics were kind of like almost like focused on, whereas like in like Hana's music, it was like the structure of the music, how it was like had little different changes and I really dig the beats. The beat drop was sick on Hunna's second song, as well as like the first one was really well rounded. Had a lot of, it was very dynamic. So I'd have to say Hunna took the cake on this one.
Orange.
I have to do it to you, peace. 301.
Let's go.
Let's go. No, that's not, listen, you're not doing anything to me, man. We're just here to have fun. I don't want people to like. We have to. Oh, where are we? Wow.
The change.
10K views now.
Cook the change.
Wow,
Let's go.
that's good. Maybe we have to do the format differently.
Yeah. Another. So the next battle. What's the topic? So the judges are going to choose the topic.
The judges will choose the topic, and we'll figure it out from there, I guess.
Yeah, I think that doing something surrounding like GameFi, getting ready for Cryptonauts, maybe like something like that, and streaming gaming, DeFi, how they all, I don't know, how DeOrganized can cover all bases.
Yeah,
we could do that,
encompassing all aspects of the blockchain technology on which we build.
I like it.
Hey, Peace, is there a possibility that I can get the instrumental of the last song that you played? Because that beat.
Yeah, definitely. I'll get the stems for you. So that last one, by the way, so like part of my prompt for all of these was like as I'm iterating, I'll add things in the prompt and I'll be like, so like where I put like this goes hard and like this is a club banger, that kind of thing in the style section on Suno. And it brought out only one time did it actually put that into the lyrics. I don't know why. Like I had that in a prompt over and over again. And then just one time it was like, put that in the lyrics. So that last song I played had 1 minute and 10 seconds of, this goes hard, something about being in a battle, and club banger and all of that. Had nothing to do with Find2Earn. So I was like, but that beat actually was the one that goes that beat was bananas. Like I couldn't, so I was just like, to be honest with you, how easy is it though to make like 6 songs? You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Can make whole albums within a day.
Yeah, exactly.
In a day about whatever subject you want.
Just all of it, all in one, through prompting. It's insane how powerful Suno is shaking up the game. And there's a couple different ones that do the same thing, like a couple different AIs that can cook you out a whole song in less than 5 minutes. But yes, it's crazy how Suno is changing the game.
It's nuts.
Yeah, and also it's changing the game for people like me who are facing these legal issues with producers. They sending copyrights of the songs that I already did back in the days. So yeah, imagine what I did over the weekend. I managed to write like 3 songs using Suno. I made the beats and I told the type of beat that I want and then the style that I want, and then it makes me the beat, write the lyrics, record, then ship it to iTunes without even fear of getting copyright claims.
Yeah, and that's the like you can ship these out. You can make playlists. You can really do some real stuff, and it's crazy, but it's amazing what we can do with this stuff. So I do have a hard stop in about 30 minutes, and I haven't done the news yet. And I screwed up the news post, by the way. Like I didn't do that all exactly right. I'm a little bit off today.
Love you, dude, man. It's all right, Steve. Man. Dude.
Somehow we got 11,000, 12,000 viewers now. Thank you, everybody. By the way, those that are watching and tuning in, welcome to DeOrganized Media, where we play games and have fun as often as we can, while also informing you about what's going on in Bitcoin and crypto. And what's going on in the world is to the best of our ability. You know what I'm going to do with the news today? We talked about doing this, and we never did it.
Yeah, dude.
I'm going to do the news stories with you guys.
Let's do it.
We'll do the
Let's
news
go.
stories here. I'm gonna read the stories out live, and then we'll have a little bit of a conversation on it, and it should take us through the rest of the half an hour. And then after that, we'll play some content from last week, some of the highlights, stuff we had going on, and we'll have some carriage throughout the day, and then we'll go from there. So let me get into the news here.
Let's go. All that good energy.
Some interesting stuff happening for sure today. Our first story today, Elon Musk. Oh, let me actually hold on. Let me get our groove back on a little bit. All right, so Elon Musk says America can't solve its debt crisis. Elon Musk warned that America is on the verge of bankruptcy, arguing there's no way to resolve the nation's soaring debt without massive systemic change. His comments sparked fresh macro anxiety as investors weighing rising deficits, ballooning interest payments, and waning global confidence in the dollar. Markets opened the week under pressure as the debt theme re-entered the mainstream conversation around Bitcoin's role as a hedge against fiscal management. So this has been a problem that people have been talking about my whole life. The debt is growing. It's going to be too much. We can't possibly maintain this level of debt.
50 years later, we can't possibly
keep doing this. But
100 years later.
Yeah, I mean, I am 48. I mean, it's as long as I've been aware of them talking about this.
1,000 years later. Won't this be an issue in 1,000 years, right?
Well, here's the thing. Inflation gets us out of the problem temporarily, but they got to keep spending in order to make inflation.
Look, we did the same thing at Stacks to spur on the economy. Step 31 is quantitative easing on the blockchain to spur on, the achievement of nation state or network state objectives.
SIP 31 is kind of actually an equivalent of quantitative easing. I can't really argue against that.
I'm supposed to be the CMO. I'm not supposed to talk about the truth like this, but yeah.
Well, I don't think that that's a exclusive role. I don't think that's a role or a capacity exclusive to the role of CMO, to be honest about this. In fact, I would prefer the CMO be brutally honest and set the ship right rather than lie while we're heading towards that iceberg. You know what I mean?
I find I'm better at the honest part than steering the ship right.
No, that might also
you
be
do half of the job.
That might be my skill set as well.
Hey, Hyundai, Toyota, and Sonata.
Hey, honey, in the house.
Yourself, Lamborghini,
MGM,
Ferrari.
Hi everyone, how are you? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
I heard you woke up late.
And early.
It wasn't really late. They changed the clocks on us.
I like the fact that Africa is like, you know what? Nah.
I wish we could all do that, to be honest.
I think we can, right?
And also Halloween.
It's like decentralized time.
The problem is I can't start doing the show any earlier than I do.
Hey guys, how do we decentralize time? Sorry. Continue with the news.
In other news, October's crypto flash crash. Did market makers make it worse? Yeah, probably they did. Benzinga reports that October's steep market drop may have been magnified by market makers and thin liquidity conditions. Analysts say forced liquidations triggered a cascade of automated sell orders, driving a temporary disconnect between spot and derivatives pricing. Despite the shock, on-chain data shows long-term holders continued accumulating Bitcoin, underscoring how the L2 ecosystem is absorbing volatility even as speculative flows reset. So yes, in the short answer, yes, I do think that the market makers kind of made the situation worse, especially with things shutting down the way they did and people couldn't get access to markets. Long-term holders continued to accumulate Bitcoin during the process if they could. Part of the problem was people couldn't actually get in to buy the dip, and I think that's why the dip went so severely like it did.
I heard that recruiting is about buying the deep.
Maybe.
You know, like the Punjabi coder.
No, I don't. I didn't understand what you were saying. I still don't quite get it.
It's okay.
Only that it had to be some kind of Punjabi joke.
Yes, a lot of Punjabi names end in Jeep, like Jagdeep.
Oh, Sandeep.
Sandeep, right?
Yeah,
so,
okay.
You know, Deep Seek is a Punjabi doing research, you know, in India.
It is?
No, but it could be.
Like, what? I missed that entirely.
Did you know there was an Indian AI startup that just had Indians giving the answers? You hear about that?
No.
You think I'm joking?
Tell me that. Wait.
There's an AI company that just hired Indians to answer instead of AI.
They didn't create an AI. They went to the call centers that were no longer hiring people.
Yeah.
They're like, you guys all have Chat GPT. Just answer these questions.
So the joke is DeepSeek is DeepSikh. Continue with the news. This must be some sort of affliction, autism or something. Continue.
Balancer. This is actually a crazy one. Balancer faces $70 million exploit. Staked ETH drained. That's DeFi platform Balancer is probing a suspected $70 million exploit involving staked Ethereum that was moved to a new wallet over the weekend. The incident renewed concerns about smart contract vulnerabilities and cross-protocol risk as attackers target yield strategies linked to Ethereum staking. Balancer paused affected pools while security teams traced the funds. Another reminder that trustless DeFi still requires vigilance and rapid incident response. Even more vigilance, I would say, actually. Mm-hmm. Trustless means you have to verify. That's the whole point. If it's trustless, that means you do not trust it. You have to make sure you know what you're getting into, and if you don't, you're risking your assets.
I like that. Risking your asset.
Yeah, you're risking your ass. That.
You know what they call an Indian on a tightrope? Balancing. Continue.
Balancing. Scott Besant praises. Michael, you're going to give me a racial.
All right.
Scott Besant praises Bitcoin. Macro investor and former Soros Fund CIO Scott Besant described Bitcoin as a global reserve grade asset that could anchor the next monetary cycle. He praised its finite supply and decentralized security model while contrasting it with governments running record deficits. Besant's endorsement adds institutional credibility to Bitcoin's long-term case and signals growing acceptance of digital hard money within macro finance circles.
I trust anyone with a neck like that.
What?
Look at his neck.
Oh, Blockface, come on.
You're setting
I
me
go
up.
the other way. If I see a neck like that, usually anything that looks kind of like that, I'm a little sus.
That you know how much money that neck has?
I just don't know how it earned that money. Is really what.
That neck has some stories.
And it's like sideways, like he's got two mouths. What's going on there?
That's incredible. It looks like he has the Unilever logo in his neck. I have to stop.
He loves Ben and Jerry's. What do you want?
Ah, nice. Teeters.
Standard Chartered CEO, all transactions moving to blockchain. Yeah, I tend to agree with this one too. Excuse me, guys. Standard Chartered CEO Bill Winters said he expects virtually all financial transactions to migrate to blockchain in coming years, driven by efficiency and transparency demands. The bank has already run pilot projects with tokenized settlements and cross-border payments. His comments highlight the continuing shift from experimental Web3 integration to mainstream financial infrastructure, a trend that supports stacks and Bitcoin L2 adoption momentum. I think it's only a matter of time, right? All of us here are expecting that all transactions are going to end up being on chain eventually. You guys agree? Disagree? What do you
I agree. I mean, it's a ledger. It's a public ledger. You could go. It makes things easier to kind of track, right? And you can't go in there and mince the data.
Oh, this bank is still operating.
What's that? Standard Chartered? Hunter? What were you saying? Did I freeze up?
No, you're good.
Yeah. So, do you guys disagree that pretty much every financial transaction will be on chain eventually? Or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that they will be, depending on like I don't know which blockchain it will be used, but like I do agree that they will be on chain. Everything's gonna be on chain. It makes things transparent, and you can't spoof shit if it's on chain.
It's true. I mean, really. So that wraps up the news. I went through all the news stories. What do you guys have going on today?
So I got a new activity schedule for Zest and Stacking DAO dropping in a little bit. I'm gonna select the content contest winners as well as like a few other things, send out some prizes, stuff like that. We have a new participant in the Zest Meme Coin Sprint. The Nakamoto Droid team is joining the sprint. So big shout out to the Nakamoto One crew. You want to follow them at Nakamoto and the number 1. And the ticker is Droid. So that's a huge one. Big shout out to Jerry for setting that up. And a big shout out to Jovez and the Lunar Crush team.
Very nice. Very nice.
Stuff.
Take it.
And I want to take a look at these hoodies. I've been waiting to do this unboxing for X Inc. Big shout out to Eric from X Inc. I can't wait to check out these hoodies. I'm going to do a little refill. Also, taking a look at Nova. We launched a bounty on Zero Authority. So I'm going to go into the Discord and the Stacking DAO Discord and, take a look at the entries today. You can also submit entries from the Discord as well with a couple slash functions. So I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, just getting November started off on the right foot, getting things kind of solidified and getting mobilized, man. It's been a good start so far. Hanging with you guys.
Yeah, for sure. So far, it's been a decent start to the month. Aside from being a little bit under the weather, had a great day yesterday with my boys. A really interesting show this morning. A little bit of a different. So what do you guys think? Do we want to maybe do Find to Earn earlier? Does that make sense?
I don't know. I mean, like it does seem like tuning straight into the games and then doing the news together could be a feasible format. I like being able to kind of discuss what's going on in the space with you. I don't think it's a bad idea at all. I think it'd be a lot of fun for people to just tune in. And the first thing that they get to do is play some games, and then we have our our hunters ready for the rest of the show. So I mean I don't think that it's a bad idea.
All right. Well, you know what? We'll try it this week. We'll do it for the week. We'll keep it at so.
So we are keeping we're keeping the same time, same format like we did today, right?
We did today, except for the news will actually probably come closer to 9 o'clock instead of 9:30 because we won't have the battle every day. We will definitely do that again, though. And I will definitely come harder next time.
Sheesh.
Bring it on. Always here. But yeah, I like your beats more. So yeah, make sure if you get that instrumental right now,
I will download I'll download the stems and send you all of them.
Awesome. So yeah, I managed to make my monitors working because I had some cables missing because of the renovations. Everything was just all over the place. So I managed to find the cables. So now I'm able to mix and master professionally using my monitor speakers. So yeah, we good to.
Awesome. I haven't actually even gotten into my DAW. That was all just the AI, by the way. I didn't do anything with those beats. I just made them. And then I picked the ones I thought were the best too. Actually, I couldn't pick between the two that I had because they were both different kinds of. Yeah, Eric, I will absolutely be rocking mine tomorrow, for sure. I have just some stuff I got to get through to get to the end of the day today, and then I should have that open. I must come harder next time.
Soundbite.
Let's go.
Isn't that what we're all working on? Coming harder next time.
Damn, son, where'd you find that?
Oh, damn, son. Where you find this? This should be played at high volume.
All right.
Do some
So
cooking.
for everyone in the know, for everyone to understand, we go live at 7:30 a.m. Eastern time. At that time, we open up the weekly giveaway entries, and then we play some content from earlier in the week and or some content about some of our marketing partners and other projects in the ecosystem, letting people know, making sure everyone's aware of what we're doing in the ecosystem. And then how does
Blame it on the Jameson. Blame it on the Jameson. Yeah. Blame it on the Jameson.
Yeah, new format because Jameson. Yeah, we just blame it on the Jameson.
That's a good hook, though. We could probably sell that.
Oh yeah, bro. We can do that. Blame it on the Jameson. Yeah.
All right. So we'll go live at 7:30 a.m. like we've been doing. At 8:30, instead of the news, we'll play Find2Earn rounds, which is the same time for most of the hunters anyway. And then when we're done with Find2Earn, we'll go into the news, and then we'll bring on any guests or anything after that.
That sounds like a plan, dude. Sounds fantastic.
All right. With that, I actually have meetings for the next 4.5 hours.
Forever.
I'm in meetings until tomorrow. Yes, we do. Hannah, yes.
So we have to check with the time of CAT because most of the guys will be CAT.
Probably an hour later than you guys are using.
Yeah.
So it's not in 45 minutes. It's in an hour and 45 minutes. Our our meeting. So I will just, I'm going to figure out some content to throw on for a little while. You guys stay tuned. Keep tuning in. By the way, if you have anything going on in the ecosystem today, you got a space, you got a show, you got some content you produced, you got a contest, you got a mint coming down the line, drop it in the comments below this live stream. It's pinned to the DeOrganized page. If you're not following DeOrganized, it's at DeOrganized BTC. The pinned post is the live stream, and the comments under the live stream have anything you want going on in the ecosystem today. You go in there, drop it underneath the live stream, and let us know what you got going on in the ecosystem, and we'll get you shared out. GP's showing you. Oh, GP, this is exactly what. So GP's got his screen share going on. Share it out, and we'll put it on the stream. We'll put it on the screen. So make sure you get over. Wait, what are you sharing out there?
So I had a little giveaway over this past week. I'm giving away a memo bot.
Nice.
B2. So I'll be selecting a winner today. So I'll be closing this out here in a little bit, but I'll leave it open for just a little while so others can go in here and get their entries in. We got quite a few already, so go get your entries in and drop your SDX ID, tag 3, like and repost, normal stuff for the giveaways, and a chance to win 2 different NFTs from the Gigaverse. So let's go. And all I did, guys, was I went to this post and I clicked the URL, the link, grabbed the link, and then you go over to DeOrganized, just like Peace Love said. Click on this pinned post here, boom, and you just drop it right underneath the comments. In a comment here. You scroll down, you can see I have this here, and it'll be covered on the live. So if you need exposure to anything, this is a very easy way to get it up there on DeOrganized, guys. Go share what you need us to amplify, and we will do that. So yes, all the peace and love to you.
Very good, very good. And whoops, hold on a minute. Didn't want to do that just yet. Sorry. So, guys, make sure you go. If you're not following GP, if you're not following Orange, you're not following 300, you're missing out. Make sure you go like and enter into GP's contest. You're getting some OG art on Stacks NFT stuff that you should definitely be getting some. Where's that top hat come from, by the way? That looks kind of familiar.
That top hat, little asset that I found online. I was like, hey, I like this top hat. I think I might have used this top hat. This top hat looks like
it's a magic hat. That one
reminds me a little bit of this guy's top hat.
Oh, look at that guy's top hat.
Oh,
in the building.
You got it 3D printed?
Yeah, like I paid way too much money for it too, like 2 years ago.
Dude, it went so bad, and then I was looking at like heat presses and stuff like that for like Lolo was looking for heat presses for shirts and like cups and stuff like that over the weekend too. Just taking a look at what's out there on the marketplace, and I mean, I think that we should do some merch. We should do some merch drops.
Word, bro, you're getting into the field that we're in with Wi-Fi, and that's a good trade. You gotta have like a laser, 3D printer, heat press, Mac press, bro. You're good. You'll be good.
Oh yeah, dude.
I dig it. Guys, I do gotta kind of transition to the next segment because I gotta get the show roll. I got to get the content rolling. There's a little bit of Jesus for your day. I love you guys. I really do.
Awesome. And
we have way too much fun on this show, but it's if it's not fun, why do it? As Ben and Jerry's once said. That's 2 times we mentioned Ben and Jerry's today.
Damn, I gotta eat some Ben and Jerry's. Let's go. Let's do it for the win.
Let's go. And GP, just know that I caught some wins for you on the finals. Against Crypto Dude, bro.
Let's go.
I was cooking yesterday. Yes, sir.
Let's go, dude. Congrats, dude. Working on the gameplay. We gotta do some streaming for that. But Yeah, peace. I shall see you in the meeting. And
Yeah, I'll see you guys in the meeting. I'll catch you guys later. Orange, much love, man. Good to see you back. Don't
Yes,
be
sir.
here. Make sure you keep coming. We love you. And
Always coming.
I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live, decentralized broadcasting every Monday through Friday, bringing you the news, some fun, some entertainment, hopefully some education and entertainment. Never financial advice. Always do your research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. And with that, we are out. Catch you later. Stay tuned throughout the day. Peace. My homies. GP, what's up, man?
good morning, Steve. How are we doing this morning, brother?
You're in a different location, my brother. I thought you
Keeping it on the move.
You get that big smile on your face. What's been a good
Yeah.
All right.
GP is all glowing, bro. Look at his face, is glowing.
He's had a good day. Wavy. Let's go.
Only the highest frequency vibes. You
Let's
already
go.
know.
Let's go. Nice.
Yeah,
We got
dude,
Hana in the house as well. I'm not sure. Let me see.
Salam alaikum.
We are a little early still. Let me see if White Crypto's having trouble getting in here. Oh, where is he?
Yo, yesterday I got the degrees of the weather wrong. It's 33 degrees. So that is why
it's closer to 90. It's closer to 90 degrees. That's getting warm.
Yeah. So this was wet, but now it's all dried up.
I was like, wow, I'm surprised. I thought they get much hotter down there sometimes, you know? You're a little closer to the equator than I am.
Yeah.
But so it's hot today, hotter today.
Yeah, it's hot. They are very, 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 very hot.
Are you're representing Team Purple?
I just found it close.
Nice.
Yeah, dude, it's rainy and cold where I'm at, man. Starting to get into that rain.
Purple's a good color. It's the color of royalty.
That's my favorite color. If you saw my mixtape, they're written Purple Mars 1, Purple Mars 2, album Purple.
I actually have.
Purple.
Purple's a great color. I have seen that. I have noticed that's the theme on your albums and a lot of your content. I dig it. I like purple.
GP nice headsets that you got right there, bro.
Yeah, dude, it's Lolo's son's had let me borrow it. I'm using equipment, so it looks like it's coming through loud and clear. Is it clear?
Very loud and clear, bro.
Sounded good, man.
Keeps flowing and hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. In clips that be glowing, consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look
Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. social value layer.
Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own.
Good morning, my friends. I hope you are all doing fantastic on this Taco Tuesday. I hope we get our little taco friend on GP's screen later. It almost always manifests in Mrs. P's Love Music making some tacos for dinner. They're always excellent, even though she does it a little bit different sometimes. Tries this and tries that. She's always a little dissatisfied with her efforts. I'm always satisfied. Again, hopefully we can manifest some tacos for your boy for dinner, because I do like them. And they're not too carby, usually. If I just have a couple, the taco shells don't have a ton of carbs in them. They're not great. Anyway, it is Tuesday morning, the 6th of January. Another fine day in the world of crypto. Bitcoin, stacks, and the broader crypto ecosystem. Lots going on today. Friendly reminder, this is a news show, providing news and information, some education, some entertainment. Hopefully some entertainment. Never financial advice. Always do your own research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. It's very important that you guys pay attention to that for yourselves. You know, that's a life lesson that some people have a harder time learning than others. I do want to remind everybody that we all emanate from the divine. The divine is within you. You are worthy. You don't need an excuse for yourself. Just keep going. Things are going to be okay. Let's take a look at the numbers. I want to see. I should probably turn this screen on. That would help. Like if I look at the numbers, it's not as good as we're all looking at them. You know, it probably helps. Numbers are not too shabby. Again today, another good day. Bitcoin up over 93. I think it was up over 94 a little while ago. Ethereum up at 32.33, looking good. Everything's still positive. We've got a lot of green in the day at the top of the hill. A lot of green scrolling down. A lot of green on the day. Oh, scroll right past Stacks. Stacks coming in up another 6%. Stacks is up almost 50% in the last 7 days. Coming in at 37.81 cents. It was at a little over 39 a little while ago. So it's taken a little bit of a breath over the last couple of hours, but still doing really excellent. We're psyched about that. And your top 3 gainers over the last 24 hours. All right. Sui, IOTA, the Internet of Things, Render. And then the others are Syrup, Nickel Finance, Later's Lit. Don't know anything about that one. Nice to see Injective getting a little bit back into the positive. BitTensor. The XRP guys are doing okay this morning. Things are looking good, my friends. Fair and Greed fully into that neutral range. We're right almost in the middle. We've come from way down here. We had spent a lot of time down here, my friends. And if you're still here, if you held through this, if you accumulated instead of capitulating, congratulations, because you worked hard to do that. Or you forgot about your crypto. Either way, you're doing okay. It's a good morning. It's great to be here. Let's take a look at what's going on in the news today. AI tokens outpace meme coins as crypto comeback strengthens. This is a good thing. Oh, wait, am I in the right place? Oh, no, I am. Just gotta make this bigger so you're your boy's old eyes can see it properly. And yes, I do read these. I don't memorize all of these paragraphs. I familiarize myself with the stories, but I don't have these set to memory. I have to read them, guys. It's just the way of the world. The latest market rebound is being led by AI-focused tokens rather than meme coins, signaling a shift in speculative appetite toward narratives tied to infrastructure, compute, and real-world utility. According to market data, AI tokens have posted stronger relative gains as traders rotate capital away from purely momentum-driven assets. This suggests the recovery may be maturing beyond reflexive risk-on behavior and toward themes perceived as structurally important for the next phase of crypto adoption. While volatility remains elevated, the divergence highlights how narrative leadership is evolving as capital becomes more selective. Very interesting times. We all know AI is where it's at. We all know crypto is required for AI to function in any kind of holistic way. If it's all just going to be centralized and centrally controlled, we're doomed. We might be doomed anyway, but at least decentralizing it and making it open and verifiable on the blockchain gives us a sporting chance. If we don't do that, we're in trouble for sure. Ethereum's network usage hits record high, but traders are more bullish on gold. That's probably a short-lived phenomenon. Ethereum, the gold preferential interest in gold. Ethereum transaction activity has reached new all-time highs, reflecting increased on-chain engagement across DeFi, NFTs, and settlement use cases. However, this surge in usage contrasts with broader investor sentiment, as many traders continue to favor gold as a macro hedge amid geopolitical and monetary uncertainty. The disconnect illustrates a growing split between crypto's internal fundamentals and external risk management behavior. Maybe. While Ethereum's network metrics signal strength, capital allocation decisions still appear influenced by traditional safe haven dynamics rather than crypto native signals alone. Gold is a safe haven. It's a trusted asset. People know what it is. It's not a risk-on asset, for sure. So people have been fearful. We just got out of one of the most fearful markets we've had in a while, and yeah, it makes sense that people would have been choosing gold over Ethereum during that time, while the price on Ethereum had been actually declining. So we'll see what happens over the next few months. And gold also has had a huge run in price. So I think that this is much ado about nothing, to be honest. Arthur Hayes. Let me actually get my processes right. Arthur Hayes' Maelstrom enters 2026 at almost maximum risk, betting on altcoins. I like that because oftentimes Arthur gets it right. Not financial advice, but do some research on old Arthur Hayes if you're not familiar. He's positioned Maelstrom at nearly maximum risk heading into 2026, signaling strong conviction that the next phase of the crypto cycle will reward aggressive exposure to altcoins. Hayes argues that macro liquidity conditions and structural market shifts favor higher beta assets over defensive positioning. His stance reflects a broader sentiment among experienced traders that hesitation during early recoveries often results in missed upside. However, this approach also underscores the asymmetry of risk, as volatility and drawdowns remain inherent to alt-heavy strategies. Very, very interesting how things are going there. Bitcoin core development rebounds in 2025 after multi-year decline. A bump in Bitcoin core development. Bitcoin core development activity rebounded meaningfully in 2025, countering narratives that Bitcoin innovation has stagnated. What a silly narrative. The uptick reflects renewed contributor engagement focused on efficiency, security, and long-term resilience rather than rapid feature expansion. This trend reinforces Bitcoin's conservative development philosophy, where progress is measured in robustness rather than speed. As speculative attention cycles across layers and applications, sustained core development underscores Bitcoin's role as a durable foundation rather than a reactive platform chasing short-term trends. Bitcoin development never stopped. A lot of it's been happening on other chains, and the core development is also growing and robust. And there's Bitcoin's where it's at. I mean, everything else is secondary to Bitcoin. Everything else. Solana is a close. Solana. Ethereum is a close second. That might have been a Freudian slip. I think Solana is waiting. To be honest with you, who knows? You never know. There's a lot of people that like it. However, I'm not sure that it's necessary. And while there's a lot of users on there, the practices on there and what was allowed to happen and how it was allowed to happen probably have a lot of the user market a little burned on the ecosystem. But Ethereum is a close second. Beyond that, you should look at things that are adding usability to stack, usability. That's brilliant stuff. Usability to Bitcoin as your next look towards the ecosystem. Polymarket crypto traders can now speculate on U.S. real estate prices. That's an interesting play for sure. Polymarket has launched markets allowing users to speculate on U.S. real estate price movements, extending crypto-native prediction markets deeper into traditional asset classes. This expansion reflects growing interest in using on-chain markets to price real-world economic outcomes, not just elections or crypto events. While regulatory questions remain, the move highlights how decentralized markets are increasingly competing with legacy financial instruments by offering faster settlement, global access, and transparent pricing mechanisms tied to real-world data. This is actually a big deal. It's not super crypto related, but it is market related, and it's interesting how these prediction markets are going to, while it seems on its face just a way for people to engage and make, guess bets on things, make market bets on things, I could see a world where if such a certain amount of bets go against the pricing action, it could ultimately result in a negative net effect on actual pricing. Like the prediction markets could dictate where prices go versus prices dictating how people engage in the prediction markets. And then we're truly through the looking glass in that case. Maduro's U.S. custody sparks questions over Venezuela's rumored Bitcoin fortune. This one's interesting too. The U.S. custody of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has reignited speculation about Venezuela's rumored Bitcoin holdings and whether seized assets could include BTC. While concrete evidence remains limited, the situation draws attention to how nation-state Bitcoin accumulation intersects with geopolitics, sanctions, and asset control. The story highlights Bitcoin's unique position as a bearer asset that can exist outside traditional finance systems, while also illustrating the practical challenges governments face when attempting to secure or seize digital reserves. Well, maybe we should rethink the role of governments securing or seizing digital reserves of other governments. That should be, why do we allow that? Or even people, for that matter. Like, they shouldn't be able to just take what they want and make decisions unilaterally. We discovered a long time ago that governments are corrupt and corruptible, and that's why we need checks and balances. And it seems like we're lost a lot of the checks and balances in the processes here. I'm not sure how we get out of this actually, but it's interesting. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. How do they get the Bitcoin? Can they get the Bitcoin? Should they get the Bitcoin? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I do want to just again mention to you guys that Bitflow is the top DEX on Stacks. They're the top DEX on Stacks because they aggregate the best prices across the ecosystem from all of the exchanges like Alex, Arcadico, and Galar. They have flex pools, single-sided liquidity. They're developing their own dynamic, concentrated market liquidity market maker. It's going to be awesome. And then they're also in their initiative with the BFF Army to help educate people on DeFi, how it works, and BTCFi is amazing. So you guys should absolutely be following at Bitflow, bitflow.finance, and head over to the bff.army page and get started if you're interested in learning more about how to earn Bitcoin with your Bitcoin over at Bitflow. With that, I'm gonna bring on the homies, or the homie. Where's 300? Is he talking? No, I think the space is over. Well, I got my main man here. Bring him in. Why are these buttons slow, man? I keep hitting these buttons to switch them on, and they're just like taking forever. They're like, the buttons are tired. The internet was tired last week. The buttons are tired this week. Good morning, GP. How you doing today, brother? You're muted, man.
That button right there. Can you hear
There's
me?
another sticky button. There you go.
More buttons, more sticky buttons. Good morning, peace.
More buttons. It's like, did you ever see The Jerk? The movie The Jerk?
I don't think I recall.
I'll have to go watch it.
It's hilarious. It's a little dumb. Like, it's a little dumb, but it's funny. And Steve Martin's the main character. And there's one part where there's someone trying to assassinate him. I forget exactly why. And he's working at a gas station, and the guy keeps shooting and missing him and hitting these oil cans on. He's like, he hates these cans. He hates these cans. More cans. And I'm like, more buttons. He keeps running to hide, and the guy keeps shooting at him, and he keeps hiding behind the cans. More cans.
Good morning, 3.
Hey.
Sorry, I'm late.
Don't worry. Hey, you sound a little more congested. You're not.
I'm sounding like Trump. Yeah. What's good? What's good? Peace. Hope you're well. Hope you G.
What's up, man? I hope you're well. You feeling all right? You look good.
Yeah, I'm feeling all right. It's just that I was a bit sneezing because it's that season where flowers and grass bloom, the rainy season. So the sinus, pollen infection. But yeah, it is what it is. Let me switch off this. Switch on this light.
Oh, GP had a drop. Hope all is good, brother. Much love.
Oh yeah, hope he's good.
Yeah. Prayers out for Papa GP.
Oh yeah. More prayers.
I don't know. I wasn't expecting him to have to jump like that. I don't think he was either. So I hope it's not a bad situation.
Oh yeah. Hopefully, maybe we can give him a call or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just gonna check and see if he sent me any messages on the old-fangled telephone.
Hopefully,
maybe he just had. It might not even be related to his dad. He might have just had. Sometimes things come up, so we're not.
Yeah.
Worried about it. So, I actually have something interesting though here.
What have you been cooking?
It wasn't me. And last week, and I feel like a jerk, actually. I should have done this. Sooner. Pip made a song for DeOrganized using Suno last week. And
nice.
When he sent it to me, I was on my phone, and I for some reason in the DMs on X, not all of the
messages.
Yeah, like this, the links don't show up in the messages. Oh, invalid music file.
Yeah.
Invalid music file.
Yeah, it happens with X these days. When they shifted the messages to to more of a private chat. So let's
Yeah,
fill
let me
this
see.
up.
All right, let me. How am I gonna share this? Maybe I have to share my. Might have to share a different. Let me see how we do this. Can I share a window? Oh, I can. I can share my media player. All right, cool, cool. So this is it. Are you ready? Oh, let me turn this one off. This is I haven't heard this yet, so this is new for all of us. Created by
So the reaction will be real.
P Lord is getting some. Let's see what we got here. He said he made this with Suno. All right, let's hear what it is. I have no idea what the genre is or nothing, so let's hear
it. Yeah, so the reaction will be real since we haven't heard it all. So let's feel it.
Why won't this play? Hey, maybe I download. Maybe it was corrupted downloading because it wouldn't. First, it wouldn't upload to.
Also, it's in your XDMs.
It was in my XDMs, but it was just a download. It didn't play.
Oh, I see.
Hold on, let me try this again.
Sometimes when you download things off the XDM, you have to change the extension. Like normally, if you download images, sometimes they corrupt the extension. So maybe you can write .mp3 at the end.
Yeah, I might have to do that.
Or if it,
let me find the folder here.
I think Suno should pay us a little some because we have been pushing these guys.
100%. Suno, you guys have to have had tripled your followers with us up on here. So we're I
don't know how many subscribers we have driven to them by just using the platform here on DeOrganized.
Oh, many.
Yeah.
I would have done that, but let me do.
Or didn't you send the Suno link?
No, he sent me an MP3. Oh, we can't open. I think there's a corruption in the file.
Can you email it to me? Can you email it to me and I'll try to fix it?
Yeah, I'll send it to you. You want an email? Email's better.
Whichever way. I don't know. Maybe email will do. This one. You can send it over, and I'll try to be the MP3 doctor here.
All right, let me see. I downloaded it twice, so I'm going to send you both of them just to see if one maybe works.
Awesome.
Although I don't know, maybe there's an issue with the file. Pip, we might need you to send us the link if you're. Yeah, I don't think the whole file downloaded actually. I think that's the problem. It's not downloading. I'm going to try this. I'm going to try to fix it too. I did email it to you, so you can work on it on your end. Yeah, something real weird because it's like a 3.4 megabyte file, but it's only downloading 234 KB. Is that weird?
Oh, yeah, that's weird. So right now I don't have nothing in my email.
You don't?
Yeah. You sent it to 300 the artist, right? 300 the artist at gmail.com.
Hold on. Okay, wait a minute. That's weird. All right, you should have it now. Oh, he said he sent it to me on Telegram too. So let me actually.
Oh yeah.
TG, maybe I can get it that way. That Telegram is definitely usually the better way for files in any way. All right, it's there.
You got it.
I got it. Let me. Oh, it's not giving me. Hold on. Give me. There we go. Can I? Can you hear that?
Oh, yeah, I can hear it over the speakers. I don't know if you are able to maybe stream it.
Share tab. Yeah, let me. All right, I think we got.
Yeah, but are you able to share the MP3?
I can't. It's not giving me.
You can.
Let me.
What you can do is you can drag and drop it.
Save file, downloads. I'll download it, and I got. All right, here's where we are.
You can drag and drop it to the browser, and then you share that browser tab. The MP3.
Oh, it didn't. Okay.
Winning.
I'm still getting the same. That's weird. That doesn't make sense.
You can even try to forward it on my TG.
Yeah. All right, hold on.
Yeah.
I got it. All right, guys. I feel like an old guy. I'm like technically behind. Like I feel like my dad trying to play video games. It's terrible.
You got me on here. Don't worry. We'll get it done.
All right. You see this? Is am I sharing my on? It's not turned on. Let me.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's on. You guys see it now?
Yep. We got it.
All right. Here we go.
The organized media. Organized media, the hub of the digital gold. You ready? Let's navigate. Look, we been organizing the old to build the new. From the block to the stacks, yeah, we bringing the view. Daily updates, the news never sleeps on the chain. Bitcoin insights, washing out the noise in the rain. You want the alpha? Yeah, we got the hub in the palm. Navigating Web Creek, keeping the community calm. Chatting up the builders, yeah, we open for the play. Marketing and partnerships, we leading the way. Organized media, orange pillar stands up. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the phone. Chill and shoot, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real time updates. The future is now. The organized media, let us show you how. Yeah. Check at the organized VT. Stay locked on the X. We exploiting the potential, moving past the complex. It's a social fire era, but we stay Bitcoin back. Every insight is a fact. Every partnership's a pack. From the website to the feed, the exposure is real. We the engine of the space, turning the iron wheel. If you're building in the web, then you know where to be. The ultimate hub, yeah, that's the organized media. Walking and exposed and a bridge to the ground. We talking, we walking, we say it out loud. Open for business, the portal is wide. With Bitcoin and stacks, we got nowhere to hide. Shift your energy, power your brand, the best media engine in the whole of the land. The organized media, the orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how. Stacks Bitcoin Web3 insights. We here.
Oh man, Pip, I love that, man. I thought that was great. We also have the Legend of Stacks Legends in the house as well. Hunter, you said that was a little bit weak.
No, it was muffed
Not
this side.
not
It wasn't
music.
clear.
It wasn't clear. You couldn't hear it.
Oh yeah. Hey
Was it
Jack,
muffled, Jack?
what's good, Jack?
The music that
What's
was
up,
playing when
man?
you came in, was that muffly?
Oh yeah, I think we were hearing like you were playing from a speaker, so that is how it was coming out this side.
Yeah, but it should have been coming through because I shared. Oh, I think I know what happened. If I shared the tab, but I didn't. It wasn't the tab. You know what I'll do? I'll upload it. I'll play it. I'll play it from the. Now that I know I have a working version, I'll upload it to our music. And I'll play it in a little bit. What's up, Jack? How you doing this morning, brother?
Jack.
What's up, guys? Great way to start the week by hanging out with you fellas.
Right on, right on. Always a pleasure. How you feeling about this price action,
Can you hear me?
Jack? Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can
okay?
hear you.
You know, I think that people have been so depressed just in general, and people are getting a little less depressed. And fundamentally, there really wasn't a whole lot going on to have prices so low. And then you have tax loss harvesting and things like that, right? That happens all the time this time of year. But I think people are starting to just get a little less emotionally bearish. At the end of the game, for so many people, this is all about emotion. And when you feel bad, and price is down, and then price is down, feel bad, check out. But there's a lot to be bullish about, and the people who are paying attention are getting bullish again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and there's been the price action has been rough since October. We really did. We found a bottom. We found a hard bottom on a lot of things, in my opinion. I mean, not financial advice, but it definitely seems to have been, based on where things are right now. It seems like we definitely found some support where we needed to, and it definitely seemed to get down way below what it needed to do for prices were too low. Prices were absolutely too low. Like 20-something cent stacks is insane. 37-cent stacks is insane, in my opinion. So it was only a matter of time.
It's fantastic entry for people.
Crazy.
And when you kind of look at where stacks is,
Your audio is
I've
breaking
got
up
some
a little.
horrible lag on my end. My internet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
lag on our end.
You know what? Why I got bullish on the price action is
This
when I
sucks.
saw Jack
My
change
internet's
to
being
his
a dickhead.
default profile picture. Did you hear me, Jack? Did you hear me, Jack? Jack, can you hear me? Yeah, I think he's lagging for a bit.
I love that I heard Jack say, quote, "My internet's being a dickhead today." Yeah. What? So, Hunter, go on. What's making you bullish?
It's because Jack changed his profile picture to his default one. You know that Stacks is about to go all the way up. When Jack goes back to the Explorer with a tattoo here, you know that we are going all the way up. Yeah, and on a serious note, I'm loving what's happening on Stacks. You see that DeFi, they're putting in so much work. We have V2 coming through on the Zast, and we see that even the Stacks timeline is lit. And what Jack was saying, that people are moving from a depressed state to now more a bullish state. And yeah, I'm loving what's happening on Stacks, and people are back. I can say people are back.
People are back. It's a new year. We're not being weighed down by the the holidays, which I don't want to say weighed down. That might not be the holidays do take your attention. It does. There are things you have to deal with. You have to handle your stuff. You have to be with family, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But it takes away some of the activity and the energy from our space as well. So that's returning. The macro situation is very interesting.
Yeah.
It's not stagnating. Things are changing. So that's part of it too.
Yeah. And also from what you're saying, that the holidays take away your energy and also your money too, because you want to spend with family.
Right.
So
right.
now,
You're not just spending time with family.
You're spending money with family. So right now we are on a recovery phase where we want to recover all the money that we used up on Christmas holidays, going on a holiday. Yeah, I'm bullish.
Yeah, me too.
Is Jack back?
Welcome back.
Jack, did you hear what I said before you left?
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see if this internet works.
Jack, did you hear what I said?
Piece of it.
Oh yeah, I was saying that Stacks is about to go all the way up when Jack puts back his Explorer PFP. Oh, come on. The internet is acting up.
Yeah, it's the internet. That's all right. We'll have even if it's just Jack's smiley face as he's in between tasks at work, we'll take it. We love having you here, buddy. Wish you could be part of the conversation. Always appreciate it, and we'll get him back on here again soon for sure. But you're right, man. I love that PFP. I think he just put. I only saw it yesterday, which was really like this morning. But I love that PFP, and it did that also. That's another bullish sign. A bottom signal. Jack the old PFP.
That's his first PFP that I hate him. So yeah, I think we are teleporting back to where Stacks was. Slaps.
It does. Let's do it. Let's do the song justice. We'll play it again, and you guys can actually hear it this time because I think I was the only one that really could hear it properly.
It was the only one.
Jack gets back. Jack gets back. Guns great. Oh, here he is. Let's see.
Jack is back. Let's go.
That looks a little clearer, Jack.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I don't know if you hear a loud crash and I disappear, it's because I've thrown this computer through a window. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, no, it just does seem a little bit better. Apparently, when I was playing this song earlier, I didn't have the audio available.
Yeah.
You guys are picking it up in my mic. Well done, Kev.
We got the hub in the palm, navigating Web Creek, keeping the community calm, chatting up the builders. Yeah, we open for the play, marketing and partnerships. We leading the way. Organized media, orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and Stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real time updates. The future is now.
Yeah, great song, Kev. We like it. We'll keep it in the rotation for sure.
Yeah. Check at the organized BT, stay locked on the X. We exploiting the potential, moving past the complex. It's a social fire era, but we stay Bitcoin backed. Every insight is a fact, every partnership's a pact. From the websites to the feed, the exposure is real. We the engine of the space, turning the iron wheel. If you're building in the web, then you know where to be. The ultimate hub, yeah, that's the organized media.
More getting exposed at a bridge to the crowd. We talk it, we walk it, we say it out loud. Open for business, the portal is wide. With Bitcoin and steps, we got nowhere to hide. Shift your energy.
I'm gonna leave it playing. Turn it down a little bit. Get back to. So I don't know if you caught this, Jack, but Hannah was saying that he's most bullish on your return to your old PFP. We're not going to get a statement from him on this, no matter how hard we try.
Oh yeah, the internet is acting up like crazy.
Yeah, it's. I think that it's really important to keep something in mind here. No, it's not going to work. Yeah.
We can hear you.
Hmm.
You know what, Jack? Maybe turn off the video and go just audio. That might help.
All right. Let's see.
Oh, I think he's gone. He might be back. Song's dope, Pip. Song is dope. Love it, man. Love it, love it. We're definitely going to be, this is definitely in the rotation.
100%. It belongs to the playlist. The song is nice.
It's uploaded into Restream. We're gonna. This is now part of the rotation.
Oh yeah. What I was saying that need to give us a cut because we have been pushing them and we have been telling people to use Suno, and yeah, I was on a call I think yesterday with Dr. Sass. We're playing around with Suno. We're cooking that Gregoric chants plus EDM together. Bro, the things that we were cooking there, it's nasty. And also his AI Lumen Day that he's working on. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a cool AI where people can create art, interact with it, and he's got a great vision also to build on Bitcoin. Yeah, I think he's gonna come through when he finishes everything that he's working on right now.
Dr. Suss, he came on the show, right? He was on one of the AI Guild sessions or something, right? He came on our show.
Right now he goes by the. He changed his persona.
Yeah, I don't remember. Maybe it was a different guy. There was a guy that I thought it was either you or Hero brought him on. You were on too.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah. So he changed his persona. He was a fake doctor. And he had an accent, a funny accent that he was using, but now he goes by the name Art Crusader, the Art Crusader. So yeah, that's what he's focusing on right now. He's got his new pathway. He wants to build this AI, and he was also a Chad in the Stacks ecosystem where he had one of the first NFTs called the Saints, and the other one called Saints Gist, if I still remember. So yeah, Ayu is one of the OGs in the Stacks ecosystem.
Awesome. So you guys are cooking together, making some music.
Oh yeah, he liked Suno when we were talking about Suno, and then he was like, let's create something together. So we're playing around with Suno. And things are really cooking. You know, Suno is addictive. If you just introduce someone to Suno, it's over.
Yeah, well, that's like if I had time, I don't go in and make songs because it's going to be an hour of my time once I start playing around with it. And I just don't have that much time. I have stuff I have to do a little bit after this and after that and after that. You know, so it's like it's crazy, but it's so fun. It really is.
Yeah.
Creating is actually what we're here for. Experiencing things, and then creating things out of our experiences. It seems to be the general human condition, the general human activity, you know. And so, I always feel great, even if I'm not worried about whether something I create is monetized or even experienced by anybody else. I mean, I love if people enjoy it. If I can bring something that makes people happy or brings value to somebody's life, great. But I'm not even, and if I can make money doing it, that's also great. There's nothing wrong with that. But just creating something, having that outlet, getting stuff out of me, makes me feel better.
And also what I'm using Suno for is creating soundtracks for the gameplays that I do on Arc Raiders, the shorts that I do. I went to Suno and then create me something for this action scene, and then make a quick beat and then put it in there. So it's helping me fight these copyrights and other stuff. So yep.
Nice.
Yo, Jack, you back?
Maybe. Let's see. Can you hear me?
Clear as a bell.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. We got you now.
Jack threatened the Wi-Fi router. He's like, "Listen, bitch."
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like I aimed a pistol at it, and we had a discussion, and we just found out.
You dingle the dongle.
He dangled the dongle. Sometimes you gotta dangle the dongle. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
You know. So finally, to address the PFP, right? Like,
yeah.
We'll see if it works this time.
That was the biggest build-up of all time.
Dude, I'm telling you, couldn't have planned it any better. The reality is, I remembered what it was like when I first found Stacks, and that's kind of what inspired it. You know, like if you go back in the day, and that PFP is special to me because like. You know, that's a Seigel Explorer, and Seigel was this really cool NFT project where you could blog and so forth, and that's kind of how I got my start. And it was great, and I've always had a soft spot for that collection, but it was very integral in my seeing the value here in Stacks. And, you know, if you look at even going back to the roadmap before we even passed SIP 31 and all these things as a community, you go back to the roadmap and now you look at like all the research and development to where we're headed from here for Stacks. I don't know. I got very bullish on us because there's a lot that's changing so fast in this space. You know, and part of that is, well, like I did a post about this last night. There was a time where if you wanted to make a token, you needed to be a dev, you know, and then like if you wanted to make a protocol, you needed a whole team of devs. And then even like a year plus ago, we start seeing, you know, chads like Rosar really start making these complex protocols with some help from AI. And now we're getting to the point now where AI is becoming more and more competent in code. And so now you're seeing, we're going to quickly find ourselves in a position where, you know, even protocols are going to be spun up like it's like crazy, so easy. And that's leads to even more innovation. But what it's really going to do is it's going to make it so obvious the importance of what your network does, what your blockchain does. Why is the L1 or L2 that you were bullish on, why is it bullish to begin with? And it's not going to have anything to do with raises or what's got the most hype. It's going to have to do with liquidity. It's going to have to do with value, and it's going to have to do with what it actually does.
Yeah, awesome stuff. I was trying to feature you in the screenshot, and it wouldn't work right for some reason.
But
So I was like,
that's the real thing. Like, what does Stacks do? Stacks makes Bitcoin giga usable, and now you're seeing all of these things. Okay, we're shooting for non-custodial DeFi applications with Bitcoin. We're making Bitcoin transactions private. We're doing all these really cool things. So it's not going to be a hype game. It's going to be, where's the value? The value's on Bitcoin. Where's more value?
So flipping that narrative, the drawback leading up to even really very recently on Bitcoin is its limitations, which is a strength of Bitcoin. Actually, it's secure because it can't do X, Y, and Z. And or it can't do X, Y, and Z because it needs to be secure, and you can't the trilemma and all of that. It's secure and decentralized. It's not fast. It's not necessarily cheap to use. And Stacks has solved that problem, where you're not giving up your security. You're not giving up the decentralized nature of the Bitcoin blockchain. Bitcoin is still decentralized, but you have fast, low-fee transactions on Stacks. You have a robust DeFi ecosystem that's only getting stronger, and more and more utility on there. You have ways to, Stacks is now actually leveraging Bitcoin for yield, even to make the proof of transfer process stronger with dual stacking. So now there's more incentive to participate in proof of transfer, because you can earn more yield on your Bitcoin in Stacks by doing so, and on and on. There's and then you also have so many crack devs. You mentioned Rosar. We have Crypto Dude. We have Rafa, who like Zenitron coming up with stuff. Trippin' Monkey, Gary Reiger, and I'm the OGs, Set Zeus and Freeger making sips that are making things better, and Larry Celebra, and these guys are like just constantly cranking, working together, by the way, too. Like, they talk to each other, they figure things out collectively, so that when things move forward, it's not a guarded secret, because that's not how blockchain works. The code is all there. The smart contracts are all there for people to copy anyway. There's not, so it's just about standardizations and what we can do with all this stuff. And that is happening on Stacks. Stacks is improving the utility of Bitcoin in a way that other chains, I don't think any other blockchain, even the other L2s, I don't think any of them can really have the same effect on Bitcoin utility that Stacks is having.
No, and Bitcoin L2s really haven't had their moment in the sun yet. That's the thing. You can be like, well, when Solana was pumping, why was Stacks not doing anything? Look, Solana's L1. This is apples and oranges. We're talking about, we've barely scratched the Bitcoin L2 meta. There is a there, and we've positioned ourselves in the Stacks community to be in a fantastic position for that meta. And the timing, like I said, the timing's perfect. More people are gonna realize this going forward. Just how significant it is to have like a budget for 2026, just to have budgets for 2027, just to be able.
We didn't even talk about that part yet. All of the bullish stuff, we haven't talked about the marketing budget that now finally exists and is just getting started. It's just getting organized, and it's Solana has a budget for that kind of stuff. The projects around Solana have a budget for that kind of stuff. Ethereum has a budget for that kind of stuff. Hyperliquid, and on and on and on. Those guys have had budgets to push their stuff. Stacks, just because of the nature of the design, largely because it launched as a registered security. Many people don't know that Stacks is the only crypto project that launched as a registered security in the US when it first launched. And the dynamics around that is what made it kind of hard until SIP 31 created the Stacks Labs entity and the endowment and the Treasury Committee. And the goal of that is to create a functional budget that can actually be pointed towards growth of the network, growth of the ecosystem. And that's, we already have tons of developers onboarding into Stacks to build on Bitcoin. We already have a tremendous community. We already have a ton of bootstrapping projects that are getting off the ground, and some real strong heavyweights like Bitflow, like Stacking DAO, like Zest, Granite, things that are coming out that are really solid projects. But now we have a marketing budget behind that, and a really great team, by the way. The people that are in the place to kind of leverage these things or manage these things are here for the purpose. They're not just here for a paycheck. They're not just here because they're good at what they do. They're good at what they do, but they also love what the purpose is behind the ecosystem. And you can't put a dollar value on that. You really can't put a dollar value on that. And it's Stacks is primed to be like a force for the next few years, in my opinion.
And what I really like right now is you're in one of these moments where you know something's about to change in crypto. You can sense the next meta. You don't know what it is. I don't right now anyway. I'm trying my best to figure it out. But you can sense that a new meta is arriving, and you spoke about all the DEX and all of it.
It might be institutional grade infrastructure for Bitcoin DeFi. That might be the meta.
But oh yeah, well that's going to happen no matter what now, right? Like I'm looking at this. Let's look at it from like the traditional financial system, where now you have these scummy bankers like Jamie Dimon being like, yeah, crypto's perfect, it's awesome, TradFi sucks, like, you know.
Right. One day, and then the next day he's like a jackass again. He's just but yeah, you're right. Like these guys are not doing us any favors, actually.
No, but so like there, you go on one hand, you've got that side, and yeah, the institutional part, giga bullish. You know, you've got the president being like, hey, it's crypto time, like, let's roll. But on the
under the radar,
that's one too. Right, that's happening. Well, we live in a world where, like, you know, the craziest shit happens every day, like all day long. So, and the speed at which all of this crazy shit happening seems to be increasing. You know, Elon Musk said the singularity is here, so that would make sense. Like, you would expect to see more and more crazy shit happening at a more rapid pace, right? So that's happening. But on the other side, you can see that crypto, like the degen side, the user side, you can see that crypto's changing. We don't know where it's headed. Like if I think a lot of L1s and stuff are probably very nervous right now. But I know this. I know that there's always going to be a community spot, right? I know there's always going to be people who want to leverage underlying asset of their network to try to get more, whether it's Bitcoin, USD, what have you, yield. And then I also think, I know there's more coming from NFTs, because I think now, like when you look at, you know, just a few months ago or a year ago or whatever, people are like, utility, memes are stupid, utility this, that, and the other. Yeah, at some level, your utility is going to be that you know, STX or ETH or Solana or whatever. But tokens, protocols, I don't know. I think we're entering a world where everyone's going to be running custom software. You know, I think
that's well, and the dynamic custom software that the AI is constantly like iterating for you. It's gonna be wild. You know? It's gonna be wild. And I love experimentation. Without the opportunity for creating tokens and or NFTs, you can't innovate the same. However, I do think that there's a balance, right? And I don't want to. I would never discourage someone from trying to create a token and or creating a reason for a specific token. However, I think that there's also like the advice I would give to anyone that's looking at creating a token would be, can I create this project and the value I'm trying to create using tokens that already exist? Could I do this with just using Bitcoin on stacks? Do I need a token for this? Because the value creation isn't from the token you're creating, it's from whatever you're building around that. And so that's what people need to really, that's a lot of the unexpected or there was a lot of value distribution in different ways this cycle than we were expecting. We were expecting a lot of price appreciation where we didn't get that, largely because a lot of the money flowed into the pump tokens, the pump fund tokens, and those were just extractive play. There was not a lot of value creative plays in those. So we didn't get the value distribution out into the utility projects after that, because those people made money and then just pulled it out of the ecosystem. They didn't actually, the people that pumped and extracted value weren't keeping the money that they made in Solana in the project. And that's really like, I thought Solana would be $1,000 by now. I really did.
Right. Well, Solana is very inflationary too. Like,
well,
people,
there's that.
Yeah, but you're right. But I'm telling that there's something that's going to change. We're on the cusp of it. Like the newest meta is going to raise its head the second things just get a little bit more bullish, and that's going to be the thing that gets everyone's attention. And it feels really good knowing that we're in an ecosystem that has done such a good job of attracting builders, because what you want when that new meta hits is all of these different people. Yes. Yeah. And it might have something to do with the AI micropayments, like the X402 or whatever. Who knows?
Right. Well, that's the AI BTC dev guys and Tony are working hard on that stuff. I know like Crypto Mark or Killer Mark K is Peptoshi is integrating that into his dataing app that he's building out and integrating. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff happening. That's plus what Raf is doing with the leveraging the WebAuthn integration into Clarity and really working at ways to onboard your mom, so to speak. That the account abstraction stuff.
He's just going to like integrate with Clarity, isn't it? He's just going to.
Rob is actually building everything right now. If I wish we still had. I haven't seen Rosar in a while. I know he's working on something outside of stats, but I would love to see if he's. I would love to get him back in here because if with the two of those guys, especially, not to undercut other guys that are cranking too. Like we have a bunch of guys. I didn't even mention any of the guys that I met out at the, shout out to Eric and Kenny, the Devrel guys for Hero and for the Stacks and Stacks Foundation. They're cranking too. All the guys that are building stuff, all the guys that were at Hacker House, like we mentioned Tony, but Ron L is building some great stuff, and Mike Cohen building, Mike Cohen and Antonio with the Big Market, that stuff that they're building, and on and on. There's just a ton of cool. Fabo Hacks getting more active in the ecosystem. He's doing some really cool stuff. There's like tons of guys that are real good devs that are really Kenny Arololo, Kahinde Arololo with his Truth Chain project and the crew building that out. There's like so many cool things happening in the ecosystem, man. It's crazy. It really is.
And when that next meta hits, I mean, we're as ready. We're in the best position for that, just by virtue of exactly what you just said. And that's not even touching that institutional piece, which is like very bullish, you know, because like we finally arrived at the place we knew we were trying to take this, you know, hey, there's a better way to have a financial system. There's a better way. There's more secure ways. There's better ways to do these things. We can offer anyone a chance to have financial services anywhere in the world, like etc. Like we're there. We're there. So that's bullish in and of itself. But the crypto part, you know, what I consider like the cultural and the experimental and all of that, that's just a matter of landing on a meta here, and that's going to drop any day now. You know, what's the next meta going to be? And we're in a great position to take advantage of it.
Yeah, exactly, man. And nobody knows what the actual meta is going to be. You know, that's why it's an opportunity. You know, if you catch it, you know, I do think that AI is part of the meta. Agent to agent transactions, that X402 stuff is a big deal. It's, you know, we live in very interesting times. It's an old curse, right? May you live in interesting times. The world is very different than the one we grew up in, you know.
Dude.
As evidenced by
when you were talking about Mark's app, the dating app, and I was like, you know, and it's very cool what he's done. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Like, just as a side note here, you know, when you have your cultures that have like arranged marriages, like the you know, I've had some friends who you know had arranged marriages, and it's like, you know, you're asking why do you do that? Like, what's the rationale behind it? And the rationale is basically like, okay, your family knows you better than anyone else. And, you know, your potential spouse's family knows them better than anyone else. And the idea is to just take all of these things that you know to be true and try to find someone who is a good match for you, who, you know, y'all can make each other happy and fit well together. It makes a lot of sense. And so what Mark's doing with that app is very similar to that. You know, like you're kind of using who you are to figure you need to be with, and you have some help. That said, I am so fucking glad I ain't got to worry about dating. Like, God.
I'll just be celibate.
That's the first thing.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. You know, I might have to relearn how to cook because I haven't had to do a whole lot of that. I know I can. I might have less fresh laundry around. But that's like, I don't want it.
Would you even need to know how to cook now? I mean, how far are we from having like a robot in the kitchen that, you know, can just tear things up, you know?
I'm very spoiled, man. My wife makes like just this
use
crazy
ChatGPT AI prompt me a JSON prompt on how to cook a steak beef.
Telling me women are becoming more and more obsolete by the day.
Yeah, you're not alone, bro. This guy here doesn't even know how to cook. I only know how to cook an egg
and some AI content. You cook on the music. That's about it.
Yeah. Spoiled.
Me too, man.
I'm completely. I can hold my own in the kitchen. I just don't need to, and I haven't needed to in so long that like the only things I cook are the things that are like my dishes, you know, like just the things that my family likes that I make. Other than that, yeah, I don't need to touch the kitchen. But yeah, still like.
I saw you one time recipe. You were saying that it was sick.
Yeah.
Good recipe.
I've got some like I probably do like Louisiana style, what people would consider like Creole and Cajun food, grilled food, and like some Italian American. That's like my wheelhouse in my family these days. But yeah, you don't have to do that too often. My wife takes such good care of me, man. It's ridiculous. Like I am like totally spoiled,
Yeah.
completely.
I honestly, I don't think the robots can ever replace them. That's really the truth of it is, we owe, all three of us here owe a lot to the women that don't ever come on the show. Or on occasion, 3 Honey pops in and says hi, but otherwise, like they don't want to be on here. But they definitely like. I love my wife to death, and I always want her to be okay, and I do what I can if I know. But I'm not as attuned to trying to take care of her as she is to taking care of me. I mean, she just like, I'll be sitting here getting ready, and every day she makes my couple of scrambled eggs and drops a bowl of scrambled eggs next to me while I'm sitting here working. And she knows the dog needs to be put upstairs. I'm about to go live. So she brings the dog upstairs. And like, she's just constantly, she does all the laundry. She does all the cooking. She doesn't really ask me for much. And, I guess having this conversation just helps me realize how much I actually appreciate as much as I do appreciate her, I need to show it. I really do. I need to.
Yeah, you gotta tell her too.
Right.
Yeah, no, like look, if you ever really want to have one of those moments, like think back on something you used to like to eat when you were single, right? Like, because it wasn't that long ago. I was at the store and I grabbed some Hot Pockets, right? You know Hot Pockets. I don't know if y'all have in the Zim. They're like these microwave like bread things that are stuffed with like meats and cheese or whatever.
It's kind of like a bootleg calzone, frozen calzone. It comes like a small like usually it's pizza or maybe like some kind of sandwich, ham and cheese.
Yo, yeah. Yeah, I think I saw them in the store like last week, and wifey was requesting them also. So yeah, I sure appreciate her for taking good care of me.
Like I used to like eating those when I'm like that would be a meal for me, man. Grab a box of Hot Pockets, just go ahead and microwave them. And so I was feeling a little nostalgic for it. And I like grabbed some, and I figured they were disgusting, just absolutely disgusting. Like
they probably aren't quite.
I was an animal.
Yeah, no. Well, there's two factors there. Number one, you've gotten used to better quality. Number two, the quality of them have probably seriously degraded from the last time you had them. They're using less quality ingredients.
It's probably half plastic now. Yeah. That's true.
Our food is so bastardized and gross. Like the processed food is terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah, it's everywhere now. It's everywhere now. Even this side, it got to a point where we have people selling fake food, and they just repackage it, and then they put it in stores. And some people don't even know what's the difference between an original one and a fake one. So that is also causing some health issues. So yeah, I think the quality control is to do their job when it comes to regulating these supermarkets selling some fake products.
I wonder if there's an answer in the blockchain for that. The supply chain and the real world asset kind of thing. I know that that's not necessarily the main focus of those things, but food security is important, health is important, and I wonder if there's a way of you're still going to trust, because the food's not on the blockchain, right? So you're just talking about being able to put some kind of verifiable something on the blockchain, but eventually there's a human in that process that needs to be monitored somehow. But we definitely need to have our food quality and the nutrients we need to actually be healthy is actually one of the biggest issues we have right now. We do not have a healthy food supply being provided to us.
No, and that's a function of fiat currency. Like that is, that's the profound thing about you learn once you get in this space. Like when you realize, that the way that we literally produce and harvest our food has been so bastardized because it has to be so cheap because the money is just worth less and less and less. And that's where it starts, just that's as fundamental of a problem with fiat as you could possibly have,
Right. It is. Yeah, we have a long way to go still. We do have a long way to go still, but I am optimistic. I am bullish on humans. I think we are all easily manipulatable. And part of moving forward is recognizing that in ourselves, like realizing when we're getting, like I will absolutely get caught up in like emotionally charged conversations on social media that are completely irrelevant to me. Like, sports conversations or even like political conversations that like at the end of the day, the outcome of this conversation is not going to change my world in the slightest. Why am I getting so emotionally attached to this narrative? Because I'm being manipulated to be. And realizing that is important. Like recognizing that in ourselves, and that gives you the ability to avoid it and to not let that spoil your day or even capture your energy. And I think that's where it all starts. There's not a whole lot we can do about the food supply except for being more just being a little bit more discriminating in what we actually do choose to eat, being a little bit more disciplined with what we do in our processes there, and then try to figure out how do we improve the system. How do we improve this this political slop we have right now? Like I don't know how to make it better. I really don't.
We have to improve ourselves. It's a reflection.
No, you're right. You're right.
I think like we have like an 80-20 chance. I think there's like a 20% that Skynet stomps a mud hole in our asses collectively, right? But like an 80% chance things would be pretty awesome. So like, I mean, I'll take those odds any day. Yeah,
I don't think you're wrong either. I do think that like 20% threat is very real. Like there is a very real threat. Although to be honest, I think part of it too is like we've been under some kind of extended surveillance and control mechanism for a much longer than we really realize. We're still here. We've still gotten to where we are. The machine isn't all bad. Just because somebody's trying to manipulate levers of control doesn't mean that their intentions are evil or wrong. And I haven't considered this for a long time, but I do think it's an interesting exercise. If you were in a position of control and power, how would you handle it? How would you handle it? Would you do your best to maintain that control, but also be benevolent? And how would you do that? How do you make sure, and how do you even justify that? Is that moral? But you don't know, like, because if I give up that power, who's to say that somebody else isn't going to come in and do things much worse than I am going to do that? And there's hard decisions to be made at that level. Like sometimes when you have a bunch of kids, you have to decide who to give the resources to. And somebody else doesn't get quite as much because you have to spread them out. And that's not always necessarily, you don't want to do that. You want to give them all everything. But you don't have everything. You only have a limited resource. So determining how to use those things is not always easy. That being said, there is so much obvious waste and graft and fraud in our system right now. I mean, just look at what's going on what's been uncovered in Minnesota, which is not an isolated incident. It is not just isolated to Somalians. That's just one part of the grift. People set that up. That was set up by design. Right. That didn't just happen because Somalians. That's
Dude, wait till they find out how much money is going in these politicians' back pockets. That's, again, like it's one of the reasons why the government should run on a blockchain, like in terms of funding and taxes and all of these things. That should be 100% transparent, and people are about to learn that lesson. Why? Because the numbers that are being thrown out here are they're incomprehensibly large, and just because we can't fully appreciate how much money $300-400 billion is, we can understand that like it's hurting everybody. And that's a good part. That's a good place to start. Like that's a good way to get people nice and pissed off and paying attention, because that has been part of our problem. Is we've been so fortunate to live in a place with the degree that we have, that we've had the luxury of being idiots and not having to pay attention to things, and being able to be distracted by what the fuck ever, and even just make up problems because we really don't have any problems. So we make up these just retarded problems and make that at the center of our lives. All of those luxuries are gone. that doesn't exist anymore. And so if that's what it took to reset that, then great, I welcome it. Because that's where we are really at fault. Like, we've just completely neglected our duty to be stewards of our own destiny and left that to people who are lesser than us. And it has gone horribly wrong.
Yeah. It's tricky because I'm not sure democracy, which is part of how our design is. We have a Republican form. Representative democracy is what a republic is. But it requires participation. It's the same problem as the DAO problem. If you don't participate in the DAOs, then the handful of people that do participate are going to influence the outcomes of things. The same thing with government. If all of your participatory effort in governance is in voting for people to act on your behalf, it's very, very easy to fix the system that way.
Right.
You just limit the number of opportunities. You limit the people that are available for people to vote for, which we have done for centuries, and you control the people that are on the ticket, and then you're in control of the system no matter who gets voted in. And then the majority of people don't ever actually engage except for every 2 to 4 years, where it's time to decide who they're going to vote for, and they don't even really know. They're not really, the majority of people that are voting aren't really getting to know anything about the policies. They're not studying anything. They're not trying to learn anything. They're just picking based on who has the best campaign, who does the best marketing campaign, is really the outcome of our elections.
And the reality is like, this is a really old, stupid way to do this. The only reason we still do it this way is because we don't think about it, and because we assign some value to this like, there's almost like a respect given to it because it's a tradition. We're going to look back on it as being as stupid as like bowing to a king, right? Like the idea of like bowing to a king is fucking retarded to me. So it's also going to seem equally retarded, in however long it takes for someone to be able to have representative democracy in real time right from their device. You know what I'm saying? Because we have the capability of that now. We can still have representative,
immutable, uncensorable. Why are we using voting machines that are easily hackable. And we're just allowing.
Why are we using the technology that has existed since motherfuckers? We used to have to send people to Washington, D.C. to a centralized place to represent us because everyone rode horses. Like,
right.
You didn't even have a fucking train yet.
Right. You're absolutely right.
Like, why are we like, I'm going to have a representative? No, how about I represent myself? Because I can send my thoughts and opinions anywhere on this planet and beyond in the speed of light. Like, why? Why are we like, I want a senator? Fuck that senator. Like, does he get on a horse and fucking ride his ass up to DC? No, he gets on a private jet that some asshole paid for and that now he owes favors to, right? Now, like, none of that makes sense. But we don't want to be the guy who's like, this system doesn't make sense anymore. We can actually follow the original intent of the system better, the technology that we have available to ourselves now, but we don't know how to make that happen. You know? Like, why can't I censure a politician in real time? Let's keep the representatives in DC. How if my district's not happy with my representative, how come we don't have any recourse to just like use our technology to censor this man in real time? Right? Like, no, fuck you. Like, what are you doing?
There is a reason why that's not in place now. It's not in place because we don't really have a government of by and for the people. That's a veneer.
Right.
And to change the processes towards that end would ruin the game that they've set up. It would ruin the model that they've set up that allows them to have their control over representatives that are supposed to be representing the interests of their electorate, but don't. They don't represent our interests. That's why. And just getting back to the issue with what's been uncovered in Minnesota and more broadly across the country. But in Minnesota right now, Tim Walz announced yesterday that he's suspending or canceling his re-election campaign. And the little bit of reverberations are, he's going to be running for president. No, he absolutely is not running for president. There's zero chance in hell.
He's running for president for himself.
He's canceling his. I'm just speculating. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just reading the room and the details I have, like everybody else. But it stands to reason to me that he's canceling his re-election campaign because there's a bunch of connection to his campaign finance with this fraud and other fraud going on. And if he keeps the campaign going, it's easier to investigate. That's why he's dropping out. And don't think that this isn't happening over and over and over again across the country.
And the thing is, like, Minnesota gets to vote in federal elections, and that now this is a state that one person can vouch for up to 8 people saying that they're okay to vote. What? Like, I have to, if I want to go travel on an airplane, I get a fucking colonoscopy from the TSA or if I want to go do anything, if I want to get a job, I have to go through 9 different steps to prove who I am and that I'm supposed to belong here. Like, I do all of these things. You mean to tell me there are states where motherfuckers don't have IDs, where other people can just vouch for them and say they have the legal right to vote? That is not a system. That is some sort of con game. That is not like what I signed up for. Oh, and by the way, so that we can get as many people to.
There's an argument there that I can easily overcome too. Like, people will say, well, requiring an ID is akin to a poll tax. And I don't disagree with that. That's legitimate. Forcing somebody to have to pay for an ID in order to exercise their vote can be construed as that. It does marginalize people that maybe just can't afford that ID. But the solution there is providing people free IDs. The state can absorb that cost. It's not expensive. We can provide everybody with an ID, and then there's no problem.
Right.
That's it. There's no reason why we can't require a voter ID.
No, that's the way of like of going about that and trying to defend the indefensible. It's never coming from a good faith place. It's coming from this place of what's really happened is you've got a whole political machine in this country that is using, people who do not or not citizens to then diminish the actual will of the citizenry. And by the way, you have the other political party that needs these people here as well, whether it's for cheap labor or to buy their shit to keep GDP, whatever. But the point is that you can't really have representative democracy when you have fraud at this level. That's not actually, you're not being represented because you're being diluted. Best case scenario. Worst case scenario, it's even worse. But I don't think anyone who's like honest thinks that the election in 2020 wasn't stolen, that the media didn't lie about it. And then people who are thoughtful are like, when did we actually have like a real election last? Like, have we had a real one in our lifetimes? How would we know?
Probably right.
How
would we know? There's no way. There's no immutable, verifiable record of the outcome. I mean, we
can have immutable, verifiable records.
Like I am fairly confident that the election of 2020 was not on the up and up. I mean, I think that we're all pretty confident about that. It's almost obvious, like how it happened, and all the things leading up to it, and how obviously all of the establishment media was in opposition to Trump. They were constantly promoting false information regarding COVID. I think part of the whole COVID operation, and it was an operation in my opinion, was to steal that election. And to establish a bunch of other things that aren't good. But part of it was cover for stealing the election, and that's exactly what it was used for. It's hard to argue against it. Of course, you can say, "Oh, people are crazy and paranoid." That's the only argument. The only argument is a character attack, because you can't actually argue on the facts, because everything is clearly suspicious how it broke down. What it does is it establishes that we do need to come up with a new way. We do need to come up with better security. And I think that it's a no-brainer that the elections should happen on the blockchain. It's immutable. You can actually give everybody a crypto wallet.
Yeah, and we can have fair elections. We can have way better versions of representative democracy, aided by the technology that we have now. And really, like, I think the next challenge for humans is going to be, because in that 80-20 scenario, assuming Skynet doesn't stomp said mudhole into our asses, the 80% chance that things get really amazing is that we just don't allow ourselves to be enslaved by this newest form of technology, right? And and give up our agency and will there. There's always going to be a struggle. There's always going to be a reason to be vigilant. But at some point we have to stop being retards. Like, it's not good. I don't care if you're on team red or team blue. I think you're a fucking moron if you're on either team too hard one way or the other. But like, it's really not a good job to be looking at the position we're in right now, and you can see all this horrible shit that's happened, and be like, no, you know what, as long as my team might win again, let's keep doing what we're doing. Let's just keep doing this. That's the worst.
That is the crux of the issue, is that they've sold everybody on the idea that they're joining a team and they're picking a side, and the alternative is the other side. And they've driven people into this by making both sides so disgustingly horrible that you're going to pick one to oppose the other because they're so bad. Both sides are terrible. The whole thing is a charade. It's a con. And I absolutely can on occasion pick. All right, well, this person's definitely gonna be better than that person. But never, almost ever, have I felt good. Like, this person's good. I'm backing this person because I believe that they're actually going to do a good job. They're just going to do less of a terrible job as that person. Right. Lesser evil. We have a lesser evil voting system, and that facilitates evil. That's the fundamental part of it. Brother, I could talk to you all day. It looks like you might have frozen. But I could chat with you all day. Much love. I don't want to go too much longer because we got the Stacks DeFi show with Stacking DAO going on now live. Guys, go check out the Stacking DAO space, the Stacks DeFi show. It's amazing. The link is well, we have the link here. But
yep.
You guys just gonna go follow the Stacks account. It's live right now on the Stacking DAO DeFi show. That space is always great. Some of the chads are in there. I already saw. I wish we could get a final word from Jack, but it looks like the internet has cut us down. We're out. Much love again. Huge. We're gonna rock out with this song from Pip as we bounce out, and I'll put on some more content throughout the day. What do you got going on for the rest of the day? We're going to do a segment on next Thursday, by the way, with Binta. That's happening. So we got to get it. We got to get it.
Oh, yeah.
We got to get that figured out.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be.
Me, these days, is to beat the algorithms. I'm studying them. I'm trying to see how we can maneuver our way to make our content reach out to more people. So if you see these days, I'm talking more about algorithms and also how to reach out more people and go viral. That's the main aim.
Definitely onto some stuff, man. You definitely have been hitting with some things. I've been seeing in the background, some other people's accounts, some stuff that's really hitting and hammering. I love it. So definitely I want more of it.
Yeah, definitely.
We're gonna look at that on Thursday.
No problem at all. I'm here to drop more alpha, and I have some ideas that I will chop up with you before we ship them to the people.
Right on, right on. Much love, my brother. Shout out to our brother GPSC. We miss you.
Yeah.
We'll see you again soon. Hope all is well. And guys, get over to the Stacking DAO DeFi show space right now. And much love. We'll be back soon. I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live, decentralized broadcasting every Monday through Friday. Y'all have a blessed day.
Forgot to say the number one show.
The number one show, I don't know. We're a show, and I hope you enjoy it. And we're going to keep doing it whether you do or not. So, actually, I guess if you guys didn't enjoy it, we'd probably stop doing it eventually. But I think people enjoy it. That's why we keep doing it.
They do. That is why they keep tuning in. If they didn't enjoy, we'd be talking to ourselves. But they do enjoy.
Honestly, if it was just you and me and Jack having a conversation, that's a good day for me anyway. So we'll probably still keep doing it. But it does seem like we are providing some value across the ecosystem, and we're happy to be able to do that. We're looking to keep doing more of it. You guys all have a blessed rest of your day. We are the #1 live stream for the Bitcoin and Stacks ecosystem. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Andy.
Again, P Lord with the tasty joint right here.
Organized media.
You organized media.
The organized media. The hub of the digital gold. You ready? Let's navigate. Look. We done organizing the old to build the new. From the block to the stacks, yeah, we bringing the view. Daily updates, the news never sleeps on the chain. Bitcoin insights, we washing out the noise and the rain. You want that alpha? Yeah, we got the hub in the palm. Navigating Web Creek, keeping the community calm. Chatting up the builders, yeah, we open for the play. Marketing and partnerships, we leading the way. Organized media, orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how. Yeah, yeah. Check at the organized BT, stay locked on the X. We exploiting the potential, moving past the complex. It's a social fi era, but we stay Bitcoin backed. Every insight is a fact, every partnership's a pact. From the websites to the feed, the exposure is real. We the engine of the space, turning the iron wheel. If you're building in the web, then you know where to be. The ultimate hub, yeah, that's the organized media. Marketing exposure, the bridge to the crowd. We talk it, we walk it, we say it out loud. Open for business, the portal is wide. With Bitcoin and stacks, we got nowhere to hide. Shift your energy, power your brand, the best media engine in the whole of the land. The organized media, the orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how. The organized media. Follow the orange pillar. Stacks, Bitcoin, Web3 insights. We here.
He's all glowing, bro. Look at his face, he's glowing.
He's had a good day. Wavy. Let's go.
Only the highest frequency vibes. You
Let's go.
already know.
Let's go. Nice, nice.
yeah,
We got
do it.
Hana in the house as well. I'm not sure. Let me see.
Salam alaikum.
We are a little early still. Let me see if White Crypto's having trouble getting in here. Oh, where is he?
Yo, yesterday I got the degrees of the weather wrong. It's 33 degrees. So that is why.
Yeah, it's closer to 90. It's closer to 90 degrees. That's getting warm.
Yeah. So this was wet, but now it's all dried up.
I was like, oh, I'm surprised. I thought they get much hotter down there sometimes, you know? You're a little closer to the equator than I am.
Yeah.
But so it's hot today, hotter today.
Yeah, it's hot. They are very, 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 very hot.
Are you're representing Team Purple?
I just found it close.
Nice.
Yeah, dude, it's rainy and cold where I'm at, man. Starting to get into the rain.
Purple's a good color. It's the color of royalty.
That's my favorite color. If you saw my mixtape, they're written Purple Mars 1, Purple Mars 2, album Purple.
I actually have.
Purple.
Purple's a great color. I have seen that. I have noticed that's the theme on your albums and a lot of your content. I dig it. I like purple.
GP nice headsets that you got right there, bro.
Yeah, dude, it's Lolo's sons had let me borrow it. I'm using equipment, so it looks like it's coming through loud and clear. Is it clear?
Very loud and clear, bro.
Sounded good, man.
Solid. I'm glad. I've been trying to experiment and figure out how I may be able to do some streaming from over here. It looks like connection's good, the computer's strong enough to do it, and the microphone's coming through loud and clear. Awesome.
Very nice. Very nice. It's always good when things can be a little bit more
efficient,
functional. Yeah.
Functional. Yeah, functional.
White Crypto was here, but he dropped out. He might be having connectivity issues. If so, what we'll do is we'll have him join us in one of the spaces soon. Sometimes that happens. People have trouble connecting to the live stream. We all know how that goes, So if you're listening, man, don't worry about it. Keep trying. If we get you in, we'll chat about it. Very interested in talking more about Stacks Tribe and that project. But if we can't get you in today, we'll get you in soon, one way or another. We'll get you some exposure for the ecosystem. I think they have a X handle. I haven't even. Man, I'll tell you, I've just been meetings and spaces and calls. Lots of stuff with D grants. He wasn't in my track, so I don't have. I think it's Stacks Tribe. Yeah, Stacks Tribe is the handle. Let me actually share this. Here he's back. Let's see if we got him.
Maybe we can get him.
What's up, White Crypto? How you doing, man? You with us? He might be having some technical difficulties. We can't hear you if you can hear us. But he's with the new project, Stacks Tribe Africa.
There we go.
I believe, if I got the right one. I hope I got the right one. I might have the wrong one. Might be a different project. I think it's Stacks Tribe that he wants to come talk to us about today. If you guys aren't, make sure you go give them a follow. It's at Stacks Tribe. And they're looking to teach crypto in simple words, helping expand the ecosystem. And we'll get back. If he comes back, we'll get more into it. And if not, we'll talk on the spaces soon. We'll get him in the space. Sometimes it's just a little bit more stable there. Guys, there's a lot
collaboration between and
again?
Stacks Tribe.
What was that?
I'm wondering if there's like some type of collaboration that we could set up between Stacks Tribe and Let Africa.
There he is.
There we go.
Hello, guys.
Hey, what's happening, man? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm just, I believe I was having small network problem while setting it up, but I'll be fine now.
Cool. No worries, man. And that, honestly, it's not uncommon. It happens a lot in this medium. Restream's a little bit tricky. Sometimes it's hard to stay connected, but it seems like you're good now. You're coming in loud and clear. So welcome to DeOrganized. Great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us today. And why don't you tell us a little bit about your project?
Okay. First of all, I would say it's very, very exciting to be here because this is actually my first time on the organized media, and I'm so excited now because I believe most times I'm usually down there on the comment section, always commenting and every other stuff. Yeah, so it feels good to be here live. Yeah. So, and I would say thank you guys, thank you to Peace and the team for giving me the opportunity to be here live today, and I believe there's a lot of people watching. So yeah, thank you guys once again. Okay, so actually with Stacks Tribe, yeah, I'm actually not the only one managing that particular project. We are actually four. So we have 4 founders for that particular project. I myself, Valentino, Target, and Doski. So we're actually 4 that's actually handling that project. And if you look at, yeah, exactly. If you look at the Twitter banner up there, you are going to be seeing the handle of the 4 founders. You will see the handle of the 4 founders there. Yeah. So actually the idea behind Stacks Tribe came on a particular space that we were, because most times we used to have our own personal space where we just vibe, we onboard new users. As it is now, Stacks Tribe actually has a WhatsApp platform where we just interact normally, locally, we interact locally there. So we decided to say, okay, let's bring it out to the open. We have been doing it since, just that we don't actually have a particular name that we gave to it. We don't have a name like Stackstripe. We came up with Stackstripe as of last 3 months, I guess. Yeah, because we were on a space and doing our normal space vibing and onboarding new users and every other thing. You understand? So our space is quite simple. It's a place where when you come, even if you don't understand what we are trying to say and every other thing, we allow you to say it or maybe ask question the way you understand, even if you have to speak it in your own native language and every other thing. Yeah, we would then have to find somebody that actually understands your language and then translate it to us, something like that. So yeah, we were having a space that day, and somebody came on the space on the speaker role, and we were trying to like onboard the person, trying to tell the person some basic things about stacks. And it was actually a guy, and the guy was like that he doesn't really understand English that much, that he's not fluent in English, that if we can actually explain it for him in Igbo language. Now, Igbo is actually one of the languages that is mostly speaking, is one of the languages in Nigeria. Understand? We have Igbo tribes in Nigeria. So the person was like, if it's possible for us to actually explain what we just said in Igbo language. And we said, okay, since we have somebody that is good in Igbo here with us on space, and that the person is willing to explain, it's okay, we will allow the person to actually onboard you into stacks using Igbo language. And at first, I thought it was going to be disastrous, yeah, but it was quite successful, because after everything, the guy was very thankful and very happy because he understood some of the things that was explained to him in his own local language. So we were observing, but after the space, we decided to say, okay, since this thing is going to be working like this, why not adopt it in our own space, where when we come to space, if we have new user or new person into the ecosystem, we can actually say, okay, if you are not comfortable in being onboarded with English language, we can actually onboard you using the language that you understand. So we said, okay, that we will be trying that particular style. And then we started doing it. It was working. And one thing we noticed that most people are very comfortable. Like, it's actually, we don't actually have a rule that says you have to onboard somebody into stacks using English language. I don't think there is a particular rule that says that. So
Definitely not.
Yes, yeah. So
yeah, no, listen, and this is a huge, it's a huge opportunity to, like, especially with the LLM, the AI models that you can now use to help translate and facilitate more broad communication between people with different languages. There's a lot of opportunity here. Of course, we don't want to only make, Stacks is not supposed to be only for English speaking people. Clarity is in English, so there's a little bit of a programming language barrier potentially. But even then, there's we can create tools that make that more functional. But I think you guys are onto something. I think that there's definitely an opportunity to reach more people, help expand the ecosystem, and really kind of create opportunity for people that maybe wouldn't have had that opportunity a few years ago. I think you guys are onto something. It's definitely a noble cause for sure.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. And even if you check most of the members in the ecosystem, if you want to experiment on it, you can try it. Most of those people that are actually not comfortable speaking on spaces, most times you can try to let them actually come to mic and say what they want to say, even if it's in pidgin language. Yeah, you can just encourage somebody to come up to the space and say, okay, that thing that you want to say, how about you say it to us in pidgin language, and you are going to see the difference between when that person is speaking in English language and when that person is actually speaking in pidgin language. Because I believe English language was being taught to us. It's actually not the language we came out with, so you understand. And most times somebody tend to be comfortable with that particular language where he or she can express himself. So it's very, very understanding that you actually know the language that person is comfortable with. Yeah. then you'll be able to get the full potential of that person. So that's just the idea behind Stack Strike.
I like it, man. I like it. You're building a community and helping onboard people into the ecosystem. I think it's a great project. I'm glad that we saw you guys get some funding. GP. I haven't had a chance to introduce Gnome yet, the advisor in the house. Good morning, brother. How you doing today?
I'm doing great, guys. Gem Fiona, Gem GP, and Gem Peace, Gem everyone. Thanks for having me on the show. As I was saying before, it's been a long time since I last joined, and just cool to be here. I won't be able to stay here long because I have another meeting in Europe. They changed already the time zone. It's all the meetings that switched up by 1 hour.
Yes, I know.
It's always a tricky part. In the US,
it's a nightmare for 2 weeks.
yeah.
I know, because we're partners with Bitcoin Live, and Nick's over in the Netherlands, so it's a little bit, we were supposed to have a meeting Tuesday night, and I'm waiting for him to show up, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh yeah, you're actually going to be an hour late today, aren't you?
I don't understand why we don't align it. Why it must be we could do it at the same time, and there will be no issues between the US, for example, and Europe. And yet, in Europe, they changed the hour 1 week earlier than the US.
Last week. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they don't coordinate that. To be honest with you, it's like 2 weeks of chaos every 6 months because it's not lined up in the spring either.
No, correct. You know what's fun is that, it's just more this thing. We trust governments to do the best for us, and we're not even able to coordinate a freaking time change. But that's something for a conversation for another time.
Right. Well, you know what it is. It's probably at some point it's just a flex. It's like, no, you're going to copy us. No, well, we do it first. No, you're going to do it. So it's just, egos is the problem, probably. So really excited. Let me ask you, White. Do I call you White? White Crypto? How should I address it?
White Crypto. Good to see you on this on DeOrganized. So is this the first docs?
Yeah, this is actually the first docs.
Let's go.
Oh, let's go, bro.
Make people feel comfortable about being their true self on DeOrganized. I dig it. No, thank you, man. I really appreciate you coming on today. Let me ask you before I forget. How should people follow you? Are you looking to grow more community members? Should they follow you on X? Is there a Discord? Is there a Telegram, or is that stuff in the works?
Yeah, we started up very small, and now with the grants in place, we want to get it out there as much as we can. You understand? Because then we believe now we are being recognized by Stacks, and it actually helps boost our morale. And we feel very confident in what we are actually trying to build. So actually, for now, we don't actually have Discord or this thing for now, or Telegram. We just stick it with X for now, but since we are actually going full-time public, we will be making a preparation to have those ones in place.
Nice. And so, what are your current milestones for D grants? What are you guys trying to accomplish?
Yeah, actually, the first milestone is actually trying to onboard about 150 users.
Wow, that's aggressive, man. That's a lot. That's not a small number.
Yeah. It's actually not easy to do that, but we are pretty confident in what we can do, because I believe by the time we start putting out the words out there that you can actually bring your friend. It's not actually compulsory that he or she must be very good in the English language. I believe some people will be very confident to actually try what we are doing here and start.
Awesome, man. I think you guys will be successful no matter what. It's a nice team. All of the guys in that project, by the way, are constantly dropping into our spaces, supporting us on the live stream, Target showing up all the time, and all you guys. You know, I see you in there, man. I've seen you coming in, saying hi in the live chat, commenting, and all that stuff, and I really appreciate. You know, that helps us tremendously. So, you know, whatever we can do to return the favor, do not hesitate to ask. We're happy to work with you guys to help you reach your goals however we can. You know, if you need us to shout out, you have space going on and you need us to repost it, or you got something else going on, don't hesitate, man. We're happy to, or you got something you want to come back on and talk about something sometime, always welcome. You know, really appreciate you. You guys are always cranking in the ecosystem. I know you guys do a lot of stuff with the STX AI group as well. Steve is a friend of mine, and I love that project. So, you know, we're all part of the greater Stacks family here, right? And you know, I love seeing people move forward and grow. You know, you're taking on your own project, starting to create your own community, and those things are immeasurably valuable to the growth of our ecosystem. You know, you're getting people engaged, you're getting people onboarded, you teach people that are non-crypto native, which is the hardest part, how to get into crypto, you know. And so kudos, man. I really appreciate you stepping up and putting the work in. It's not an easy job, I know. But if you just, my best advice is just be consistent, keep doing it. Push it every day, even when you don't feel good. You wake up with a sinus infection, you take a little bit of Claritin, and you do the show anyway, because that's how we do. You know what I mean? So,
Speaking from experience.
Speaking from right now.
Thank you very much for that. You know, it's actually interesting because now we have been some actual requests for if we will be adding some other extra languages to our spaces when we try to onboard people, because some people are kind of requesting maybe we can actually go extra mile in trying to adopt other languages. Yeah, we've got some requests about adopting the Kenyan language, the language that is speaking in Kenya, but it's going to be a tough one, but I believe we are going to get there. Yeah.
That's coming from Freddie? Is that coming from
Freddie? No, it's actually not coming from Freddie, but I believe Freddie would so much love us to have that particular language adopted into our editing schedule. Yeah.
Yeah, he's an absolute Chad, man. I love Freddie. He's a good dude, and he will steer you the right way. So you guys are obviously part of the Stacks Africa team and all of that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly, I really love what's coming out of there. I'm a huge fan of Sam and the Let Africa Build Lab project. I think that there's a huge, and it's not just Africa, really. There's all places all over the world where this crypto is creating an opportunity for people to develop skills and engage in a broader global economy in a much more holistic way than has ever been possible before. So I think that it's really, I love seeing this, the growth of opportunity for people all over the world. And you're helping facilitate that, brother. So don't sell your project short. If this is important work you're doing, you know, keep pushing forward.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm actually feeling pretty confident in myself because now we have Let Africa Build solidly behind our backs. Once I feel there's a place I'm actually having issues, or maybe I feel I'm actually confused in this particular place. I have Sam to actually reach out to, because I believe he's one of my mentor. He's actually very available anytime you try to reach out to him. So I'm very confident in myself now.
Yeah, Sam is a great leader in the ecosystem. He's always been reaching out and help. You know, I first met Sam through GP. GP was creating his collection, and Sam was just helping mentor him on how to create NFT how to work with the contracts in a little bit. Just helping, because he knew GP was there and needed some help. And that's just how he is. You know, back in cohort 2, he did it was actually called Stacks Labs. They took the Stacks Labs account over from him for now the newly minted Stacks Lab entity. So, I mean, Sam's a trailblazer big time, and absolutely a good ally for what you guys are doing. I'm sure he's happy to help out. But man, I'm really I'm proud. of what you guys are achieving. I think it's good work, and I cannot wait to see. I can't wait to see you hit your first milestones.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. We can't actually wait for that. It's actually going to be an exciting and also a tough one for us. But I believe we are not going to get better if we don't actually try. So obviously, we are going to be putting ourselves to the challenge. Yeah.
I dig it, man. I dig it. Guys, here's the thing. I don't know. We have about 15 minutes until our regular find to earn time. Noam had to drop off. It's too bad. I wanted to ask his opinion about dual stacking before we dropped him off. Dual stacking goes live at 10 a.m. like in just 45 minutes from now.
Crazy.
44 minutes. So we got 15 minutes to figure out what we're going to fill in find to earn with today. I wanted to do cook to earn, and Hero had suggested that we show people how to make the songs that we're doing. Do we want to make a what do we want to make a song for?
Make a Suno banger? I don't know. I mean, I think we should do maybe something for Stacks Tribe.
Yeah, do we want to make a Stacks Tribe song? Maybe we'll do that.
Dual stacking song.
Dual
Stacks Tribe song. I would so much love that. Oh my
Yeah, let's do it. I was gonna suggest. I already have a pretty fly dual stacking song anyway. Yeah, so let's do Stacks Tribe song. We'll figure it out. Hero needs a song for Stacks Pot. You know what we can do? Well, we'll show everybody. This is what we'll do. This is how we'll do it. Okay, we'll demonstrate how to make the songs. We'll do a song for Stacks Tribe, and we'll show everybody how to use Suno. It'll only take about 10 minutes, and then we'll drop the link for the Suno the free credit sign up, so everyone can try it out, and they can make songs for whatever they want. Drop the link to the song they created in the live chat, and we'll look at it throughout the day, and we'll pick the three of us. We'll pick the best song, and I'll send somebody 10 STX for whoever creates the best ecosystem song. Right? So we'll use Stacks Tribe as the example, so we can show everybody how to do it. And then so we're gonna do 10 STX and a Stacks Invader. How about that? We'll do the top song gets 10 STX and a Stacks Invader NFT.
Let's go.
That sounds like fun.
Well, Hero, we can do that. Well, I'm going to show everybody and let them all compete. I'm just trying to give the find to earn guys something to do today during the segment too. So why don't we do this? I'm going to go. So this is what I'm going to do. I got the Stacks Tribe handle. Do you guys have a website, or is it just the X account right now?
Just the X account. We don't have. You know how much it takes to actually own the website.
Yeah, it's not. No, I understand. I really do understand. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do.
You can talk to the Stacks AI Guild guys. They can vibe code a website for you. So yeah, you know where to reach out to. So yeah, it's easy also to make your own website. All you can do it.
I'm going to show you guys
real quick.
What's that?
So Balu, big shout out to the Stacks AI Guild, man. Balu permissionlessly built an app for the weekly Pokemon tournament that we have in the Stacking It Out Discord. Crazy work, and it's much more streamlined and efficient now, lining everybody up for these battles in the Stacking It Out Discord. So, I definitely second that. The Stacks AI Guild guys can definitely help you vibe code a website if you need one.
Absolutely, and that could actually be an episode that we could do that on stream too at some point.
I think so.
Hero, if you want to join us, you have the link. Come on in and chat.
Come kick it. He's like, why does GP look like a gamer today?
Bad game.
Because I got game.
Yeah, bro. I made something for you, GB. I think you saw it on the timeline. Yeah, I like the vibe that you have right now, bro.
Let's go.
Hyundai.
Also, Hyundai. Hajime.
Can you guys see
Did you guys see that video I made for the Gigaverse AR for Cryptonauts?
Oh yeah.
Maybe we could play that too. I wanna play that and show that off.
now?
I've been using Google AI
Watch
Studio, like just doing some storyboarding and then running it through a Google AI Studio and then kind of splicing the clips together with Clipchamp. And seems to be a pretty feasible method for making some marketing material.
Oh
Maybe
yeah, that is
episode showing off that too.
All right, we have Hero in the house. He's going to help us. He's going to learn with us too.
You are now
Oh,
watching
keyboard,
a master.
keyboard, come join us, man. You're always welcome, man. Always welcome. All right, so this is what we're going to do. I'm going to show you guys how I get the AI to help me make songs for projects in the ecosystem. So this is my Chat GPT. I'm just training it right now on Stacks Tribe. Stacks Tribe is a project that came out of DeOrganized Cohort 3. They are onboarding users to Stacks and Bitcoin via engaging in local native language among new users in Africa, focusing. I don't need to focus on anything. I want to write a song for their project using Suno.
You are now watching a master.
Can you help me?
Did you hear your tagline piece?
What?
You are now watching a master at work.
I like it. I like it. That should be your tagline, though, man. All right. Let's anchor the song around Stacks Tribe's mission, onboarding African builders and creators into Bitcoin via Stacks in their own languages. Wait, is that all pretty much accurate right now?
Yeah, I can hear you very much. You say what?
Why don't we, how about feed the information from the application? Would that help? Or is that too much?
I can probably actually, let me.
Yeah, you can do it, and then you can just simplify it.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, we can actually do that. Hold on, let me.
We can go through and get the information from all the applicants and do stuff like this.
We can.
That's a smart idea here. That's a good suggestion, bro.
Yeah.
Because we've been doing that with ground evaluation bot that Blockface is doing, and it's taking data from social, it's taking data from the spreadsheet, taking data from spaces.
You guys have access to the spreadsheet?
I don't remember where it is, but we used to, right? I think.
We used to, but it's not public right now. So.
Oh, is it?
It's not this. Oh, maybe there is a. I don't remember anymore, to be honest. But I have access to the regular spreadsheet, so I won't share it on the screen, so it's not.
It should be public information, though. DeOrganized Cohort 2 it was. I thought
Yeah,
it was
it should be public, really, like, because entering is public. There's no reason why this couldn't be public.
Yeah, it just it's got contact information on there, the one I have access to. So I just won't share it on screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't want to dox anybody's information on accident.
Yeah. I'm looking for. Where are we? Stacks Tribe on here.
DEX tribe. Ooh, I found it.
There it is. All right.
A community that onboard new user using basics stuff.
Yeah, I got that on the website. That should do.
Okay.
Actually, we don't need all that other stuff anyway. So I got here. Song title. One voice, one chain. Here's the lyrics. Hook.
What? Using ChatGPT.
Yep. How do we want?
That's where everything happens.
Oh, they even give me a. They want to put it in E minor. All right. You know what? Optional rollout tagline. We don't need to worry about.
So what was the? What did you ask? You fed in the context, I believe.
So first I just I put the X account hand link.
Okay.
And just wrote some basic information about it. Then I copied and pasted the same that you saw on the website. So this is public facing.
Yeah.
So this is where I just copied from the D grants recipients page.
Yeah.
And I put that in there, and it gave me this.
Okay.
So then I'm going to go to Suno. Suno.com.
Great.
I'm going to the create page, the create link. And so here I have two fields. I got lyrics and styles. So I'm going to copy these lyrics exactly like they wrote them. With the where it says hook and bridge and all of that, keep that in there because that'll help it structure the song properly for you.
Keep what in there?
Like where it says, like on here where it says intro, hook, verse 1, hook, bridge, final hook. You know, leave all that in there because it'll help structure the song. And so I just I pasted all of that in the lyrics section. And in styles, I never just use what they say for style. I'm going to change some stuff here.
Okay.
But I copy and paste it in there.
What if somebody like me who doesn't know so many different music styles?
But you can use what ChatGPT suggests if you want. It was saying Afrobeat fusion with funk and modern trap elements. That's already not bad. Let me. What's your White? What's your favorite kind of music?
Hip hop.
Add a strong hip hop influence, deep bass.
White, what do you think of Afro pop? Since in Africa, Afro pop and Amapiano is the biggest genre right now.
Yeah.
Like this one.
That combo is actually quite nice.
Yeah.
What would the customers wanna hear? That's what I'm interested.
Yeah.
The people that you want to onboard, what would most of like the list?
Yeah, if it comes down to the customers, I believe Trihona is actually right with the Afro pop because right now in Africa it's more like the Amapiano.
Afro pop.
Yeah.
The now the
like
biggest genre
Taylor Swift of Africa.
Sorry.
Like the Taylor Swift of Africa.
It's more like the house like who's the guy who was doing house the one with the beat. GB, do you know the guy?
No, I don't. But
you know the vibe. Oh, there you go.
voice, one chain. From Lagos to Cape Town, we build again. Teach a block in our native tongue. Knowledge for the people, the future be going, yeah. We move with purpose, code in our soul. Stacking dreams through the vision zone. Bitcoin roots, stack sky high. Decentralized truth, no need to lie. We the stacks, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Nairobi, we build again. Teach the block in our native tongue. Local hard, global
It produces really quickly. Like you don't have to wait for like 10 minutes.
rhythm, innovate, confidence born from every line. Africa rising is our time.
Oh.
Fire. Too easy. It's too easy. Wow. We don't need music producers anymore.
We the stacks, one voice, one chain.
I'm loving the smile on White Crypto's face right now.
That's all that matters.
Does it say Bitcoin? I know. I wish it's mentioned Bitcoin. Nice. Really good music.
It does say Bitcoin.
Inspired, dude. This is good.
Nice, man.
That's crazy.
This is version 2.
Like, can you try the different ones in the same day? Like, it doesn't cost the credit?
It all takes credits. It all
Like,
takes.
you press on the right hand side, it takes credit.
What's the sub like?
What do you mean, like a remix edit?
Can you remix to Amapiano?
Omo.
You
What
want
I
me
meant is like, what is a credit? Like, what's the limitation for me? So I just, when I play around with it, I can be careful.
do you have a? Did you use the? Hold on, honey. You want to use your invite link?
Oh yeah, let me send it over.
Send your invite link to the guys. Drop it in the private chat, and then also drop it underneath the live stream so that people watching that want to participate can do that, can use that and get some free credits.
Yeah, let me do that right now. And you can change the vibe, right? Do the version that I sent in the private chat.
Yeah. So what I would do, I have obviously like more credits than I'll be able to use in a month, even making tons of songs, because I just paid for the year and I get monthly credits. So let's make it Amapiano style. And let's go G minor, G sharp minor. It automatically makes 2 for you when you do it. I don't know if there's a way to set that. I might be able to actually change the settings on that, but it takes 10 credits each, I think.
So what's the third and fourth and fifth? Oh, those are the.
This is everything I've made so far.
Okay.
These are all the songs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Dude, Master Chef in the kitchen. Let's go.
Yeah. How many did you make?
This the job we
It's like how many kids I have. I'm not sure.
There you go. This is the biggest gem in Africa right now.
This the job we ride. Stacks on the beat, Africa in the vibe. We just stack scribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Cape Town, me to the game. Teach the block and I need it done. Knowledge for the people, the future be done. We just stack scribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Nairobi, we build again. Teach the block and I need it done. Local heart, global drum. Yeah. Step by step, we educate. Culture, rhythm, innovate. Confidence,
This one.
Africa rising, it's our time. We just subscribe, one voice. Breaking limits, breaking the frame. From village stores to global fame. Bitcoin power, remember the names
Uno.com,
that's
Keyboard.
right.
Well, Hunter, did you drop that in the comments of the live?
I dropped it in the chat. Let me check it on the
I'll do it.
Compliments to the chef.
Insane how fast I think
Guys, there's a zero authority bounty right now. Hero, drop that link in the comments below the live stream so we can share it out later.
There's a bounty?
Yes, there's a bounty on zero authority. There's a new bounty on zero authority. Zero's
what?
I haven't seen it yet. I don't have the link's not
Oh, that's
I sent it in the chat.
I'll do it quite quickly. I'll bring it up in a minute.
Stacks on the beat, Africa in the vibe. We just subscribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Cape Town, need to the game. Teach the block in a native tongue. Knowledge for the people, the future begun. We just subscribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Nairobi, we build again. Teach the block in a native tongue. Local heart, global drum. Yeah. Step by step, we educate. Culture, rhythm, innovate. Confidence,
the music down a little bit.
Africa rising, it's our time. We just subscribe, one voice. Breaking limits, breaking the frame. From
Yeah, maybe we can do a for Dogecoin. What do you think?
I think
that's a good way.
so we can do it. I think doing it for Skullcoin makes a lot of sense. Make a song for Skullcoin.
No, Dogecoin. The one that
Jamie's Dogcoin?
Yeah. I don't know if you have
No.
one yet.
Can I get a
have
copy,
not
please?
Yeah.
But what I would love, guys, is if somebody else does the next song. So me or maybe what's White Crypto? If White Crypto or me can do the next song, so that we get to learn, and we pick a subject like Dogecoin or.
All right, so I dropped.
Please, can I get? Do I get a copy of this song?
Yeah,
or-
man. I'll send all of them to you. I'll send you all of them. You can play with whatever ones you want, man.
What you did on this? What you did on this song? You've combined Nigeria, South African music all together in one genre, which is Amapiano. It is a fusion of hip hop, dancehall, a little bit of hip hop. So it's a mixture of all those genres.
So White might have some trouble sharing his screen. Hero, maybe you want to screen share and show us how to do it based on what we showed you.
I don't think I can share my screen right now because my phone won't be able to take up that particular image.
Yeah, no, I understand the complexity there. Let me. I love this song. It actually, I could let it play all day, but it's honestly, guys, it's like I made one for BoostX the other day that was just like phenomenal. Similar kind of. I started with an Afrobeat idea, and I just evolved it a little bit. It's fire. Like you can really do some amazing stuff. But Hero,
Yes.
I want you to take that link, get your free Suno credit.
Give me an assignment, boss.
Share your screen with us. You're going to
Okay.
share your screen. You're going to create a song for. You can pick whatever project you want to make one for. Because I can make songs for all of the projects. So whoever you pick.
Can I pick it for him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Stacks AI Guild.
All right. All right. Well, Hero, is that comfortable?
Yeah. Just give me a sec. I'm just trying to share my screen.
Let's go. So now you're watching we are turning a vibe coder to a musician live on DeOrganized. We are turning Eurogamer to a musician, to a producer right now. Let's
I'm
go.
definitely not very like music, like not a master music. I just listen.
You know what
That's
you're
all.
doing right now is what you did to me to vibe code. So
Yes.
no excuses.
Okay,
I got you.
So I need to feed some information in about Stacks Agile, right?
That's what I do. Yeah, I go to
yeah.
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
I mean, sometimes I'll actually just write the lyrics myself. I don't always go to ChatGPT for them, or I'll have a lyric starter and then I'll go into ChatGPT. But for these purposes, and you can absolutely just go into ChatGPT, share links about the project. Sometimes I'll start with, what do you know about the Stacks AI Guild, or what do you know about BoostX, or what do you know about Zero Authority, or all of that. By the way, I will share, guys. Let me share. I'll put yours back in a second, Hero. I'm just gonna share real quick.
Okay.
There is a bounty live on Zero Authority now for Dog Coin, Bounty Hub. 90,000 Peggy up for grabs. I believe it's for 3 winners. Navigate a new blockchain is not easy. This bounty invites you to open the door for Stacks newcomers and give them the confidence to jump on board. Create a post that shows how to use X First Wallet and to visit Velar, Bitflow, or Fact Fund and carry out a swap of STX for a token of your choice. Share on X, tag your chosen project from the token swap, tag Dogcoin STX and Zero Authority DAO. Use hashtag all aboard Stacks. 3 winners, 30K Peggy each. And that's over at zeroauthoritydao.com/bounty. So, and I'm going to drop the link for that in the comments below the live stream so you guys can easily find it as well. And without further ado, we're getting to Mixmaster Hero Gamer live.
The legend live. You are now watching a master at work.
So we actually have a website that Blockface use something called Framer to create, and it has like a portfolios, which is pretty nice looking on. But it has a lot of like additional information that I might not need. So I'm just gonna go to. Oh, here's a team of Stacks Air Guild. Looking good.
It's still showing Peggy on the screen.
Oh, really? Oh. Is my screen or whose screen is this?
Your screen
I
should
think it's
Zero Authority right now. Oh, hold on a minute.
Oh, it's on Zero Authority.
Sorry, I thought I switched it off. I must have. What happened? Why does that keep dropping out? All right, your screen is up now, Hero.
Oh, so I'm just trying to search for AI Guild information, and there was a website created with like portfolios and stuff, UDC, the stuff that we've done. It's actually got the team, but I think it's almost got too much information on this website. So I'm just gonna go somewhere else to fetch information. And I don't know if you know this app, guys, Team Lurky.
I only heard you guys talking about it briefly yesterday.
It's so good, man. Like if you have a space, what you need to do is like say lurk this space, like basically like listen to this space, and after you'll give you a summary. But what happens is I'll show you the site quickly. You can go and search for coins like Stacks, and it will tell you who are talking about Stacks on Twitter Spaces. That's really cool. It's got the KOLs because Luna, Crush, and Cookie.fun, they have the KOL for written content. But this one has everything about spaces. So, for example, this guy was talking about Stacks on Spaces. Ting Lurky account had a space, and we mentioned Stacks there.
Is this only if you actually tag Lurky in the space, or are they actually tracking all of the spaces?
Only if you tag. So there's about 3 tags per day. which is kind of enough. And you I tag Stack Town Hall, so you listen to Stack Town Hall, and it has all the information about that space. It knows exactly who attended as well. It's super smart, like whatever they created. So yeah, shout out to them. Why did I come here? Oh, because I wanted to show you. I work with the founder to put our shows on there as well. So it actually has an AI guild space. And I wrote like a bit of information about it. Actually, there's more. So I'm just gonna go to my DM and fetch that because I thought it was pretty good. Here you go.
You can make a song about lurking.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'll send them for free.
Shout out to Didi. He put me on to Lurky a minute ago. He's pretty ahead of the curve.
Oh yeah, it's just such a useful platform. Like they're just having the TGE right like now, but even without the token, it's just so useful. So this is the information about Stacks AI Guild. So what do I say? I want to make a song. Make a song on Suno about Stacks AI Guild. Here is the information about Stacks AI Guild. Is that enough?
Yeah, I think so.
And the handle is this.
I don't think there's a need for a handle.
Okay, cool. Enter. Perfect.
So now it gives you all the type of genres: lo-fi, upbeat, electronic, pop, rock, rap, cinematic. So you can tell it which type of vibe that you feel.
I want a vibe that caters to all. I think I just want a popular one. Now let's do a Web3 one. I want to pop it to AI enthusiasts. Enthusiasts. How do you spell enthusiasts? Okay. Okay, it's done it now. Sudo prompt. So I take this to Suno, right?
Yep. You take that to Suno, and you're gonna copy the lyrics. You should have. There you go.
Oh, custom. Oh, okay. There's simple and there's custom.
Right. You can actually just drop all of that into the simple. I like using custom.
Okay, lyrics. Oh no, that's not lyrics. This is this style?
Yep.
Yeah, the style.
Where is the prompt? Ah, here. Okay. Prompt box.
And then you go take the lyrics.
I didn't even read the prompt, to be honest. So I'm
You
just gonna
you don't
you
have
copy
to.
you copy the title.
copy the title. Yeah.
Remove the title. You start from the verse.
Verse 1. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it matters, to be honest, but you don't want
to. When I did that last time, it read the title and say title. No. It started singing. No.
It doesn't say about Bitcoin. I think. Let me just double check.
Or you can just tell it to add a little bit about Bitcoin also in the verse or chorus, and then it changes the lyrics.
Bit about Bitcoin. Does it say about crypto? Web3. That's okay. And crypto. Right, here's the updated version. Okay, copy. Lyrics, first one. Okay, it has Bitcoin now. That's good. Bitcoin.
Bitcoin's good. Okay.
Okay, right. Okay. What do I do next? Should I add anything else? Advanced options, whatever that is.
I haven't actually played with those very much.
Yeah.
The weirdness
Even
one
me.
is interesting to me, but usually because I'm making things about ecosystem projects and I want it to be more serious.
I want a female, I think. Let's see. Okay. I can choose male and female.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay. That's it? Create?
Yeah. Yeah. Congratulations, you're now a producer.
Producer, rapper, all that.
Yeah.
All in one.
A burger flipper.
Oh, all packed in one.
Back to McDonald's.
Oh, so you made 4.
That's right. The first, when you're using the, it does. I forget exactly how
The
that
freemium.
was.
Upgrade
Yeah.
for a full song.
Oh, you're not able to get
Oh, that's right.
the high quality ones.
The high quality ones are only for if you pay.
Yeah.
Well, high quality as in what?
They tend to be a little bit better songs, but so the two on the bottom will still be awesome.
Okay.
Just yeah, you can
As in like audio quality better, higher quality, or is it like the lyric?
they tend to just be better songs. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know why it would. Yeah,
It'll be.
Yeah.
You won't hear that it's AI when they're the top 2s, but the last ones they just give you a decent one. But those top 2s, you play, if you can play the top one, it is finished. You can hear if you go down. We can start off with the one that
Oh, you can
finished.
play it. I can play already?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can play it whilst it's still rendering.
Very poppy. That's a very movie.
We cannot hear the side.
You can't hear it. You might have when you share the tab. Are you sharing your
Can you
screen
see
or
me?
the tab?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't hear the music.
How do I
Yeah.
share the music then?
When you share, your
When you click
screen,
the
are you
share button.
are you sharing your tab or are you sharing the whole screen? I think you're
I'm
sharing.
sharing the whole Windows.
There might be an option to turn music on. So when you click your screen share button,
Okay.
you should have an option.
Audio output.
No,
Yes.
that's not it. That's not it.
It's
I
like a
don't-
little ticker in the bottom right corner.
No, yeah. When you click share your screen, the option to share your screen, like you can share the tab instead of.
Also share tab audio. Should I turn that on?
Yes.
Okay, I did.
And now you just got to reshare the tab.
Music?
Negative.
No.
You hear music?
No,
You
because
can
you're not
se-
sharing the tab. You're sharing the whole screen. So you got to just share the tab. So pick the
gotcha.
share tab option.
Yeah. Let me close a few windows. Okay. 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 Well,
Still nothing.
I
hold
think
on.
you can
Hold
share
on.
the links.
There it is.
Oh,
There it is.
yeah, we got it. We got it. We got it.
a very like in the cinema, like a TikTok cinema kind of thing.
The bottom right hand corner is a volume Is that super? I don't know if it's like at the bottom right hand corner on the page. There should be like a little volume slider.
I don't see it.
Way
here.
over. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's all the way.
Yeah, bring
Okay,
it down. Bring it to halfway because it's super loud. I couldn't hear you talking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, here.
Yeah, that should be good.
Okay. Oh.
Plug in the dream, we're online tonight. Builders and thinkers, chasing the light. AI sparks.
It's a very pop song.
Very pop song.
Which I don't mind because I don't know.
It doesn't matter. Like really, like it's not all about what we like. Like you had asked earlier, it's what the audience is going to appreciate and listen to. So.
It's a very in a cinema kind of like, you know, what's the movie Dragons?
Yeah, a little bit.
You on board?
Let's try the next one.
Congratulations, Hero. You're now a music producer.
Insane.
Thanks.
You have graduated. This is
3
nice.
minutes. Wow. How about this one? I like this.
I actually think I like this one best so far.
Yeah. AI. I like this. I like this one.
And I think if you click the 3 dots next to the song, like to the right of the song,
yeah,
that gives you down. You can download the MP3.
This one's good. Lyrics. Clear with the lyrics. Okay, so basically now I just need to put it into like a CapCut, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can download the MP3.
Visuals together.
This one is a wave.
Of commercial use. Oh, you really? I didn't know you had to. Oh, you can't use it. You can't use it unless you can.
Oh,
like if you could download anyway, you can still download it, but you're not technically you don't have the commercial rights to the song with your.
That's okay. I'm not selling any product,
No.
so I think I'm actually pretty in my previous jobs. I know about all this kind of rights and stuff, so I know what to do, what not to do.
I mean,
really, you do whatever you want, and if it ends up being a huge hit, you just won't get the money for it. They'll keep it.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. Now in the AI Guild, what I try to encourage is I will now go and teach somebody else how to do it, so that we pass on that knowledge. So you are my, let's say, the AI music producer teacher, and I will go and teach somebody else.
Awesome. And honestly, what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to go into the Skullcoin Sigma chat, let all the regulars know that we have a contest that they can. I'll give them. I'll link to the post with Hana's referral link, so they can all get free credits, and I'll have them make a song about Skullcoin as a contest, and then we can. We'll give them 10 STX and a Stacked Invader to whoever wins. We'll give them till the end of the live stream to submit, and we'll announce the winner tomorrow morning. And White, DM me your email address. I think I have it somewhere anyway, but DM me your email address, and I'll send you all of the ones I made for the Stacks Tribe this morning.
All right, thank you very much. Allow me to take permission. I believe I will be going off now because my phone can actually handle. I'm getting what's it called, temperature overheating here. So thank you guys for having me here. It's actually been an honor being here, and I'm looking forward to always coming back again to share with the Stacks community what we have actually accomplished and what we have next for them. So thank you.
Right on, man. You're welcome anytime. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you. And looking forward to seeing you guys grow with the Strax Tribe. Psyched about the project, man. Thank you for joining us today. And speaking of interesting concepts, you're expanding STX tools and covering a broader swath of the Bitcoin ecosystem with Tenero. And it caught me by surprise. I knew you were working on something, but I didn't quite know what. So congratulations on your launch. Congratulations on winning a Stackies Award. And, welcome back to DeOrganized. Happy to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It's been a whole year, basically. We kind of were teasing it earlier this year. Didn't quite realize some of the legals and logistics of kind of setting up company-wise. So we're now set up as a company in the US. I'm not from the US, neither is my business partner Milano, so there was like some complications there. Some of the logistics of actually keeping it under wraps were interesting because I wanted to launch it as like a stealth launch. So obviously trying to build hype at the correct time and make sure that it doesn't get like released ahead of time and so on. So working with all our various, very incredible partners. We've got initial launch partners. We have Stacking DAO. Obviously they were with Stacks Tools as well, but they carried on over to Tenero. We have Beansy, we have XFirst, we have SimpleSwap, we have Caesar, we have Football.fun. Of course, we have Stacks and Spark as well. So we're working with some really, really impressive people in the space. And yeah, Stacks Tools is now Tenero. I can walk you through the site. I can see you've got it up anyway. Nice.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I can kind of talk you through the site if you like. I can share my screen and kind of go over a few things. A lot of it will be familiar.
It'd probably be better for you to share your screen. Yeah. So I'm not trying to guess what you're trying to show. I just like to show off the branding when it pops into my head to do so. But I'm super excited about this, man. We use STX tools daily on the live stream. Like I use it as a prop to show price and stuff. So I'm excited to have more opportunities and more tools at my disposal for that use case too. So awesome stuff, man. Take it away.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you.
Amazing. So before you take it away, I've got a question.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, go.
So we know STX the cat. So what inspired the dinosaur from a cat to a dinosaur? So yeah, I'm kind of
Good question. So the dinosaur, I've kind of affectionately called him T-Fi. So like instead of like T-Rex and BTC-Fi, he's now T-Fi. So he's kind of like the mascot. He's the character. He was created. I kind of like the design, like kind of Pokemon-y. But he was created by Weasley, who is the artist of Megapunk. You can kind of see the pixel style there. I've had a lot of people asking if it's going to be an NFT or a token. It's not going to be an NFT or a token. It's just he's just a mascot. He's just a cool character to make content around. But I have had a few people asking if it is going to be some kind of like thing they can trade. No, it can't be. It's just a cool dino mascot for the platform. So yeah, that's the kind of behind there. Thought it looked cool. But it's been amazing to see the reception from everyone. So we have the main page. This is the home page, and this is the multi-chain page. So you can see at the moment we have Sport Fun, Stacks, and Spark. The ones that are coming up next will be Runes. We have OpNet, which is testnet at the moment, but that will be coming on mainnet when they go live, and also Citria as well. So we're working on their private mainnet at the moment, but again, once their mainnet goes live, we'll feature them for day one. So this will only get better now as we have more chains. This first landing page will become a lot more interesting as well. You can see market share, you can see volume, traders, how much percentage is dominated by each one. So Stacks is currently 31% of the market. You can also see the platforms, so that's the DEXs within that. So you've got Bitflow, some of the sport fund ones. Flashnet is from SparkNet. I've just clicked off that. Let me go back on. We have Alex, Velar, the usuals there. Obviously plugging Leo with the updated socials. One of our partners is Caesar, which is the AI. So we have all of the various Caesar articles there. We have Xverse, who is our API partner, and also we're going to end up having in-app swaps as well, which is very exciting.
Ooh, cool.
Which you won't have to leave Tonaro. You'll be able to swap within that, and that will kick off with we're kicking off with Runes and Spark, because that's what they have the API for at the moment. But they're also working on Stacks as well, so that we'll be able to swap Stacks tokens within there as well. You can see the chain overview, how much inflow is coming in. So currently slight outflow on Stacks, but really being a big chain that's not really that much. Quite a big inflow to sports fund. And then this below here is all of the tokens that are currently tradable. And this is trending on an hourly basis at the moment with the most volume. Sorry, the 1 day actually, not 1 hour, 1 day. So the most volume is Stacks, the actual Stacks token. Then when we head into, let's go into Stacks, we can now see what you're probably more familiar with and looks a little bit more like Stacks Tools was. So this is the same for other chains like Spark. You can kind of see the tree map and the trades. It's also the same for Sports Fun. Slightly different because they have more tokens and NFL and football, but we'll go to Stacks as we're a bit more familiar with what's going on here. You can see the net flow, the tree map. So you can see 30-day, 7-day, 1 day, see what's going on pretty instantly, whether it's red or green. The recent trades, now this is live, you don't need to refresh this like you would have done with Stacks tools. So if we happen to see a trade come in, in the next 10 seconds or whatever, it will show here. So you don't need to refresh that. You can also see the market flow, Stacks chart. Again, we're going to cover a weekly ecosystem report with Caesar there, which will be all the goings on of Stacks at the moment. Again, the platforms. I've logged in with my wallet here, I think. Hopefully it shows. And if not, it means that I don't think it will share because of the screen share, but I have to go on a different page for that one.
Yeah, it won't show it usually won't show the pop-up, which is best.
Yes, yeah, true. We have the tokens, as you're more familiar with. We have the different modes, whichever one kind of colors and preferences you like there. Now we have the pool, so this is obviously if you've got, say, let's go on to, let's pick, we'll go with Leo, just as, we're more familiar. This is Leo combined across all of the pools that it trades on. You can see one of our partners, Simple Swap, there. Pools, now Leo obviously has multiple pools. We have Velar, Alex, Bitflow. So if we head into, say, the Bitflow pool and click onto the specific pair, it will bring up the Leo pool for just Bitflow, as well as the combined view. We have the tracker, which this is a customizable thing. I haven't currently set mine up, but I could actually rename, say, for example, I wanted to track Peace Love Music's wallet, maybe, or maybe I wanted to keep, an eye on a certain whale. Maybe they're unnamed. Maybe I don't know who they are. But I find their movings quite interesting. I can actually rename their wallet, like say Whale 1, and then on personalized to me on my platform, not everyone else's, but if I then see that wallet move, it would show as how it would say a .btc name. It would actually just say Whale 1, so you can kind of start to track things that you think
that is not a feature on STX tools right now, correct? No. I didn't miss that. Okay.
Yes, this custom is quite cool.
Yeah, I can see that. I love using STX tools and the data and everything, but that is going to be a time waster for me. Not a time waster, but I'm going to have to carve out some time.
It's fun as well because, there's been so many times I can count, and I'm sure other people as well, but where you think oh, that's an interesting wallet. I'm not quite sure what their motive is perhaps, or, they've been buying a lot or selling a lot, and you kind of want to just track it. And, you're not going to remember the whole SP, the full wallet, but you can just kind of think oh, okay, that's interesting. I can kind of rename that. You can do it for friends, other reasons as well. We can see the market thing, but this is kind of like how the whale watcher was, except it's expanded on now. So we have the inflows and outflows per wallet across different time frames, not just 1 day. We also have the market flow, and then individual whale trades, which you can customize again. And also on the token page, we can now customize this as well to however we like, and this will stick with like your cookies essentially. So you can kind of click on which ones you want to see all on these. So you might decide that you only want to see certain tokens with liquidity, or a certain type of transaction, or a certain type of volume, and this is all customizable again for the user, and this will stick with it as you go. And that's kind of the profile. We built it with mind of what is actually useful. Obviously, I've been in the space for like 5 years now, full time. What would I like to see? What would what I think other people would like to see, what I find useful. And now we've had the year to build it out. V2 will be shipped very quickly. It will be weeks, not months. We already have a whole list of new features to add, including runes and in-app swaps. And then, V3 following that will be also very quickly after. We're going to add more chains very, very quickly now.
Wait, you have V2 ready almost, and you're already working on a V3.
Yeah, so we've obviously, if you remember back to when we initially launched Stacks Tools, we shipped very quickly. This year has been a lot slower just because we've been kind of keeping it under wraps, and we wanted to get all the various partners underway. But once the screen has now been lifted, the curtain's been lifted, here it is, and now you'll see us start to move very, very quickly across multiple ecosystems. Lots more features. This is just the V1, and like I say, V2 will be weeks, not months. I'm very excited to get it going. I think the positive reaction by everyone has been amazing. I have a lot of support from obviously you guys. 300 has been making loads of content. All the usual Stacks, crew have been supporting, which is amazing. And I think it opens also from a Stacks point. It opens Stacks up to a whole new group of users that perhaps wouldn't see it. I mean, someone like Beezy is a completely different user base. Doing a lot with those guys. Sports Fun. They've just raised $10 million on their ICO.
I'm largely unfamiliar with Sports Fun. Tell me a little bit about that.
So they're like a fantasy sports platform. Does it come under prediction markets? I don't really know, but it's fantasy football basically. You buy your players, you buy your shares in your players. If they perform actually in real life, actually during like the game weeks, so like NFL or just football, the higher they score, if they come in the top 5, you get points. That opens packs, which contain players, which you can sell for like dollars, basically, is the idea. But they've just finished their round. They've just raised $10 million on their ICO, even in this bad market. As you can see by the transactions and the volume that goes there, it's obviously, you can see in the top left, it's pretty substantial. I think they've done 90 million in revenue in the 3 months. And again, I remember a whole new user base to, that wouldn't see, Stacks and that kind of thing. So that's kind of how I think it's going to be this like central database. It is going to be just Bitcoin mainly, but they're the only one that won't be Bitcoin.
And I remember you introducing me to this because I was used to the usual that we know about and play. Introduced me to this, like this was more crypto based fantasy football. First days I was like, let me try it out, and then I put in like $20. I woke up the other day, it was way up. So yeah, this thing is amazing piece. Yeah, but I forgot the password.
I was in the beta phase testing it back in like January or February. So right early in the year. I invested in a like pre-seed round as well, so I know the team very well. That's the reason they're on this, and they're partnering with us on it as well. But yeah, very excited to actually just release Tenero, kind of get it out to the world. It's been under wraps for a long time, and I'm glad to see that people are liking it.
Yeah, man. You come with an exceptional reputation in the ecosystem, well earned. There's a reason why people support your projects, because the way you handle yourself, the way you deal with things, you're obviously upfront. people know, there's a trust there, which I know is not necessarily the paradigm for Bitcoin. We want to verify, but at some point there's enough verification where you do trust a person and you put out great products. This is another one. And I think we're all excited to see you just produce and ship, because everything you do is usually high end, very quality. And this definitely seems like a well done project now. And, one of the things that we're excited about, within the Stacks specific community, is that this gives Stacks some exposure to a broader base beyond the ecosystem. People on Spark or people on the Sports Fund website aren't going to be as familiar with Stacks.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I think I've always been about kind of like cross collabs and trying to break out of certain echo chambers, if you will, and trying to actually like get because a lot of people don't know. A lot of people just aren't aware of what's going on in other ecosystems. There's so much going on in Stacks that it's not even a fault, actually. It's just that people are busy, people are kind of heads down, and sometimes this kind of thing can open up to a whole new range of people, which I'm very excited about. It's interesting to learn different kind of ecosystems and what's going on. And it's much appreciated, all the support that we obviously get. It was nice for because obviously I always get things like the votes and the recognition for the building side. Now, obviously the actual design and features and stuff, that is partly me as well. But the actual tech side, Milano never gets the kind, because he's not very active on X at all. He doesn't go on X. So it was nice for him to get the Stacky Award and get it changed to Milano, which was very cool. He was very, very happy about that. He got the most technical builder, which was cool.
That's right. That's right. And, you had actually talked about him the other day. And then when he won, I was like, wait, who's this? Like, I'm following him. But he's...
I got the vote for it. And I commented under the post and said, I see why people have picked me, but this isn't me, actually. Technically, it is Milano who's the whiz behind the keyboard. But we work very well together. We're kind of like a yin and yang, different sides of the business, but both work very well together.
No, and it's good to have that dev partnership there too. And a lot of you need a technical founder, and then you need a market oriented or community based founder. And so it sounds like you guys have found a great balance.
Yeah, 100%. I think it makes a big difference, actually. I think you touched on it just before I came on, actually. I caught kind of like the last 5-10 minutes, and you were saying how a lot of tech people are kind of like building just because that's what they know how to do. But actually, a lot of the time it can just be refined and slightly put in a different way, and all of a sudden it's like a different beast.
That is something we experience a lot here, because we spotlight a lot of projects, especially early stage stuff in beta test, or stuff that are in test net or not even quite a test net yet. And we have a lot of conversation with these guys about their projects, and they're very, very talented at building, but it's hard to know. Building what's cool for the dev doesn't always translate to a usable product for the market. So you need to figure out, how do I apply this to something that the users will actually engage with? And that's not easy. So when you find that balance, it's a unicorn to some degree.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's definitely skills for both sides. I think the term building can kind of cover, both in certain respects.
For sure. And I say, people will often say, like, I actually classify dev as more the technical side of things. So when I say dev, I'm usually talking about a technical side of the equation. But you are also developing the business. You're also developing the community. So it's not all just technical developer stuff. It's important to have a well-rounded machine.
Yeah, that's true. And that's where I think yesterday it was also good to see people at the Stacks AI Guild win their award as well. Obviously, 300. obviously helping a lot of projects to kind of get, you know, that content side out and the kind of marketing on X and different social platforms. Another big win. It was a good show yesterday. I thought the Stackies was good fun, a lot of high energy stuff, and obviously some big news out of the town hall as well. Obviously some big plans for 2026.
Oh man, there's so much cool stuff happening and so much more coming too. One thing I'm not sure about that I saw, I don't remember what post it was on. Maybe you have some info on it. But something about stacking on the L1. Like,
yeah, that's going to be the huge one in my opinion. So it's going to be, they're exploring self-custodial staking through L1. So L1 Bitcoin to earn L1 Bitcoin. Now the only other one that I know of that does something similar is Babylon. Except they don't earn Bitcoin, they earn the native baby token.
Right. So I mean, that's a huge difference. That's a big differentiation. Right.
I think that's going to be the big kind of push next year. And I think with a lot of treasury companies, it's clear that they're obviously buying awful lots of Bitcoin, and that's fantastic when it's all going up and to the right, because obviously they can just continually buy and reservice and buy. But if the market stays like quite choppy and kind of, you know, not necessarily goes down, but kind of stays choppy, you know, they're going to look for places to service that debt and be able to buy, or even leverage it to buy more, that, you know, whichever kind of method they want to pursue. And I think if they don't have to go down the L2 rabbit hole and just leverage the rails of it and kind of natively deposit L1 Bitcoin to get Bitcoin, that's a very, very interesting prospect for the institutions, in my opinion. And obviously through stacks, if they then want to go down the rabbit hole a little bit deeper and buy stacks to pair it with to increase that yield and go down the dual stacking route, even better. But if you can meet them where they are, which is, you know, they're holding their Bitcoin on L1, that's kind of, you're offering that olive branch to them and saying, oh, here you go. And then, you know, the more people that take it might end up going down the rabbit hole.
Right. It's a numbers game at that point. It's just a vector to get people in. Yeah. You're giving them the reward. They're participating in the network. And then, well, if you want to earn more yield on your Bitcoin, you can do this, and you can deploy it to, you know, BTC-Fi or just T-Fi as we're calling it now, I guess.
Yeah, T-Fi. But that's the thing, though. Like, you know, if you can say, okay, thanks so much for staking on the L1 for the past, you know, 3, 6, 12 months. Here's what you could have had if you went further down and paired it with the stacks. You know, the difference might be at that point astronomical for a lot of institutions. Even that 1% extra, 2% extra on a lot of Bitcoin can be a lot of, you know, a lot of difference. So I think that's going to be an interesting kind of way they're going with. Obviously, USDC X is big news. And I think the privacy kind of shielded transactions that they were mentioning about, as well, you know, selected privacy is interesting as well. You see the rise of Zcash, Starknet do a similar kind of style thing, that privacy narrative. I don't see that going away.
I saw a post this morning that made a really good, presented it in a way that really identifies the concern there in a really like real life circumstance. And it was just somebody that had paid somebody for something in USDC. And then that person ends up following up with them and talking to them about the assets in their wallet, because they could go and follow that person's wallet. That is a problem. And somebody there's nothing wrong with wanting privacy for that specific reason. And just because you want privacy doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. It's just a way to protect yourself. And you know, we have a legal standard in the U.S. that you're innocent until proven guilty, or at least we used to. I'm not sure how much it holds right now anymore, but we really need to get back to that.
Yeah. I think that's going to be an interesting one for stacks. And I actually saw that same post. I think it was from Loki, quite a big DeFi guy, and he kind of posted.
I think that's right. Yep.
I think that there was an interesting analogy I heard a little while ago. I've only really kind of become interested in it probably the last sort of 4 to 6 months, I would guess. But it was someone saying you kind of close your curtains at night. It doesn't mean you're like murdering someone behind them. It's just that, you know, it's your choice to, you know, have privacy in the evening. It doesn't mean anything bad is going on behind it, but you just don't want people to be looking in at you in the night. You know, That doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. I think Stacks looking at that element for selected privacy is good. You know, you can show your accountant if you want. You can show the people that need to do. If there's an investigation, sure, like we can look at it. We're not doing anything illegal, but it doesn't necessarily have to be shown to the whole, broadcasted to the whole world. And I think it's almost got like a self-built-in marketing element with this at the moment, because you do see a lot of the, particularly European laws, are coming out and saying, we're now banning this or we're banning that, and you can't hide this and you can't hide that. So the narrative almost writes itself. So I think that could be something that might creep up on the rails for Stacks a little bit. That could be a good one.
Yeah, for sure. It's needed. You know, it's needed in the marketplace. And man, I can't say, like, I felt very encouraged last year at the end of D grants. There was a lot of energy coming out of D grants. And it kind of tapered off into, you know, we had just had the election. I think there was almost like too much excitement too fast around there. And right around this time last year is when things started tapering off. It was bad timing for Stacks because it was right as we were launching Fast Blocks with Nakamoto, SBTC. And I really think that that's actually the story of Stacks price. Everything else has been crushing. Stacks price is just the victim of just a number of bad timing events outside of control that have happened, and that actually leads me to believe that there's even more upside, you know, potential than where it is. But I haven't felt the energy like this in the ecosystem yet. Like, I feel like there's just, with all of everything, the shipping, all of the people that are solving real problems, all of the building that's going on across the ecosystem, the Stacks Labs entity, the endowment, the accelerator that they're talking about. This is the time. If you're looking to build on Bitcoin, Stacks is where it's at. It's undoubtable at this point. And it's like to have people like you in the ecosystem.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the fundamentals aren't matching up to the price. Obviously, NFA as always, but yeah, I would say there is a lot of builders, new builders as well, which is exciting. You know, obviously you see things like the Hacker House come out, and you know,
that was so cool.
Yeah, there's so much.
There was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's good to see a lot of different projects. I saw you had on, I was watching a clip on the DeOrganized show, I think. It wasn't live, I don't think. Are you doing it now where you like kind of play clips throughout the day?
Yeah, because we're running the stream from like 7:30 to like 5, 6 o'clock at night, East Coast US time. So I have time to replay it. And, you know, now it's forcing me to go make these clips, share them out, get them on the stream and stuff like that. So you saw...
I saw an X402 one. I think it was Tony.
Tony, yeah. From I think it was last Friday morning last week. I think, or maybe the week before. I can't remember now. It's been, but
that shows it's working though, because I thought it was live, and I tuned in and I was like, "That's interesting." Like, I would not have seen that. You know, if it wasn't running, I would not have seen that clip. Right. It was interesting. Yeah. So.
And, yeah, people drop in to see what's going on, and we have lots of content to expose. You know, lots of stuff to keep amplifying. So we're slowly but surely figuring out our model and doing more with what we have available to us. And we're doing pretty good. You know, we're getting a little bit of a slumpy Friday morning numbers right now. You know, we're not getting a ton of viewers right yet. We're only got a couple hundred this morning so far, but I mean, most days we're getting at least 1,000, a couple thousand. Some days,
yeah, that's incredible. Incredible. It could just be coming close to holidays as well. You know, people start winding down. Perhaps they're visiting family, or you know, that's kind of how this time does feel. Obviously, us launching last Monday, we were kind of rushing to get it out before the holidays. I would imagine Stacks also getting their town hall kind of out and some of the announcements. People can stew on that over the holidays and then go into 2026 with a full like boom. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited for 2026. I think it's going to be the year, personally.
Fingers crossed. We never know in this market, but yeah, I think I'm with you on that one.
You never know what the outcomes are going to be, but I know we're going to be working hard and we're going to keep pushing. And so some good stuff's going to come out of that.
can be the only way. It can be the only way.
That's it. That's all there is. Brother, I could talk to you all day. You're welcome to hang out if you have the time. Do not feel obligated, but we have the Game Master coming up from the underworld to play some Find2Earn rounds with us this morning. And he's also going to jump into the SIP call because he's proposing a SIP for his encrypted NFT standard. So we're really excited about that. I'm going to play a quick word from BitFlow. Rubes, do you need to... Can you hang out? You want to hang out and play some Find2Earn?
I'm going to hop off, but I do really appreciate you having me on, guys, and I will definitely be coming on a lot more because we will be shipping pretty quickly now. You're going to see a lot of upgrades, certainly past the holidays, probably weekly or bi-weekly. We're going to be adding, a cool feature or two. So I'll definitely be seeing more of you guys. Really appreciate you coming on, me coming on for your show, and appreciate all the love, guys.
Right on, man. Have a great rest of your day. Happy holidays if I don't chat with you again before then. And you're always welcome. Just let us know when you want to come on and we'll drop you in.
Much appreciated, guys.
All right.
Have a great holiday, Rubes.
Have a good one, guys. Have a good one, Hannah. Have a good one. Peace.
You too, man.
Awesome.
That was awesome stuff. Really dig it. And guys, stay tuned. We will be back momentarily with the Game Master and some Find2Earn rounds after this quick word from BitFlow.
The afternoon session is about to begin. We are going to go through the Hacker House demos. We are getting started in 2 minutes. Please begin to make your way to your seats. They're watching that live.
You guys may notice that lunch sign at the top.
All right.
It was a great lunch.
Time for session number 2. 2 minutes goes fast. 3 minutes goes fast. That's how much time each of the projects that you guys are about to see, that's how much time each of them gets. So really quickly, what you're about to see is coming from multiple days of these builders spending day in, day out, working on their projects at the Stacks Hacker House over the course of the last week. So this has been a very fun and enjoyable experience where several of these projects have won some sort of Stacks builder competition previously. This was a campaign that started back in late September, early October. And so every project that you're about to see has had the opportunity and earned their spots to win a hackathon and earn their way into the Stacks Hacker House. This was a 4 or 5 day long hacker house with different workshops, different times where they're just spending every minute of the hour working on their projects. And now they're going to be put into this very high pressure, stressful environment of giving their demos across in 3 minutes. So we have 11 projects that you are about to see. Yes. So in this order, I'm going to quickly go through everyone. Up first, we have Reparito. Second is Bitcoin University. 3 is Big Market. 4 is HyperInsure. 5 is Stacks Machines. Then X402 Stacks, followed by Certificores, followed by CV Chain, Rather Strategy, and then B2 Picks. We're going to get through all of those, one project, 3 minutes at a time. Let's hear it for our first presenter. Right here. Let's hear it for Reparito.
Let's go.
Hello. Thank you for being here. It's a beautiful sunny day. So I am Omar. I am the creator and founder of Reparito. Reparito is the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. So I have been doing freelancer for a long time, especially here in Latin America. That is really important for this part of the world. But there is something that is really painful. Most of the time, freelancing is lonely. It's hard to do the work. It's hard to find clients. It's hard to, do all the networking. I mean, it's really hard. You have to do everything yourself. So thousands of Web3 talents don't have the opportunity to be discovered. When I entered the industry, I realized this. So thousands of freelancers worldwide are wondering, what's next? How can I get a client? How can I get a new project? How can I be part of something new, to be part of a new project? So I think this can be different. What if there was a platform where you can find your next freelancer project by help of people you trust? Enter Referido. Referido is a decentralized talent platform for Web3, pure stacks and secured by Bitcoin. We align incentives between freelancers, talent scouts, and clients through smart contracts to ensure that everyone involved receives their fair share. So, Referido is focused on link referrals. So, the whole system allows the users to connect to each other. You can see here a little sample of this. So, this platform allows the freelancers to set their commissions, to also, with blockchain, be sure that everybody will receive the automatic commission distribution. So, and the best part is that everybody can be a talent scout for all the users. So I'm going to show you a little demo here. All right, this is how it works. So a user enters to our platform, connect their wallet. So the user set the profile and can, decide how much profit, commission fee can give to someone to find a job for him. And he can actually search for other users and connect and get a referral link. With this referral link, they can actually connect with other users. There was a transfer happening in the blockchain. So you can see the platform is working really well. We are working in do some little stuff to prove it. So yeah, this is Referido. So we are building the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. So with Referido, freelancers set their own referral commissions, talent scout, and automatically the blockchain enforce who gets paid by automatic commission distribution. So if you want to join this project, there is our link to our Telegram. You can take a picture. So with Referido, we're starting the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. Thank you. Great work, great work. All right, we're getting right into the next one. So speaker number 2, Bitcoin University, please start making your way up to the stage. Woo! Here for Bitcoin University. Buenos dias, Buenos Aires. I'm so excited to be here and share with you guys why I'm here and what I'm building. So my daughter, I'm building for my daughter. She's my biggest inspiration. I'm building Bitcoin University for her. I missed her birthday to be here. And so I just, I told her I was going to be here for a reason. And that reason is that I believe education can unlock sovereignty and opportunity for the next generation. That's why BTCU exists, to create a pathway to financial freedom and meaningful work in the Bitcoin economy. The world has changed and is still changing. People worldwide are fleeing weak fiat currency, seeking stability and control over their wealth. Bitcoin offers global, borderless, sovereign money, accessible by anybody with an internet connection. But we still have an education gap. Traditional education systems haven't evolved to teach people how to participate in this new economy. Traditional universities are failing the next generation of learners and workers. It's too expensive, the curriculum is outdated, people aren't graduating and getting jobs in the field that they're studying, and they're graduating with debt. People need skills, not diplomas, and they need income, not debt. That's where crypto comes in. It provides an opportunity. The Bitcoin and stacks economy is rapidly expanding, but there's no talent pipeline to fill these critical roles. Companies are hiring and opportunities are abundant, but beginners have no clear way in. The real problem is that wallets are confusing and seed phrases are scary. Educational resources are scattered across the ecosystem and fragmented. Career paths are unclear and people don't know which skills lead to real jobs in the crypto economy. That's where Bitcoin University comes in. A friendlier, simpler, modern way to learn Bitcoin and enter the global crypto economy. BTCU removes every barrier between curiosity and capability. We're building the front door to the Bitcoin economy, designed for absolute beginners with real opportunities. So we're designing beginner-friendly courses for anybody, regardless of technical background. We have a mobile-first UX design so that you can learn anywhere, anytime from your mobile phone. And we're using AI to personalize instruction that adapts to your personal learning style. We are going to connect you with peers in the space that you can learn with, and also mentors to help you guide you through your journey. After completing courses, you will receive on-chain credentials, and we know all of the companies in the Stacks and Bitcoin ecosystem that are building on Bitcoin, so we can connect you directly to companies that are hiring talent. So, frictionless onboarding. We partnered with Turnkey and developed a way for you to create a wallet with your biometrics, so Face ID or fingerprint. And so there's no passwords, no complexity. You get an instant wallet and you can jump straight into your first lesson in under 30 seconds. So by limiting friction at the entry point, we ensure that nobody is left behind. So as you can see, it's very simple. You log in, you sign up with passkey, your seed phrases are stored on your device, and you can instantly get access to course content and resources. And when you're finished, you can mint your NFT certificate. Bitcoin University, let's build a future for our children. Thank you. Well done, Bitcoin University. Moving on to our next project. Come on up, Big Market. Yeah, please.
Hello, and good afternoon to everybody. My name is Antonio. I'm representing Big Market, and let me tell you about what Big Market is today. So Big Market is a prediction market, and for those who don't know, prediction market is like a platform that help us predict future. For example, will it rain tomorrow? So we build a prediction market around one certain problem. And the problem is that information does not necessarily over means that that is truth. And truth, we believed in the past, that leads to wisdom and power. So we are overwhelmed with misinformation around us in today's world. And the question is like, what can we trust? So basically, one of the basic problems that is facing humanity today is like, how do we distinguish that signal from noise? Everything in the media, we are bombarded with like untruthful information. Libra here happened in Argentina. Can we trust governments? Can we trust politicians? Like, what can we actually trust? And the notion of prediction market exists for quite some time, but we have built big market completely different. We have built big market around a concept of DAO, and we have made it like severely or radically decentralized. Participation, anybody who participates on the platform basically gives signals for that truth discovery. Accuracy, if you are the person that has insider knowledge or information, will it rain tomorrow, will basically make you earn more reputation because information that you're providing to the platform is more accurate. Resolution on the platform, where other platforms are lacking in terms of the speed and trustworthiness, we have a triple layer system, and basically AI, oracles, and humans are working together to resolve the markets, will it rain tomorrow, on the fastest possible way, which leads us to the multiple applications in DeFi around our platform. There is a saying, when you come into the casino, house always wins, right? Because big market is built around concept of DAO, we have built it on a way that we build the house and we invite everybody to join in just by participating. You don't need to stake money, put money, just come there, leave a comment, and you immediately receive in our ecosystem something which is called soulbound token, like something that is very tied to you, and your soulbound token, soulbound reputation token cannot be traded on, cannot be traded or exchanged for anything else except for the big market ideal token, meaning that everybody can participation, take part into the protocol. Speed matters because triple layer system makes market cycle through very fast, which allows multiple applications in different industries.
Insure. Come on up, Hyper Insure. Shut up. Okay. I check. Yeah. I've been sure. So we are protecting institutional Bitcoin transactions. Imagine this: you have a massive arbitrage opportunity. Agents has been placed, counterparties aligned, millions of liquidity has been posted, and suddenly your transaction or your trade doesn't go through. That's gonna be suck. People have been posting about it on X, And this is like these are like some of the real numbers here, like approximately 1,000 transactions, which are of very high value, didn't go through. Like 18% of failure rate because of the massive spike at a network congestion level. If you ask me, protocol risk is very real. It could be related to, not paying the enough amount, mempool congestion at a Bitcoin level, or every missed block impacts on the liquidity that you are holding. So you wouldn't want that when you're dealing with that level or that volume of trade. So here comes HyperInsure. What you have to do is before putting that high volume of transaction at a network, just buy one of the insurance policy at our platform, and we take care of everything from network congestion to network monitoring from mempool, and we make sure your transaction goes through. And if it doesn't, and if your claim is legitimate, you will receive the payout. So ready to eliminate the protocol risk? I'm going to show you a small demo how it works. All you have to do is just connect your Leather wallet. Simply, as soon as your wallet is loaded, just select one of the package. Now what it does is here you have standard packages. Just have to make sure okay, I'm okay with this much amount of delayed time. Just enter the amount, purchase the policy, perfect. Now once you have the policy set, all you have to do is submit the claim. If your claim is legitimate, you will receive the payouts. Everything is done by automation, smart contract. So the payout and everything is automated. And guys, what? We are live with HyperInsure. Just scan this, test out the whole platform, and there you go. So that's HyperInsure for you. Nice job, HyperInsure. Okay, next we have Stacks Machines. Come on up, Stacks Machines. You are time for you to take stage. There we go. Yay, Stacks Machines.
Oh. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Jan Alarcon. So I'm gonna present about Stacks Machine. So the problems that we realize is we want to help developers and we want to help founders, and we realize that these two important people face two problems. First, developers, they need more, assistance or tools for them to keep and develop fast. And founders, they need to show their idea, their product in a better way, in a way this idea is almost production ready release. So that's why we have a Stack Machine, this tool, AI tool that will give to you a high quality clarity smart contract. It means with this tool you can get almost production ready clarity contracts, and you can show and you can keep shipping. Also, with this tool, is especially for developers, so we can onboard thousands of developers that we have here. And the idea is to accelerate, to boost. For example, in this case, we can achieve very high speed. So how does it work? So we will collect so this is the architecture, sorry. So basically the user or the developer is going to ask any kind of question related to clarity, stacks on our environment. It can be Visual Studio Code or Cursor. And we'll have an internal server that will handle all of these queries that we have. But before that, we have to ingest all of this knowledge data into our database, so the MCP or the tool can actually retrieve this data to the users. So this is the main flow. So here I want to show a bit more, but it's not showing. How is it? It's not showing my slide, but What? So yeah, happy to partner with us. So the idea is to scale this. For example, this is a project on early stage. We are just a POC. So, but the idea at the end is to scale this to production, to have this tool that can provide a much better response, a much faster response, and can provide an answer or can reply this developer's question in a fast way. Yeah, that's basically it. So with this tool, we can achieve what Stack is needing to build BTC-Fi projects. So anyone can easily just come, log in, register, and start building the projects that is gonna leverage BTC-Fi into the next level. This is my QR code, so happy to connect. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you, Stacks Machines. For our next presenter, come on up. Let's hear it for X402 Stacks. Sí, gracias.
Hey everyone, great to be here. My name is Antonio, and you guys can see the screen, but basically this is a cloud interaction. I was trying to get Cloud to use an API, and he says it's not possible. Why? Because internet payments are made for the old use. What is that flow? So for example, let's say you want to interact with an API. You need to go, sign up, get an API key. And once you have that API key, now you can start using that API. But there's a problem. Basically, agents don't have a credit card. They want to pay for a service. If they want to pay for an API, for anything, they cannot pay. But they still need to get some resources. That's why I want to introduce you to X402 on Stacks, the native Bitcoin payment protocol. But first of all, what is X402? So whenever you guys go to the internet, you're going to get a response on the browser, on your mobile device. Whenever you try to go to the internet, you're going to get a status code. That represents the action. So for example, if everything is okay, you're going to get a 200. If you cannot find a resource, you're going to get a 404. You know, like the one in the ground with the dinosaur. So those are the status code. We also have the 402 status code, which represents payment required. In the past, we were not able to use this status code because there was no way to have micropayments. You won't pay with your credit card. You know, like it's more expensive to pay with a credit card 1 cent than actually doing something else, right? So we were not able to use this status code correctly. But now with Bitcoin and micropayments, we can add the payment details to that response. So this is the basic flow of how X402 works. So we have a client, let's say your AI agent. That AI agent wants to consume one resource, maybe an API to get a TikTok video, whatever. So it goes to that API, and the API will respond with 402. That's their normal flow. Actually, that works right now. But instead of only responding with 402, now the backend is going to send also the payment details, my wallet, and also the amount of SBTC that I want to receive for that resource. So once I get that information on the client, your agent will send that amount of SBTC to the backend. The backend will verify, the facilitator will verify the transaction. And once the verification is done, you are going to get the resource you were looking, X402. So what this means for the industry. So basically, now every content creator, like if you are posting something on your blog and maybe an LLM is scrapping your blog for that information, instead of only get scrapped, now you can charge and get paid on Bitcoin for that resource. All right, another content creation. Something important I want to touch here is that yesterday, 30% of all the base transactions were made by X402 protocol. 20% on base. That's a lot, and that's a huge opportunity for the Bitcoin ecosystem. So I have a quick demo here. I think I'm going to skip it because I cannot see it here. But basically, I was trying to get information from that TikTok video. That's the cloud example I was showing at the beginning. So I couldn't do it. But with X402 on the stacks, now I can get paid with SBTC, with Bitcoin, and get that resource. I'm going to skip the video because we cannot see anything. But, well, let me introduce you to the team. So my co-founder and CTO, Cloudco, he's really good at AI, at coding. And me, Antonio, I've been founder many times before. I did Y Combinator a few years ago and also launched the first crypto credit card in Mexico. And well, if you guys want to start stacks X402, you can scan this QR code. It's ready. It's now ready on TypeScript. And if you're gonna connect, my DMs are open. So thank you so much, guys. Woo!
Well done, X402 Stacks. Let's bring up our next presenter, Certificors. You are up. Take the stage. It is your time. Let's hear it, everyone, for Certificors. Come on up, Christian.
Yeah.
I need more muscle.
Hold this right here.
Hold on. It's gonna fall down.
Sorry.
It's not gonna work. Oh, there we go. There we go. We got it. We got it. Ooh. Yay! Look at that muscle. All right. Mike's looking like fun.
Delante justo con el otro compañero. All right, so quick pivots. We are going to bring up a different project, and you will go after the next person. We will give out headsets. Yes. So, my mistake, everybody. Our next project is actually going to be Move Your Wallet. Move Your Wallet. Let's hear it from Move Your Wallet. Come on stage. Woo! After Move Your Wallet, then we will do Certificors. Certificors presentation is going to be in Spanish, so the production team will be handing out headsets. If you need a translation to English, just raise your hand when they come out, and they will give you a headset. But for now, we're going to go to Move Your Wallet. Este nomás.
Hello, everyone. My name is Manuel Elias. I'm the CEO and founder of Movia Wallet. But before I talk about that project, let's imagine that we are out and ask a random person if he can send us one USDC. Do you think that it's possible? Most likely not. And how many time it will take to teach that person how to create a wallet, save the seed phrase, have the token for the gas, and a lot of basic concepts and a lot of time.
That's why I created Movia Wallet. It's a smart wallet for everyone, but focus on web to persons, where you don't need to understand blockchain concepts, have the network token for the gas or sign the transaction, because it's gasless and signless. You just need to connect your Gmail and send messages for help transactions. That's all. And now I will show you a demo. Right now we connected already our Gmail and we are on the dashboard. We added pounds and we just need to go to a chat, write the same 0.1 STX to the person. Let's wait a little. The agent is saying, would you like to confirm? Yes, and you just need to wait. Here you can see the transaction, the hash, then we have the history. And another feature that we have is that we can add a contact. Not only this, not only transactions, you can make swaps, just sending messages. It's like this. So the person that you went out to talk, now, yes, he can send you money, just with one transaction. What's Movia different from the other wallets? Simple access to your wallet and integrate AI assistant for transaction and swaps. This wallet is self-custodial. All the data will be stored in your phone, so we won't have your seed phrase or your private key, nothing. You have it. Our roadmap, we have 5 stages. We are right now in the second one, building the MVP. Next, we would like to have at least 1,000 users from Bolivia, Argentina, all Latin America. Then we would like to add all the feedback that we received, add new features, and finally have a pre-seed investment secure. This is the business model. We have 3 models. The first is commission for swaps, 0.5% for each swap. Then if you have a pro account, of course, you have to pay a monthly fee. The commission will be less for the swaps and priority super. And finally, the well done, move your wallet.
Standing up till on crazy man. In the heat.
So for our next demo, we are going to be bringing up Sebastian from Rather Strategy to give us our next demo. So let's hear it from Rather Strategy.
No, somewhat. Antes lo probamos. Antes de irnos a mejor. Okay. Thank you very much. There we go. My name is Sebastian Rosenberg. Yeah, my name is Sebastian Rosenberg. I'm project manager. I'm part of the growth team at Rather Labs. Rather Labs is a local software company. We work with different foundations like Arbitrum Foundation, Near Foundation, Multiverse X, among many others. And this is our first approach into tax and clarity, so we are really excited. And what we build is the Rather Strategy Protocol, which is about automated token strategies on DEX. So this strategy is trend. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's a hot topic right now across different ecosystems. It was following the Michael Saylor's strategy, which is selling a token in order to a stock, in that case, in order to buy another asset, Bitcoin in that case. So the first one in this case was Punk Strategy, which launched a token called Punkster in order to buy CryptoPunks. They currently hold over 34, I think, CryptoPunks, which is huge, and the market cap is over $35 million in this dip. The week before it was like 9 figures. And beside this, it's happening with different NFT collections. And another example I added is Node Strategy, which is a token trading node monks, which is a Bitcoin ordinals collection. And also is a way to prove that this works and made the collection bump over a 70%. But there is a problem with Bitcoin ordinal. These strategies are not automated, are run by a centralized team. So we are aiming to solve that too. So how this automated token strategy works, just to make it short, basically someone launches a token and a liquidity pool to trade that token. That liquidity pool generates a trading fee. It can be set up by the creator, 5% for example. So each time anyone buys or sells the token, it generates a fee that goes into a treasury. That treasury has an automated token strategy, and when it reaches the floor price of a particular NFT collection, it buys and releases it on profit with a premium. Let's say, for example, 20%. So when that NFT gets sold, all the proceeds are used to buy and burn the strategy token. This way, the strategy token helps the NFT collection, and the NFT collection helps the NFT token because it buys and burns it. So it generates a perpetual flywheel between both. And again, it's proven that it helps a lot the collections. So this is how it works. Next one. And we have built, I don't know if with the sun you can see the front end. The main developer behind this was Mauro Coco, who's present here. And we built a proof of concept, an MVP, to show this can be done on Clarity, on Stacks. We did 4 smart contracts, one for the token interacting with LP, another one NFTs, and for the trading strategy. So this works. We can see the other one. Here you can see the treasury balance of the trading fees. The floor price of the NFT collection is trading, so now it's ready to buy and release it on top. And the amount of the strategy tokens that have been bought and burned, it's a fixed supply token. So again, we want to bring this proven tool to the Stacks ecosystem and also solve this clear pain point on ordinals. So thank you for your time. You can connect here and we have.
Welcome, Sebastian. You're good. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So for our next presenter, we're now going to bring certificators back up on stage. Christian, are you with us? Yeah. All right. So while we're waiting for Christian, Christian's going to come up now. After Christian, we have Beat to Picks. We're going to finish up with Hot. So, Lisa? Let's hear it for Christian, everybody. ¿Estás ok? Perfecto. Hola, bueno, mi nombre es Cristian, fundador de Certificate, y hoy les hablaré porque el fraude de diplomas hoy en día es una industria que mueve más de 7.000 millones de dólares cada año. Sí, así es una industria. Esto les está costando a las compañías miles de millones en malas contrataciones y asuntos legales. A los estudiantes no logran comprobar su verdadero valor y las instituciones ven dañada su reputación. El sistema actual es lento, caro y basado en la confianza, no en la verificación. Ahora iremos desde los sistemas obsoletos a un futuro de verificación instantánea, inmutable y universalmente certificable. Somos Certificate. Somos Certificate, la fuente oficial para la nueva validación de certificados académicos. Usamos la blockchain de Stack para lograr crear una verificación en segundos, proteger marcas de instituciones y una verificación instantánea de certificados. Nuestra plataforma crea valor para todos, las compañías, reclutadores, estudiantes e instituciones. Nuestro modelo de negocio es B2B. Compañías y reclutadores pagan una suscripción anual por nuestro sistema para poder verificar certificados. Ya tenemos un MVP trabajando. Dentro de los siguientes meses planeamos lanzar nuestro piloto con al menos 2 escuelas e-learning. Ahora veremos la demo, donde solamente ingresando el correo pueden encontrar la wallet y ingresando el nombre del curso certificamos en la blockchain de Stack. Aquí podemos ver cómo se genera el ID y está registrado en la blockchain de Stack sin ningún problema. Luego, como estudiante, pueden ver todos sus certificados listados y dentro de una certificación tendremos un ID que nos llevará a validar el certificado de manera inmediata sin ningún problema. También tenemos un explorador público donde con el correo podemos buscar todos los certificados de un usuario, los datos de una academia y más información sobre un certificado particular. Si buscan Real Talento Certificates, hoy los certificará. Muchas gracias. Well done, Christian. Well done. Let's hear it one more time for Christian. Great job. All right, so moving into our next speaker, we are down to our final 2 projects. Our next presenter, pointing to you, Ronell. Come on up, B2Pix. It's your time. Take the stage. Let's hear it for B2Pix, everybody.
But I did everything and made everything awful.
Like keep it more important than what it's ready to have the people understand from now and
your program is like what you've done, what you've
it's just going to be
So far, so good. I'm not sure I'm not sure. Every so often I lose connectivity. And I'm not sure if GP is accidentally hitting buttons and switching cameras.
I'm over the deal. I'm the founder of B2P. We are bringing
Bitcoin self-custody for over 200 million of Brazilians. I worked over 15 years as a software engineer. During this time, I met Bitcoin. That was designed to be P2P, right? But trading, P2P trading with fiat currency has several issues. We become a place full of scam and long negotiations, so we surrendered to the centralized exchange. We get our custody, our privacy for convenience. But if we could make P2P trading more secure and faster, well, in Brazil, we have PIX. PIX is a standard payment system created by the central bank. Everyone there uses PIX to transfer money, to make purchase, any kind of payment. That's very popular. So what if we connect PIX with Bitcoin? This is what B2Pix did. B2Pix let anyone buy Bitcoin as easy as buying a cup of coffee. We took very seriously the simplicity and security. To buy Bitcoin, you just come to our website, create your wallet if you don't have one with your passkey, without the need to install any app. So choose an offer, pay with Pix. In a few instances, the system will verify in the seller's bank account if the payment was confirmed. So it will release in the smart contract the Bitcoin for the wallet, the buyer's wallet. We built it in the Stacks blockchain that can confirm the transactions in a few seconds and has the Bitcoin finality. Also, we use both protocol. Both protocol enable you pay the transaction fee with Bitcoin. So it avoids the dual token that it provides the best user experience like a Web2 experience. We already live on the main net, and we are open gradually. So you're welcome to access our website and join our waiting list. Thank you. You sold your piece. You sold your piece. Let's go.
Well done, B2Pix. Okay, so we're down to our last presenter. So let's go ahead and get into it for our next presenter. Muy especial, feliz cumpleaños a ti, Pablo. Let's hear it. Thank you. Wait, that's my double.
Thank you. Made it.
Take your time.
So thanks, my ass. Just need to copy whatever you use. You need to get the franchise, people will have to buy them. No. Can I rent you? Yeah, whenever you need it. You don't need your own stuff. Just like 2 suitcases so you can read wherever you want. It's like picking up, I don't know, this, you don't need those.
Okay, thank you.
What if we like co-own it? You know what?
You have boats only go down in value.
Exactly. And you want to change the boat and now you need a smaller boat. Then you're going to move from, I don't know, Ibiza to, let's say, France. It's expensive, takes time. Yeah, but how did I finance it to begin with? I loaned out my Bitcoin, right? My Bitcoin's going to go. Yeah, the business actually wants to be paid. Oh. Goods and services, I guess. So don't own the boat. Never own a boat. Own a small fishing boat. I own a small fishing boat. Well, but then you're monetizing. Huh? Then you're monetizing. I just fish with it, but that's like a small fishing boat. But like for the bigger boats, you always run.
You don't need to be more than Can you hear me? Yeah. Hola, hola.
Hola.
Muchas gracias por venir. Bienvenidos a Buenos Aires. We like it. We like Buenos Aires, right? Yeah. I want to know who I'm referring to. There's I follow hacks. I've been developing since a lot of years, like more than 7. Also researching Bitcoin since late 2018. Going to very networks on on the digital sphere. And now I'm building on stacks since more than 1 year. Also studying for being a Bitcoin core developer here in Argentina. I'm gonna go back to the Amazon where is my origin the next year. And right now I'm very, very grateful to be part of this project. You did check that name, right? You understand what is that about. It's the legacy industry of the music. You know, communities are pretty messed up. We are seeing a lot of applications that didn't got really the fair compensation for the artists. So I'm as a musician and as a programmer and as a 3D modeler even, I'm really pissed off about that. So I building with our DAO here also in Latin America is cross countries. Sumac, that means belleza, beauty in Quechua. It's a software universal music art kernel. Basically, it's a protocol for people to share music, art on the Bitcoin to stacks. It's so easily to just share what you are making on. About the flow of this process is practically making a contract, charging a fee for all the entities that are the artist, curator, buyer, or remixer that can use your work. So we already have the first song minted on Bitcoin stacks. That is Cholo. Is now driving also the advance. Yolo Cholo is the first album. So how to earn Satoshi really? That's what people ask, right? Not just how to buy it on the floor or whatever. It's like how to really earn as an artist. We have Satoshi from SBTC, this network that is really strong. I really believe in that. I want to test it. You just have to meet, list, launch, and earn and repeat. That's what you need to do on this ecosystem. So practically I'm doing this for open source. All my work is open source. You can check it on GitHub, anywhere. On my site, that is hacks.pe. So we stand for a right to play. I invite you to check sumac.app. Maybe you can get a little bit of fun over there. I follow hacks. You can follow me on Nostr or whatever. Do what you want. Okay? Thanks. Well done, Paolo. Let's hear it one more time for Sumac. Let's hear it for all the presenters, everybody. All the demos, background. We're really happy to see the final projects. Really pleased with everything. So we're going to keep moving along with our agenda. So up next, we're going to have Kenny Rogers from Stacks Labs come up and give an overview, a workshop into Stacks and Clarity. So I love this energy that we have in the audience. Let's just keep that energy high. Let's give it a nice round of applause. Welcome to Kenny Rogers. Yeah. While Kenny gets set up, what the rest of the afternoon looks like is after Kenny, we're going to hear from the Stacks Latam team. If you're here at the beginning of the morning, I gave an overview as to why we are here, why we are in Buenos Aires. The Stacks Latam team is going to give some context as to why that is. After the Stacks Latam team talks, we're going to hear from Eric Toy from Stacks Labs, who's going to talk about bridging Bitcoin with SBTC. And we're going to round off our last speaker with Raphael, from Hero. And so Raphael will be talking about how to build real applications using stacks and payments. Yeah, baby. Well, yeah. That's enough. Or another grandma. Hello, everybody. I just got to say real quick before I get started. I've been with all these builders for the past week, watching them build their projects, and we could just do another real quick big round of applause because watching them go through all of this. Crazy crowd, all of them, super cool. This is probably one of the coolest events I've ever been a part of. Honored to have been able to be with them during this journey. And I'm also going to put Ileana on the spot and give her a big round of applause. So, with that, I'd like to welcome you all to the nerd portion of today's programming. We're going to be kind of digging into how Stacks works. We've been talking a lot about some of the opportunities. We've been looking at some of the people that are building things on it. And now we're going to kind of get into the how it actually works. And I was up vibe coding a little something last night. So you guys pay attention. We're going to play a game at the end, and the winner's going to get 100 SDX. So if anybody not paying attention, get out here and let's do this. So one of the things that I think is super important when we're talking about all this stuff is we look at the opportunities for why we should be interested in kind of this whole idea of activating the Bitcoin economy and building on Bitcoin and everything. But where does Stacks actually come into play in helping us to do that? And really, I think Bitcoin kind of serves as two things. Most people understand that Bitcoin operates as money. I think that part's pretty well understood. But the other piece of Bitcoin that I think is maybe a little bit underappreciated or less understood is its ability to operate as sort of this foundational layer for a new, better kind of internet with the same concept as what it does for money. And that concept, I think, really comes down to ownership. What Bitcoin does is it allows people to own their money. And what I really like about Stacks is Stacks builds the piping that allows developers to come in and then build the systems that money runs through and have that same concept of ownership be built in. If you look around the internet today, it really runs on like a rental model. Very few businesses really own their entire stack from beginning to end. And so we may have the good money, but the pipes that money is flowing through they're still centralized. We still don't own them. They can still be taken over, shut down by somebody that's not us. That's not the one that owns the business. And so the vision for the future that I have with Stacks is, can we get those pipes that the money runs through to have this same ethos of decentralization and ownership and freedom and everything. So we're going to look a little bit today at how Stacks approaches that. And so I have open right here the Stacks docs. We're not going to do any slides or anything today. I'm just going to run through and we're going to kind of walk through a couple things together. So we've got the Stacks docs up here, and I find that the best way to kind of help people get their head around how Stacks works is to go through each of the components. We're going to kind of go through these one at a time, but if you're a developer and you go here to the Stacks documentation, that's really the best place to start to kind of get your head around what all these different pieces are. And so we're going to kind of go through some of these in order. We're actually going to start right here. Do you guys read those? Probably not. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit here. There we go. So this is kind of what I would say almost like what you might call the transaction journey of how somebody's going to interact with Stacks and how that's going to flow from when the user first initiates an action and how it's going to flow through the whole system and ultimately settle onto Bitcoin. It's another term that we throw around a lot. Stacks helps things settle on Bitcoin. So today we're going to kind of look at the path that actually goes down. And the first thing is obviously the user app. So this might be a wall, this might be a DeFi protocol, whatever. This is really going to be the first point of interaction. And usually what's going to happen is that when a user uses their wallet to call a transaction, behind the scenes, that's going to be using a JavaScript library called Stacks.js. So real quick, how many people are developers out here? Okay, so like half and half about. So if you've ever built on Solidity, Stacks.js can be thought of as like Web3.js or Ethers.js, but it's really going to be the interaction layer between the user and the Clarity smart contracts. So that's kind of where the journey is going to start from the user perspective. They're going to interact with an app. That's going to use a Stacks.js function to then call a Clarity contract. And Clarity is kind of the lifeblood of the Stacks ecosystem because that's the language the smart contracts are actually written in. And so what we're going to do right now
is I'm gonna have some audience participation. If that's okay with everybody. We can't see this one either, can we? Okay.
A little bit.
How about if I
Oh, we can't.
This may not work. We can't see this still, but that's okay. We're gonna wait. All right. What this was supposed to look like was a nice, beautiful little set of templates for what we actually want our contract to do. But basically what we're going to do right now is we're going to build, it's called a multiplayer counter contract. Super simple. The goal is we're going to maintain accounts and anybody could initiate a transaction to add on to the account. And so what we're going to do is I'm going to call out what we need to add next, and you guys are going to help me kind of put together this clarity contract so we can kind of get introduced to some of the concepts. So what I want you to do is I want you to look over here on the right. We've got a collection of a bunch of different elements of clarity functions and contracts that we need to put together in the right order to write our contract. And so the first little block that we have over here that you guys can't see, the first thing that we have to do is define a storage map. So I'm going to start calling on everybody to shout out. If we need to define the storage map, which one of these do you think that we need to use? And I'll give you a little bit of a clue. The pink ones are the ones where we need to define something, so create something new. The yellow ones are where we need to call a function. And then the blue ones are going to be variables, so they're going to hold some values. The orange ones are going to be different data types, and the green ones are going to be the actual data itself. So if we want to define the storage map, which one of these are we going to grab?
Define map.
You said define map. Hey, we want to name it counters. Which one?
Counters. The blue.
Yep. Now, we want it to be keyed by the user. And what that means is a map is basically a data structure where you have a piece of data that has an identifier. And so what we're saying here is we want the data here to be able to be identified by a user. How do we identify users in crypto?
Principal.
Addresses. So in stacks, an address is called a principal. So if we remember that the orange is the type that we want to put here, and we need it to be an identifier for a person or a principal, then that means we're going to put what here?
Principal.
Principal. And we want them to be storing a type of a number, but it's a specific kind of number called an unsigned integer, which basically means a positive number. So if we say unsigned integer and it needs to be this same type of data, which one are we going to want to throw there?
Uint.
Uint. Now we just need to end. I'm not going to make you guys guess that one. Next, we need to define a read-only function. Which one's that going to be?
Define read-only.
Read-only. Nice. If you can pick up on what I'm doing here, I'm trying to highlight how readable clarity is, because you can basically just pick and choose for the thing that you need to do, and there's going to be a function that's going to be named similarly to that. So we want this function to be named getCount. And the yellow ones are function definitions. There's two different ones here. So which one do you think we're going to want to use here? We're just trying to define the function name.
GetCount.
Right. Now what we need to do here is we need to define the argument that we're going to pass to this getCount function. And we're going to call that argument to, and it's going to be a principal type. So we're going to want to do which one there? At the bottom. Nice. And now what we want to do here is the first thing we want to do is if whatever we're about to look up fails, we want to have a default fallback value that we're going to fall back on. And so we need our value here to default to something. So what are we going to want to call it here first then? Default to. Cool. And we want it to default to 0 if it doesn't find anything.
U0.
Okay. Now what we need to do next is we need to look something up in our map. And there's a little hint here for functions that end in a question mark. That means that we're going to be going out and retrieving something that may or may not exist from a map. So which one are we going to want to do there? And which map do we want to get it from? The first one we created. Okay. And now, remember we set up this identifier here by the principal. So now what we need to do is we need to tell this function how it knows which of these map items to go look up. And the way that we want to do that is by using a particular keyword in clarity that identifies the person that sent the transaction. So what do we want to do there?
GetCount TX sender.
Oh, wait, I'm wrong. There we go.
I grabbed the wrong one. What's going on here? What did I do? Oh, okay. I failed my own test. So this is probably going to be the trickiest part of it, but what we have here is when we define this function, we define an argument called who, and when we call that function, we're going to pass a principal into that, but we need to be able to reference it from within the function. So what do we want to do there?
So we need to define a public.
Not quite yet. All we're doing here is we're telling our function who we want to look up, and it corresponds to the variable name that we define. Who? There we go. So that's what we want to do there. And then we're just going to end that one, and we're going to end that one, and we're going to end that one. What do we got time? Okay, we speed up a little bit. Next thing we want to do, define a public function. Which one's that going to be?
Define public.
We're going to call it count up. Function's going to be named. Now this one doesn't have any arguments because we don't need to pass anything into here, because what this behavior is going to do is it's just going to increment the counter that we have right here. So what we want to do is, if this succeeds, we want to return a success message. In Clarity, there's two return types. There's OK and error. So we want to tell this function that we need to return a success message. So we're going to do what right here? Now we need to set a value within our map. So we're going to run the map set. We need to tell it which map we want to update. It's going to be counters. And now we want to make sure that whoever calls this is the one whose count is going to be updated. So whoever sent the transaction. Okay, that's what we were trying to do before. Now we need to do an addition function, and operators work a little bit differently in Clarity. If you're used to other languages, you might be used to saying, 1 + 1 = 2. In Clarity, what you're actually doing is you're calling the add function and you're passing arguments to it. So we need to call a function that's named plus, which means we're going to grab this guy right here. And the next thing that we need to do is we need to get the current count of this person's counter. So we're going to retrieve that value from the map. Then we are going to add 1 to that. And now it's just a bunch of end parentheses here. And congratulations, we all wrote without putting in contract. So with that, I'm going to talk a little bit about the next tool that we have in the Stacks ecosystem, which is Clarinet. So if we go back and look here at our diagram right here, Clarinet's right up here. And Clarinet is really the home base for Clarity developers because it's where they're going to initiate the process of writing their Clarinet contracts or Clarity contracts. That's where they can set up a local developer environment, get all that stuff going. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a command called Clarinet new, and we're going to say multi count. We're going to change into that directory. Then what we want to do is we want to create a new contract called multi-count. And we see here, we've got a couple different folders in here. We're going to pop open cursor. You guys can semi-see that, right? We're going to get our contract right here. Right now, it's just empty. And so we're going to see if this is actually a valid contract that we just wrote together. We're going to save it right here. We're going to run back, and we're going to run Clarinet check. Congratulations, we just wrote a valid Clarity contract by putting some building blocks together. Nice. So that's the quick tour of Clarity. The next thing I want to go over quickly is proof of transfer, because this is a pretty core part of how Stacks actually operates. When we talk about how Stacks is like a Bitcoin layer 2 and settles on Bitcoin and has Bitcoin finality, proof of transfer is the mechanism by which all of that happens. And so we've got a diagram here that can hopefully help make this a little bit easier to understand. I don't know how readable the words are, but we'll go through each piece of it right here for what we can see. So basically it starts with the miner, which is this little guy right here. And what that miner is going to do is that miner is actually going to spend the Bitcoin. So that's how mining works in proof of transfer. The Stacks miners will start by spending Bitcoin. And what that's going to do is that's going to put them into a weighted random function to decide who's going to become the next miner. Now what they do next is a result of the Nakamoto upgrade that happened not too long ago. Previously, Stacks blocks were tied 1-to-1 with Bitcoin blocks. They happened roughly every 10 minutes.
Now with the Nakamoto upgrade, what we did is decoupled the block time from Bitcoin, and so now Stacks blocks are roughly 5 seconds or so, sometimes less, is how long it takes for a block to confirm and for a transaction to settle. So most of the time, if you initiate a Stacks transaction, you go to check the Explorer. By the time you actually open it up, a lot of the time it's already confirmed, which is great. So when that miner gets selected, they start a tenure. And what that means is their tenure is going to last that whole Bitcoin block, but they're going to be mining blocks every few seconds during that amount of time. And then what they're going to do is they're going to pass those blocks to signers. So the miners do not append the blocks to the chain. The miners just propose the blocks. They pass them to signers, who are a separate party in the mining ecosystem. And what they're going to do is ensure that the blocks the miner pass actually conform to the rules of the chain. And if they do, then they're going to confirm them onto the chain. And so where does that Bitcoin actually go? That Bitcoin gets sent to stackers who are related to signers in the ecosystem. Stackers are people that are locking their Stacks tokens up in exchange for earning that Bitcoin as yield that the miner sent over. So when you earn yield on Stacks, you're not earning some randomly inflated token. You're actually earning real Bitcoin. And so the staking mechanism in Stacks is not deflationary, because it does not increase the supply of the SDX tokens outside of the set Coinbase reward. It's part of the emission schedule anyway. And so this right here, this whole picture, this is what's called a reward cycle. And a reward cycle is 2,100 Bitcoin blocks, roughly 2 weeks long. And so what'll happen is these stackers, at the end of that reward cycle, they'll get a proportion of that Bitcoin yield distributed out to them, proportional to how much they stacked in the protocol. So that's the quick whirlwind overview of proof of transfer. And the next thing I want to cover is SBTC. So SBTC is really how we can actually use Bitcoin on the Stacks chain, because as everybody knows, Bitcoin by itself is not programmable. So if we want to take it and use it in a programmable environment, we have to somehow find a way to represent that Bitcoin within the programmable environment. Most of the time, that's either a centralized or relatively centralized solution, like wrapped BTC, for example, on Ethereum. And so what the Stacks core developers sought out to do was they wanted to create as decentralized of a version of this as possible. So when Andre was up earlier, one of the kind of principles he talked about was, what can we build on Bitcoin with the technology we have available to us now that is as decentralized as possible, that then also leaves open a path to further decentralization over time. And that's really the core ethos behind how SBTC works. And so the way that this actually works is, maybe another example of not being able to see what I get from being a dev and doing dark mode on everything. But basically, we got Alice up here. Alice wants to use a Bitcoin in DeFi protocol, but she doesn't trust a custodian to hold her Bitcoin. And because Alice is super smart, she decided to join the Stacks ecosystem and try out SBTC. So right here, down here, you can see we've currently got 100 Bitcoin stored. This isn't real numbers, by the way. We have more than that, but for the example, we have 100 Bitcoin that is in what's called the peg wallet of SBTC. And so what's going to happen is Alice decides she wants to convert 1 Bitcoin into SBTC so she can use it in the ecosystem. She's going to send that Bitcoin to that special wallet that's collectively controlled by the signers. Now, these are a separate group of signers than what we talked about for Stacks, but it's a decentralized group of signers that are going to basically collectively control this wallet. So it's not like a single organization, it's a distributed set of organizations that are going to control this wallet. She's going to use something like the Bridge app that we have set up on the Stacks ecosystem, or as you can do also if you're an application, you can actually build your own custom version of a Bridge into the UX of your application. So her Bitcoin is going to get sent to that wallet. We have a couple different components that are then going to basically notify the signer software that that transaction has occurred. So now we've got 101 Bitcoin wrapped up into this wallet. And when I say wallet, this is really represented as a single UTXO. So what will happen is the signers will go through and consolidate all of these transactions into a single UTXO that represents all of the Bitcoin that is being held as SBTC. So the signers will detect that, they'll pick it up. And then what they're going to do is after that gets sent to the signers, that transaction has happened, they're going to verify it. And then what they're going to do is they're going to then basically vote on if that is a valid transaction or not. If they reach 70% consensus, it's considered valid, and they are then going to mint SBTC in response to that. And part of the bridge process is that Alice will also send over a Stacks address she wants that SBTC sent to. So that's a clarity contract on the stack side of things. It's then going to mint that SBTC to Alice. She can now take that. She has one SBTC now in her Stacks wallet. She can deploy that in DeFi. She can do whatever she wants with it. Then let's say, okay, I did the DeFi stuff. I want my Bitcoin back into layer 1 Bitcoin. Now she's going to call that same contract, but she's going to call a withdrawal function. And that is, again, going to ping the signers to say, hey, we've got a withdrawal. They're then going to initiate the process of withdrawing that back to Alice on the L1. So Alice gets her 1 Bitcoin. After they have verified that that transaction has occurred successfully, then those SBTC signers are going to burn the corresponding amount of SBTC. So because of this system, SBTC is always exactly 1-to-1 correlated with Bitcoin, and people can move it in and out of that as they wish. So that's how SBTC works. And all of this eventually settles on Bitcoin because there's one piece of that proof of transfer protocol that we didn't quite mention yet. And that is that what happens when a miner switches tenures to the next miner, what they do is they will record the hash of the last block that they mined in that handover process. There's a transaction that will initiate the handoff from one miner to the next. They're going to record the last hash of the mine that they blocked, the block that they mined. When the miner then the next miner takes over and they start appending blocks and proposing them to the signers, the first thing the signers will do is verify that they are building on top of the correct block that they're supposed to, and they're not going to allow them to mine those blocks if they're not. Because if the miner's not doing that, that means that they're attempting to overtake the network and create their own fork of the Stacks chain. So the Stacks chain will always follow 1-to-1 in lockstep with the Bitcoin chain. And this is what we mean when we say that Stacks has Bitcoin finality. Because of the way that that mechanism works, if you wanted to go back and reverse a Stacks transaction, you would actually have to go back and reverse the Bitcoin transaction that it was included in, because it's not going to be considered a relevant block to build, and the signers are going to reject it, because the signers and the miners have complementary incentives. So they're not competing, but they're not the same either. So the signers are incentivized to make sure the blocks are valid. The miners are incentivized to mine the blocks. And so that complementary system is what helps lock down that Bitcoin finality. So, you guys want to play a game? I want to see how much you were paying attention. We're going to play Stacklander. There can only do one. If anybody gets that reference. So, I'm going to hit this. You guys are going to all get your phones out. And we're going to scan this. We're going to play a little trivia game. The more correct answers you get, and the faster you answer them, the more points you get. After the game's over, I'm going to send 100 stacks to whoever gets the top spot. So hopefully you all paid attention. I'm going to have my feelings hurt if you didn't. Let me know if it's not working.
Can I put my BTC name, or does it need to be yet?
I'm just going to manually send it, so put whatever there.
Blockface is the first one in.
If you don't have a Stacks address yet, put that in there and talk with me after, and we'll get you set up with one. Everybody good? Anybody still going? Wait, all right. We got 6 minutes. The game only takes about 1.5 minutes, so we're good.
My address is in my laptop. Bravo, you're trolling on me. Yeah, I told no wonder it wouldn't let me get that name. I know. you were stuck with that name.
Have some competition there. Also, fair warning.
I put this at like midnight last night, so I tested it a few times on my own, but just keep that in mind. Everybody in? Yep. Somebody say no? Mike, are you saying no or are you stretching your neck? Okay. All right, we're gonna do this. Everybody get ready? You're gonna be looking at your phones. That's where you're gonna want to look. Questions are gonna pop up. You gotta get the right answer as quick as you can. Ready? Get ready. Halfway there.
Yes, Harold, I will tell him that.
All right, we're down to the last question. Let's see who's gonna win this thing. Here it comes. Wow!
Oh!
Congratulations. No, Fred's the real winner. All right, that's it for me. Thank you, everybody. Tony, are there any questions? We need a question for a couple minutes if anybody has any. Anybody have any questions for Kenny?
All right, guys, that does it for me for the live stream. Switch off.
Thanks.
Hopefully, GP's in the wings to reset up the screen share for Restream content. But we are wrapping up our presence at Buenos Aires. We'll see you all later.
Buenos Aires. And so one of the reasons as to why that is due to the efforts of a few important folks in the Stacks community. These guys have been working really hard and doing lots of community programming and activation for the last 18 months. They're going to talk a little bit about their stories, some lessons they learned along the way, what they've achieved, and what they're going to get involved in.
Oh no, we're gonna stay. We're gonna stay. I didn't realize it was a Stacks Latam up. Let's go. Woo! Brother, can you do me a favor? Yeah, sure. Can you just hold this on that for a minute? Sure. That's it, man.
Hi guys, what's up? It's that number. But this brief summary is super important and deeply exciting such that they're readable now. Downloading a development pasar to Colombia. Well, 2024 was a big year. Start that mission to increase developer adoption in Latin America. 2025 was awesome because you are here for that. Well, the idea in 2024 was expand and increase our ecosystem in countries like Peru, Colombia, Argentina, Brazil. The idea was launched the first Clarity Bootcamp in Spanish. We received over 100.5 applications, and finally, we invest 15 hours learning Clarity. Next, Nakamura Meetups was a perfect skills to increase our scope. For example, we have 6 countries in 9 big cities to explain how works stacks, how works Clarity, few weeks under the Nakamura tablets. And 1.3 Bitcoin Visa was an event and our perfect to increase our scope to explain how stacks is working with Bitcoin. In the end of 2024, we execute our first online hackathon with different countries in order to meet your projects and increase our impact for the next year. And that's it. Rolling 25. Okay, thank you, Jonathan. So, what happened in 2025 is a achieve plan. We start growing the ecosystem, continue growing the ecosystem, but we try to focus more in retention builders. So we did a roadmap for this year when we try to activate every city in North America with different kinds of initiatives like IRL meetups, like technical workshops, and online bootcamp. Because they think about many developers from Latin America here. You're officially a DeOrganized. Yeah. Very exciting for us to have many projects from different countries from Latin America here in Argentina, building and sharing their projects to all the crypto and Bitcoin community. This was part of the plan. We did a lot of meetups in Chile, Colombia, Peru. We activated the tech partnerships here in Argentina, like Restream, who already won a prize in Tax by Coding Hackathon. We unlock new developer communities like Bolivia, countries we've never been before. And also we expand our presence in other countries like Argentina, like Mexico or Brazil. The results you didn't see, but it was around growing around 600% between 2024 and 2025. We grow with more than 40 developers in the ecosystem right now. In comparison with last year, when we did a hacker house, we had approximately 8 developers. So it's exciting for us like have more developers in our ecosystem right now. But what was one of our most important regional milestone? We did a hackathon last month, an online hackathon, the Startup online hackathon, and we have more than 250 builders from across Latin America building projects and stacks. We achieved a record with more than 50 stacks-based projects. Our initial objective was 10 projects, so it was a good result for us, like have more than 50 projects building and doing things like that. And the winners from this hackathon come here to our hackathon in Argentina. We have winners from Brazil, from Peru, from Mexico, and Bolivia, winners that you already saw in the previous presentation, like B2P, like certificates like X402 in stack. Other success stories we have here in LATAM ecosystem. 2 of the 3 winners from the Global Stacks hackathon, by Coding Hackathon, came from LATAM. Rudder Labs, the first place for this hackathon, they are from Argentina, and they won the hackathon after participating in one of our Clarity workshops we did with them in the month of September. So this is good for us because with this initiative, we activate a region like Argentina, which is going to be important for the ecosystem here in Latin America. And also, the winner of the 2024 Stacks Latam Hackathon and Stacks Latam Hackathon we did last year during the BitConf here in Argentina, still working in the Stacks ecosystem
and be part from the Stack System program, which is like one of the most inclusive programs in the Stack ecosystem. And he joined to the Stack ecosystem and the Stack Hacker House, sorry, for his participation in our program. So that's it. Well, that's what we want to share with us. This is part of the result we had in these 2 years. We have a growth between the quantity of builders we retain between 2024 and 2025. And now Latam is one of the strongest contributors to Stack ecosystem builder panel. What else? Right. Well, as Jonathan told us, we are just now 3 people in the Stack score, Stack score team building, but we invite you, if you are a developer, if you are a builder, if you are an educator, builder, or even you are interested in being part from the Stack Latam, it doesn't matter what country are you, if you are from Brazil, from Mexico, doesn't matter. We come together, accelerate the Stack's adoption and create impact across the region. If you are interested in joining us in this ecosystem and continue building and continue growing the ecosystem, you can scan this QR code, share with your friends, share with any people who are interested. We speak Spanish, we speak Portuguese, we speak English also, so we have space for everyone in Latin America to continue building in a Stack. And what's next for 2026? So we want to increase our presence here in Argentina, but also in other cities important in Latin America as Mexico or Brazil. We have the mission to expand not only developer education, we want to continue with community education and also help with other protocols and other the apps or projects who are already building in Bitcoin with the stacks to connect them with the Latam builders, with the Latam ecosystem, and give more opportunities for our people to work with them. And we are going to continue keep pushing to accomplish that the next major fronts, that the next major Stack projects come from Latin America. So I think it's all. Thank you very much. Gracias. Español. Obrigado.
Well done, Stack Latam team. These guys earned and deserve a little bit more of a louder round of applause than that. Let's hear it a little bit louder. Well done, Angel. So while they pack up, we have a quick update. So next we're going to hear from Eric. Eric is going to talk about bridging Bitcoin and building with the SBTC JS library. And Eric is going to be our final speaker of the day. So when Eric is wrapped, I'll do an official close, and then we will go into the happy hour closing event of the entire conference. So let's hear it for our last speaker of the day. Let's hear it for Eric Toy from the Stacks Labs.
Hello. Oh, nice done. Oh, I'm live. So, for those who have seen my demo on Sunday, I demoed basically how to bridging your Bitcoins to SBTC via the SBTC library. And, oh yeah. Yeah. It's, oh, okay. Well, yeah, they can see it. Okay, cool. This is fine. Yeah, this is the browser. Yeah. All right. So let me see how I can do this. All right. All right. So I don't have any slides. Yeah. I'm just raw notes and raw code. So, all right. So for those who've seen me on Sunday, you've seen me demo how to use the SBTC JS library for pegging your Bitcoins to SBTC. And I did the reverse of pegging your SBTC out back into Bitcoin. For those who are still sticking around for the last workshop, you know what? I'm gonna peg into Bitcoins and have somebody else receive the minted SBTC. Who wants the SBTC? Yeah. Okay, let me randomize it. Who should I pick? Who can say SBTC the loudest? Let's do that, all right? Who can say SBTC the loudest? Well, let's do it on 3. 3, 2, 1. SBTC! Oh, I think you won.
Yeah, absolutely.
Send me your stats address in a Telegram group. Okay, so yeah, this workshop's going to be about using that library so that anybody, any app, any builder can integrate a peg-in and peg-out process for SBTC for their users. At the moment, there is obviously an official SBTC Bridge app, but with this library, with this JS library, you can integrate that into your own app and customize it based on the flow of your app and the UX of your app. Scrolling down, so the goals for this workshop is, to understand the Bitcoin to SBTC pegging flow, understand the reverse, which is the SBTC back in the Bitcoin peg out flow, and to persuade you to build your own SBTC Bridge UI. So I feel like everyone here is in the know already. Do I need to explain this? What do you think? No? Yes? No?
Give the 10-second version.
Okay. What does it mean to bridge Bitcoin? It means to bring Bitcoin from the layer 1 to the layer 2 on stacks and to make Bitcoin productive, programmable, unleash Bitcoin's power. All right, a high-level overview of how the system works. We have, think of it as 3 different parties. On the left side is the Bitcoin chain, on the right side is the Stacks chain, and in the middle are very well reputable, trusted men in suit and ties signers, right? These are the guys that we're trusting to sign the SBTC operations, communicate with the SBTC contracts, and also help to manage the SBTC UTXOs. The SBTC UTXO, to give you a little quick glimpse of what that is up over here. Let me refresh the page by clicking on this. This is where the single SBTC UTXO lives on this ginormous taproot address, and it's controlled by the signers. It's very dark right now, it's very hard to see, but the current balance is about 4,300, and that represents how much the value is in SBTC on stacks right now. So,
just under 400 million.
Go back here. And yeah. All right. So this is understanding the peg-in flow. We're going to go one level deeper into the peg-in flow. Let me make it bigger. Did you send, Antonio, send your stats address to me? Okay, yeah.
He needs it now.
Gotta get it. Yeah, he's getting the minted SBTC that I'm going to be demonstrating. Plugging in right there. All right, so this is one level deeper for the peg-in flow of what we're going to demonstrate. The user, that's me. I'm going to be on Bitcoin. I'm going to send my Bitcoin not to the signers, but to a custom taproot address or a custom P2TR, pay to taproot address. Once this transaction confirms, the signers will then sweep this UTXO right here into their main address that I showed you a second ago. They're going to complete all their configuration checks and whatnot. And then once they feel that it's confirmed and that they have UTXO in their address, they will then invoke the clarity contracts on the right side, on the stack side, and then Antonio will be getting freshly minted SBTC. So the overview of the deposit peg and flow, what I just went through in that diagram. As the builder, you have 4 things that you need to do. You need to build the SBTC deposit address, or that custom tablet address. Sign and broadcast the Bitcoin transaction. Notify the signers that you are making a deposit, and then confirm the user's balance at the end. All right, let's get into the demo. Any questions so far? No? Well, that's a good thing. All right. So I have this code over here. I'm gonna run it locally. Right now it's running locally on a local server. I'm gonna bring up that website. Slide this over. All right. So yeah. I'll repeat it again. What we're going to do now is peg in Bitcoin from my wallet into SBTC to Antonio's stats address. And let me get that address. Oh, send me a tested address. I mean, like, we're dealing with real money here. I'm going to be sending you real SBTC here, not testnet.
Yeah.
But I can go through the code. Oh, wait, that's kind of hard to see the code, right? We can see it. Oh, we can see it. Okay, so my angle is like blurred a little bit, but oh yeah, you're right. Come on down. All right, so let me make it bigger. Actually, it's kind of small. Oh, did you send me?
Yeah.
You sent me a main address. Nice, perfect. Update the code. All right, so this field over here, I'm gonna get rid of that field, and I'm gonna replace it with Antonio's address. Oh. All right. Nice. All right, cool. It's working now. Let me just refresh my app. Oh, cool. And let me make the code bigger again. All right. So, all right. So at the top over here, we're creating that custom Bitcoin or custom Tabler address. This address is controlled by me, user, and also the signers. Once we create that custom address, we're going to send it and pass it into this field over here. This method is going to invoke your sats wallet, and it's going to create a Bitcoin transfer. We're going to specify that custom deposit address that we just made, and also the amount of Bitcoin that we want to peg into SBTC. And then at the end over here, we are going to retrieve the TX hex of that same Bitcoin transaction that we just made. And we're going to notify the signers about it, just so that they are aware that there was a pegging process that is being requested, and for them to basically monitor it, check it, and sweep those Bitcoins into their main address. And that's it. It's pretty simple. We're using the SBTC library for that create deposit address method. And also with this client over here, this client is using, he's able to communicate with the signers via the Emily API. And then so with this short amount of code, we can simulate the Bitcoin to SBTC process. So let's go ahead and peg. Well, first, I want to make sure my wallet is properly connected, actually. So let's go and you know what? Yeah. Second. All right. So my wallet's connected to my app, and I'm going to go ahead and click on the purple button. I made it purple just so I can differentiate between peg in and peg out, right? So we're pegging the sets, the old purple facade. So let's go ahead and invoke that function. And nothing is happening. Hold on a second. Okay. Come on back. All right. Let's put in my password. Is that what it is? Okay. It's off screen, and so nobody can see what I'm typing in, just in case. All right, and we're back. So to summarize, I'm making a Bitcoin transaction to mint into SBTC. The transaction is going to consist of 0.01 Bitcoin. That is at the moment the minimum to peg it. And then we're going to confirm it. And then in about maybe 2 or 3 Bitcoin block confirmations, you should be receiving freshly minted SBTC on mainnet.
Woo!
Okay, and my Bitcoins went through. At the moment, it's probably in net pool right now, waiting for confirmation. But essentially, it's honestly as easy as that, and you can customize this flow however you want to based on the purpose of your app, the UX of your app, UI. So just a little glimpse as to that custom deposit address that we created. Essentially, we're creating an address or a Taproot address that, let me make it bigger. Okay. So we're creating a Taproot address that contains a deposit script that is controlled by the signers, reclaim script controlled by me if I want to reclaim back my Bitcoins, and an unspendable pub key that's kind of like, doesn't really mean anything, but essentially it technically means that this address right here doesn't have a spendable private key. So meaning like that, actually nobody has control over this address, but the signers and I have control over those scripts over there. And honestly, that was it. So there was the reverse process, the withdrawing of your SBTC back into Bitcoin. It's pretty similar. The user on Stacks is gonna burn their SBTC in the Clarity contracts, and then the signers will be receiving that emitted event from the contracts. And then the signers, after performing their checks, they will then send back the Bitcoins to your Bitcoin address. And if so, the process for the developer is just you want to make sure that the Bitcoin address is valid. Make a contract call to the specific SBTC contract, and then you want to confirm that transaction. So lastly, to sum it up, why build your own SBTC bridge? Well, I kind of stated it in the beginning. One, you can tailor the UX for your specific app's flow. For those who use the main app, maybe there might be some things that you want to add more to get more status updates or more information regarding that, regarding the transaction either on the Bitcoin side or on the stack side. You alleviate having your users from moving away from your apps, that you don't need to have your user open up a new window, a new browser, a new app, localize it, rebrand it for your community, and you can continue to make Bitcoin bridging invisible. And on the final thing that I want to leave you guys on is the official bridge proves minting SBTC works. Your bridge proves what's possible next. So that's it.
Everybody. Let's hear it for the winner of the new receiver of Eric's SBTC.
He got about $100 worth of it.
Let's go! All because of his loud voice. Sometimes you have to be loud.
And also thanks to the current minimum of how much you can pay in. Right now, the minimum is about $100 worth of Bitcoin. So,
okay.
Honestly, if there was no minimum, I would have just maybe gave you like $5. But now you have $100 worth of for minimum. So.
Awesome. Thanks, Eric. Well done. Well done. That was fun. All right, everyone. So that is a wrap. That was our last speaker. Today, we had a panel, and we had a keynote, and we had a fireside. We had another panel, and we had 11 projects give demonstrations of what they've been working on really hard for the last 4 days, followed by our final 2 workshops that just wrapped up today. I am your host. I'm Adam. I am white. We're going to move into our little closing happy hour session. Don't talk to me. I'm too tired. I need a minute. No, I'm kidding. Let's go have some fun over there. We have beverages. We have refreshments. We have some food. Let's go have some fun. Let's mingle. Let's network with everybody. Thank you for coming out. Bitcoin Builders Conference. Thank you. Let's go. All right, guys. That's a wrap. We're wrapping up our presence at Buenos Aires for DevConnect and all of the Stacks events around. I'll be back at my desk, probably not tomorrow morning. I'll be flying in tomorrow morning around showtime. I think I'll see you guys on Friday. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. I'm gonna hook up with GP and we'll get some more content going soon. See y'all on the flip side. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day.
Oh, okay. Keep it. Oh. Yes.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news.
Oh, and you guys,
GM piece.
GM, brother, you hear me? Okay.
Oh yeah, I can hear you. Okay, I was with Benta, and yeah, we were talking about devs.
Nice.
And how they put in so much work without sleeping. We took probably fell asleep. What's going on?
Oh well, he actually mentioned to me late yesterday that he had some stuff he had to handle this morning. He would try to get to the show as soon as he could, but he might miss the show this morning.
Oh
so,
yeah, it's all
you're gonna
good.
have to fill in. You're gonna have to be GP and 300 this morning.
Oh definitely. You know me. I'm here.
Right on.
Amazing guest.
We got guest after. We're just becoming a hotbed of guest activity lately. We have so many things going on in the ecosystem, and now that we got the hang of running the live streams all day, gives us a lot more flexibility with what we're doing. And I'm actually really excited to get the engineer in here. I did tell him I was probably running about 10 minutes late, and I'm only 8 minutes late, so that's pretty cool. What is up, the engineer? How are you today, man?
Hey, how's everyone? Good morning.
Oh, good,
It's
Brody.
actually pleasure to be here. Honestly, it's a pleasure to be on the Stacks blockchain. Honestly,
Right on. Well, it's a pleasure having you. And
Yeah.
you know, I've only become recently familiar with what you're doing because people are shouting you out and saying I needed to cover you. And
yeah,
so
I saw that.
and I'm glad they did, because I mean it does. We've been cranking here lately, so I haven't had as much time to go in and check as I'd like. But you have a couple of different projects you're working on. You're working on Takeo Labs, which I've heard of fairly recently, and then
Yeah, so it's two
you know what?
different
I'll let
things.
you. Why don't you give us an introduction, a background? Tell us a little bit about
So
your journey here.
to a background of like what made me come here, and then it will make more sense of like what's going on. So
Perfect.
I heard of Stacks a long time ago, when I think Miami Coin was a thing. I remember that, like when the governor of Florida or something, like I think it was the mayor of Florida had announced Miami Coin, something like that. I bought a little bit, but I think I was kind of put off by the
I
whole
came in a little
concept.
bit after that. So I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
really as familiar with the history of that.
So
I know.
yeah, he's really an
Yeah, so
OG.
Yeah. So I would say but I wasn't active in the space. Like I was like, oh, let me just buy like $100. I don't know. Right. It's some sort of like Bitcoin project. The only thing that kind of put me off was the idea that you have to give up Bitcoin for STX. And at the time, like that didn't make sense to me. But then I was a project manager of like a software development team. And then as I started growing my own Bitcoin stack, I was like, I really want to make a project on Bitcoin. Like I want to do something to advance Bitcoin. But at the time, the only thing I knew of was Lightning. And then when I really dove into Lightning, I realized you can't. It's a great thing to send money anonymously, but trying to actually build something decentralized, I'm like, okay, I get why there's Ethereum. I never understood why there was Ethereum, but after I tried to build Lightning, I'm like, okay, Ethereum Solana makes sense from a development standpoint. Maybe not necessarily a monetary standpoint, but a development standpoint, this is a great tool. So then I was like, all right.
You can't do things on Bitcoin that you can do with smart contracts. And Ethereum was the first, and then Solana had their own model, and Ethereum was originally proof of work, you know, so you're probably aware
Yeah,
of
it
that.
was originally. Then they moved to proof of stake, and you know, so but I'm still a huge believer of proof of work. I think more of the ethos of you have to give up something to keep the economic model intact, right? Like if you just, and I don't want to dive too much into it, but like I'm just saying I'm a big believer of the ethos of proof of work. I know many people get hooked on the electricity, but they're not realizing the ethos of having to give something up is the whole point. Something that's valuable to you.
Right. There's no risk in staking.
Exactly. They don't want to talk about it for specific reasons, obviously, but there's no real risk in staking. You're making the rich richer, and you know I wouldn't argue, right? If I Solana, I'd be the first one to be like, no, this is the future of the world. Trust me. Right? Because there's no risk to me. But anyway, so as I started diving deeper, I was like, I really want to make something, but it needs to still align with that ethos, right? Because it needs to live outside of me. Like it can't hinge on my life. It has to go further than that. Then in around November of last year, I started really diving into not using pump.fund, but researching it from a perspective of I thought the concept of bonding curves was ingenious. I did. From an engineering perspective, because my background is mechanical, then
it was cool. We had, I mean, I'm assuming you're familiar with STX City and what Kawawin built.
Yes, that's how I launched Techo. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, so and that is it's a very interesting development, the bonding curve application and token launches and what Pump Fund did. I love trying things and figuring out how
Yes.
they work.
Yes.
There's a downside though to those
Yes.
as well, where it became way too easy to just launch a token that had no value, but it was very
Yes.
easy to get hyped, and actually there was an incentive to hype it because of the bonding. So there was positives and negatives.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought in my head, I was like, the technology stack is amazing. The ability that I can now just make it is very amazing. What that is missing to me is one thing. And that was what started my journey into development. Because I said, all right, they produced the next layer of the internet. They don't know it, but they did. What I thought was missing was, and I first want to cover what they did from an engineering perspective. They allowed users to add liquidity transparently to both sides, initially starting with no liquidity compared to a liquidity pool, where you need that bigger investment. And then prices formed on a, that bonding curve, that price model, which makes it easier for people in Africa, right? Like, who may only have $1. That's all they have. That's all they have. That makes it much easier for them. So I said, to me, this is the future of asset trading, right? The problem is it's too easy to make the coin. Everyone dumps. There is no liquidity backing it, right? The person that really benefited is the initial buyers and the platform dev, right? The platform dev wins regardless. If it goes up, he has no incentive to monitor the platform. I'm not saying anything bad about it. I'm just saying from an economic perspective. Now,
right.
what
Their
I
incentive
thought
is to provide the platform, and what happens on there afterwards is
exactly.
It's only important so
So-
long as it doesn't make people flee the platform.
Exactly. It just needs to functionally work.
The house
in a
always
sense.
wins.
Yeah, the house always wins. So I thought, the reality is this isn't good for my family and friends in terms of the feasibility, but the engineering stack is good. So what does it need? Because what I see in the ecosystem from a whole is you have a bunch of people who are really good developers, but they're not product managers. They're not thinking about the feasibility or economic model of it. They're just like, it works. Now, what I thought in terms of product management was this just needs how all the trading fees go to like the platform. If you take half of those trading fees and you save it on that smart contract, that token has revenue. If you save those trading fees on that smart contract, that token now has revenue. Okay, great. Who gets to claim that revenue? In liquidity pools, you share the revenue. When you share it, it's not that great. It's okay. It's great that we're sharing it. It gives some value, but however, I thought, okay, what if the revenue can be claimed by the person who locks up the most of the token on the smart contract? We have a separate function that says lock tokens. After you've bought it, you can lock tokens. Then now I'm providing liquidity that I cannot sell because I've locked it in the smart contract, and I can claim this revenue from trading. So now my incentive is like similar to selling a call on the stock market. I don't know if you've ever done options, where I'm providing liquidity.
Thanks to Robinhood for introducing those to me. Before
Okay,
I
yeah, there was a period of time
I
I lived on.
I learned some expensive lessons from Robinhood with options, but I understand how they work. Yeah.
So the seller is the opposite side. Most people know the buyer, right? I like being the seller, where I offer the liquidity, I lock up my shares for a period of time, and I gain the money everyone's gambling from buying calls. So in that sense, I was like, it's if you add a model like that, it's similar in the sense of, let's walk through an example. I buy $1,000 worth of Leo. I really like Leo because I think it's the most popular community coin, other than like Welsh or Dog or something. And I buy $1,000 worth of Leo. Let's say the fee is 2%. 2% gets saved on that smart contract, right? Now, in order for me to claim that $20, I need to lock up. I'm just using a rough example. My real one is a little bit more in depth, but a rough example is I lock up that $1,000 worth of Leo in the smart contract. Now everyone knows there's a price floor, right? Because I've locked up Leo. I claim that $20 because I've locked up the most Leo. But here's the catch. Now that I've claimed that trading fee, you cannot unlock that money until the highest last trading fee, which was $20 in this example, has been brought back through natural trading activity. So now it puts you who claim that trading fee in the hot seat. You need to incentivize more trading. You need to bring volatility, right? As long as you keep bringing volatility, right, then you can keep eating more trading fees. I think we need to bring an incentive to all tokens on the blockchain that there's a price floor and there's an incentive for someone to create a market, right? Then both sides get what they want. We have an ecosystem where whales are competing for the trading fee and they have to lock up tokens, and traders are competing for asset appreciation. This is the one fix I saw that would really help. The only thing, the last part that's really important is I added a cap to how much trading fees you need to bring back to the ecosystem, because without it, you get this infinite loop where you have to keep locking up more and more. Yeah. So for the smart contract I worked on was 1 million Satoshis because my base pair was SBTC. You need like max cap is when it starts getting to 1 million Satoshis, then like that's the cap. You may acquire more trading fees, but as long as there's always 1 million Satoshis in this smart contract, you can unlock your tokens. So I've developed it on testnet and mainnet, and then I was just like, I don't really care. I mean, I'm an engineer, like mentally, like whether you buy this token, my token, not buy my token, I don't really care. But I think this standard should be across all DEXs on the blockchain.
So
that way I can buy Leo, right?
I'm sorry, go ahead. You go ahead. I'll save my
No,
question.
I just said that if this standard is across all blockchains in a sense, or at least on the Stacks blockchain, I can comfortably buy Leo knowing it's a meme coin and my focus of volume, right? As they're doing their giveaways, I don't care, right? I'm making money as they're doing those giveaways because users are still selling and I'm making money from trading fees. I have an incentive to hold the floor of Leo.
So, Leo, this is on a specific, this is platform based or is this token based? Is this like,
well, the way Stacks works is you make a token and then you also have a DEX smart contract. So I've implemented this on the DEX smart contract level because you have to make a smart contract for the token and then you have a separate automated marker or bonding curve DEX smart contract. So it would be implemented on the DEX smart contract.
So, and is that at launch in the bonding curve? Or is that
if we were to implement this would have to be after the bonding curve.
Okay.
It would have to be after, because right now we already have DEX market makers. Like Bitflow has their smart contract for trading, like Alex Labs has theirs, Veller has theirs. I'm just suggesting another, like an upgrade to the DEX smart contract is just a majority locking feature. So that, all right, if I'm buying a meme coin, I can also see how much trading fees it's generating. And instead of splitting it to everyone on the liquidity pool, save it in a pot that I can go compete for, that one person claims, right? So you incentivize people.
Replace the current liquidity fee model.
Yes, I would want it to replace the liquidity pool because, like, are you really benefiting from splitting those fees? Like, are you really feeling anything? Wouldn't you rather that people would? It's just my opinion, but I don't think users are really devised by claiming that that 1 penny or 20 cents. But if you put it as a pot and you start advertising, the fees are here, and the token has about $50 of trading fees saved here. And the person who has the most tokens right now locked up is this X user. And if I just lock up a little bit more, I can be claiming the trading fees. Because I would start looking at it from perspective of, Zero Authority.
Yep. A little
Think about how much giveaways Welsh, the last one I saw was Welsh. Think about how much giveaways they do, right? Then think about if I were to charge if the DEX is charging a 2% fee for every sell on those, right, that Welsh is doing, how much money in revenue is that smart contract making just from the selling side? I know the price has gone down, but how much revenue is being saved just from the sells? I would then wait for the giveaways to end. I'd buy back the token and claim the trading fee, right? I would just focus on the reoccurring revenue from the community. And then as people see me buy, obviously they'll be like, well, damn, I just sold. The thing just went up. They'll buy back, right? There's utility now. It's a stock. I mean, I shouldn't say that, but it's essentially a decentralized stock.
Okay, I understand the concept. So it's an evolution of the traditional liquidity pool.
Yes, and
function.
I think this is one of those things, and it's just my opinion that we're just very early where we only have software developers working on things. And I'm saying this from someone who's managed software development teams. They're developing it without the thought of the product evolution. They're just building. We're going to build.
100%.
But
That's exactly what so we do a lot of talking to builders, and a lot of builder teams don't have, they're more technical builders.
Yes.
And so they're looking at, they don't see the marketing side, they're not building to the user, they're building to the function. And so
yes, and they're making it more and more complicated, not on purpose, just because they're builders. That's what builders do. It's the same thing. You ever watch that movie with Steve Jobs, where he was talking to Steve Wozniak? It's on Netflix. I forgot. Where Wozniak was upset with Jobs. He was like, "You're taking all of the features out, right?" But Steve Jobs is like, the user just wants the computer to be clear. That's all they want. You're making the company by adding the USB port. You're adding this, like the user doesn't care.
Create stress. Too many choices create stress.
You're adding way too many choices.
It's as simple as one choice. So, and my background is a realtor. In real life, I'm a realtor, and I've been doing it for a long time. And I learned early on, certain types of houses are traditionally for value per square foot is higher on a ranch house versus the lowest on a raised ranch. And the reason is because with a raised ranch, when you walk in, you have to make a choice immediately. I'm either going up or I'm going down. And so that is the factor. Too many choices makes it stressful.
Way too many choices. Yep. So I have 5 minutes, so I'll just leave you or kind of gear it towards, in terms of choices, you have two users when you're coming into crypto. You have the trader, especially people coming from Africa or whatever their background is, who have $20. In 5 seconds, they're going to make a choice whether to buy this or not. It is going to be purely based on the chart. Purely. That's it. That's all you have. There's a million blockchains, in my opinion. There's a million tokens. If they're up, they will buy it. Period. Right? And then on the other side, you have the whale. The whale is not stupid. He's not going to buy a picture of a cat or dog. He's not. So if you're saying about institutional adoption, they're not coming to buy a cat or dog. They're coming to see how much volume is coming in because there's no revenue right now. If you implement this model, they're coming to see, oh, okay, well, it doesn't have this much volume yet, but this much trading fees is being saved in a pot that I only need to have this much money locked in order to commit. Okay, cool. I don't mind taking that risk, right? I see this much volume on chain daily from this many wallets. I'll take this risk because there's this much real liquidity sitting there. What's the trading pair? SBTC, it's USCC. I'll take that risk, right? Right now, there's no rationality for a whale to come into this ecosystem and take that risk. There isn't any. But with a feature like that, the whale doesn't need to roll up this or that. They say, this much money is there, this much risk is there. I'm in.
No, and that's great. And one of the biggest challenges we have right now in our ecosystem is value locked. We need to have more value locked. It's actually one of the biggest issues. So anything we can do that will help us get there is important. So this is a very interesting concept. By the way, I know we're kind of limited and you're limited with your time availability today, but this is we can definitely have you on again. Happy to have you on again. This is not a one shot opportunity. We do these shows every day, Monday through Friday, and it doesn't always have to be a morning time either. But I just wanted to make sure we got your stuff out there. It's theengineer.btc or the-engineer.btc at theengineer_21 on X. And the project, or there's a couple of projects here, right?
It's just two. So it's the network, which is focusing on building those smart contracts, or at least the MVPs that I'd like to see implemented in the ecosystem, which is you can go to the website. And then Techo Labs is like my first, I would call it, successful meme coin project where I'm making sure the price is always up by leveraging my income or whatever you would call it, and going from there. Like we just launched on the bonding curve. So I know one of the pain points, like,
yeah, that token is relatively new, and I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure where it came from.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I haven't really done any marketing, right? My belief is more, I don't really want to spend too much money just giving it away, because I'm protecting. I think of it like, if I'm the hedge fund manager, I'm protecting the value of my token, right? I'm looking at every other token on the Stacks blockchain is like down. This is going to be the one that like is up, right? I don't mind keeping it up. It should be up because I have my family in it, right? I can't, like, my mom is in it. My mom looks at it because this is her introduction to looking at the blockchain. Like, she's gonna call me if the price is down, in a sense.
Right. Well, and so just on the model you're proposing, and if you have to jump, just
yeah, no worries.
That's cool. But you basically created a competitive model for providing liquidity.
Yes.
So
the one that's easier for each user.
So here's one concern, or one question I have is, does it does it create a disincentive for everyone else in the pool to pull out their liquidity if they're not the highest liquidity provider, and so they're not going to get any fees?
Way I look at it is, why were bonding curves successful? People weren't providing liquidity, they were trading value, right? I'm saying the liquidity pool model in general is broken, right? The average user, I've tried to teach my family in Cameroon how to add money to a liquidity pool, and they're saying, go do it. I just want to buy it. You know what I mean? Like, the reality is the average user does not want to enter a liquidity pool. Reality, like, whales want to enter a liquidity pool. So let them focus.
No, you're
on
right.
that.
You're right.
They just want to, the average
really
user
do
just wants to buy and sell. That's it.
Right.
So
Slippage and permanent loss. If you don't have a lot of money to begin with, you're gonna just the fees to provide and pull out liquidity can be cost you your profit anyway.
Exactly. So if you're going to provide liquidity, you better be serious. That's what I want. I don't want the person providing liquidity to be like, I'm adding it today, I'm going to move it tomorrow. No, if you're providing liquidity, you're a whale. You're here because you want to make money, period.
So I wonder,
I'm game in terms of seriousness.
I wonder though, are you familiar with the HODLMM that BitFlow has been building out? The concentrated
No, so I looked at it, but I didn't dive too far into it. If you're saying it's something I should, I'll spend the weekend diving further. I can see immediately.
Right? There's bins at certain price levels, so you can add liquidity at certain price ranges. So you could actually have competition amongst bins. So it's not all or nothing. It's the highest provider in that bin. So I could provide liquidity. I might be the highest provider at a lower bin, and I'm targeting a lower price, and that way it creates it creates less disincentive. You don't want to necessarily concentrate it where the whale has it, but you can maybe take a bin and get the trading fees for a bin that's higher or lower if there's volatility.
What's a bin, out of curiosity?
So the bin is the HODLMM for BitFlow, which is still just in beta testing, and they're one of our sponsors. I'm friends with the guys. I played around with it. I've been a beta tester on it. I did a boot camp on it for them. So the way I'm not an expert though, so I might be explaining it wrong, but you have, when you're providing liquidity, you have a range. You can set a range across price scales. And in that range, there'll be a number of bins. That is the liquidity pool for, let's say it's, let's say for easy math, it's USDC and Stacks, right? Yeah. So there's a bin at the price of, let's say, 20 to 25 cents for stacks. And then there's a bin at 26 to 30 cents. And then there's a bin at 31 to 35 cents. And there's also one, bins below. And so when I provide liquidity, I'm providing liquidity across a range of bins. And then there's a curve I can choose where it's actually providing more of my liquidity concentrated towards the center. It can be flat across all of the bins, or it can actually be like an inverted curve where I'm providing it at the edges. So I have control of where I'm putting my liquidity most of my liquidity. And so I'll get fees when it trades at those scales, in those bins. And it actually prevents slippage, because it's also going to concentrate, it should theoretically concentrate liquidity more where the market's going to be, as people are trying to get fees for providing their liquidity. So as
I have to look into it. Yeah.
It's a little, it is a little complicated, and we're getting into but it might actually be it might be a good piece to add specific to your model to make it less all or nothing for all fees. And it gives your liquidity providers more control if you have something like that, a model where you have those ranges.
Okay. I would say I will look into it this weekend more seriously. And just for anyone listening, I do have a spaces for this Saturday. Some people ask more information. I'll give you more information on like Techo and my ideas for it, but I do have to run. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
What time Saturday?
12, like my time. I'm in Houston, so my time is 1 p.m. your time.
Houston Central?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So it'll be like 1 p.m. East Coast time, or
something like that. But it's immediately on my Twitter, so if you see it on my Twitter, you'll see it there.
All right, so follow. Bring them right up. Follow the engineer.btc space tomorrow's Saturday, actually. I know how.
Oh yeah, tomorrow's Saturday.
Space tomorrow morning. Awesome, brother. I'm sorry, man. What's your name?
Sean.
Or should I just call you the engineer?
You can just call me the engineer.
All right.
The engineer. Let's go.
Let's go.
That's kind of like how my family refers to me now. Anyways, I'm used to it. That's kind of where the name came
engineer. Nice. That's a good moniker.
Because I started off as an engineer.
What's that?
I started off as an engineer. That's my background.
All right. Cool, man. Cool. Thank you so much for joining us today, man. Really very interesting concept that you've come up with. Really cool design on you're definitely producing here. So it's very interesting. Guys, make sure you follow. Don't be a stranger, man. We do this all day. We're streaming all day, every day. So we have lots of space. If you have more stuff to come chat with us about, happy to have you on anytime.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'd love to just share my thoughts about the ecosystem and just things I think that we need as a blockchain to be prepared for as interest rates start getting lower. To start receiving some of that liquidity, because it's coming, right? And I think we're doing a good job with SBTC in general. These are just a few little tweaks here and there that probably need to be done. I think I've talked to a few people in Discord about it. Things like many users who are on Lightning, right? That smooth transition into SBTC, because it's a stronger Bitcoin pair, just because the speeds are somewhat the same. You don't have to manage channels, and you can own it in your own wallet with your seed phrase. So it makes me feel more comfortable at night. But yeah, definitely love to come and share some more of my thoughts later.
I hear you on that. And I appreciate it, man. It really interesting. Seems like you have a high level view coming in on some of this stuff.
Yeah. I've been in it a while, so I really took this year to really dive into stacks, making my own smart contracts. So I was more educated on it, but I've been in Bitcoin and like running my own node, my own Lightning node for years, while I've also been a trader. So, surviving on that for years as well. So, I can always get my own, not my financial advice, but my own technical analysis. Like Bitcoin for me recently broke out of a rising wedge, and we're sitting on that, I think the 21-day moving average on the monthly. So I'm curious to see how we're going to end at the end, but yeah, I have a lot of thoughts. I don't know if you've seen the chart of
I tend
Bitcoin.
to agree. I tend to agree. I'm cautiously optimistic. Happen, right? We could still have
Yeah.
some choppiness ahead where we are.
I think we'll
you
bounce.
know,
It's just me. I personally, that's not my financial advice. I think we'll bounce. I just, in my gut feelings, even if we don't bounce, I'm still buying. Like I say all of this, but I buy like $1 a day. I don't care. I don't even look at it. But if I'm saying technically, like I see we broke out, everything's telling me we're going down. But my gut, it's like, nah, like we're gonna bounce. I just the way I look at like Fed policy and not. I know everyone's saying, oh, he's gone to quantitative easing and all this. I'm like, that
Not
stuff takes a
quite.
year to feel in the economy.
Right.
I know people, they push it on Twitter, but I've been here long enough that I'm like, even if he were to cut rates tomorrow, the market could still drop. It takes a year for that liquidity to go.
Right, exactly. And they've been tightening they just stopped tightening. They're not easing.
Yeah, so that's a good thing, but
Exactly.
it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while. Where I feel we will bounce, this is my own, not financial advice. Where I feel we will bounce is even if people aren't using my liquidity pool model, liquidity pools are starting to become the standard, and you already see it in terms of how USDC is now on stacks, right? This is a huge thing. I know people don't really see it, but this is huge, right? Bitcoin's never had a programmable price. It's had a centralized price. It's never had a programmable, this is the price because of this liquidity. When as liquidity pools become the standard within organizations saying, I want to be able to trade this on the blockchain and I want to know the price of Bitcoin because of this liquidity, because there's this much USD versus this much Bitcoin, you finally get transparent Bitcoin pricing. That's why we'll bounce. But that's just me. I'm sorry, I keep taking your time, but I'll head
No,
out.
man, it's great. It's great. We actually do have the man, the myth, the legend, Rubes in the house as well. What's up? Good morning, my brother. How you doing today?
GM Rubes.
Yeah, guys, how's it going?
How you doing, man? I apologize if I missed you sitting in there. I was engrossed in a really interesting conversation with the engineer here.
He just came through.
I don't know if you caught it, but he's got some really cool stuff he's working on as well, bro.
Yeah, I caught the end of it. So that was quite interesting about the kind of liquidity jackpot almost, kind of take like the competitive side. Yeah, I listened to it last sort of 5-10 minutes. So it was cool to see.
Yeah, very interesting.
The afternoon session is about to begin. We are going to go through the Hacker House demos. We are getting started in 2 minutes. Please begin to make your way to your seats.
They're watching that live.
You guys may notice that lunch sign at the top.
All right.
It was a great lunch.
Time for section number 2. 2 minutes goes fast. 3 minutes goes fast. That's how much time each of the projects that you guys are about to see, that's how much time each of them gets. So really quickly, what you're about to see is coming from multiple days of these builders spending day in, day out, working on their projects at the Stacks Hacker House over the course of the last week. So this has been a very fun and enjoyable experience where Several of these projects have won some sort of stacks builder competition previously. This was a campaign that started back in late September, early October. And so every project that you're about to see has had the opportunity and earned their spots to win a hackathon and earn their way into the Stacks Hacker House. This was a 4 or 5 day long hacker house with different workshops, different times where they're just spending every minute of the hour working on their projects. And now they're going to be put into this very high pressure, stressful environment of giving their demos across in 3 minutes. So we have 11 projects that you are about to see. Yes. So in this order, I'm going to quickly go through everyone. Up first, we have Reparito. Second is Bitcoin University. 3 is Big Market. 4 is HyperInsure. 5 is Stacks Machines. Then X402 Stacks, followed by Certificores, followed by CV Chain, Rather Strategy, and then B2 Picks. We're going to get through all of those, one project, 3 minutes at a time. Let's hear it for our first presenter. Right here. Let's hear it for Reparito.
Let's go. Hello. Thank you for bringing me here. It's a beautiful sunny day. So I am Omar. I am the creator and founder of Reparito. Reparito is the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. So I have been doing freelancer for a long time, especially here in Latin America. That is really important for this part of the world. But there is something that is really painful. Most of the time, freelancing is lonely. It's hard to do the work. It's hard to find clients. It's hard to, do all the networking. I mean, it's really hard. You have to do everything yourself. So thousands of Web3 talents don't have the opportunity to be discovered. When I entered the industry, I realized this. So thousands of freelancers worldwide are wondering, what's next? How can I get a client? How can I get a new project? How can I be part of something new, to be part of a new project? So I think this can be different. What if there was a platform where you can find your next freelancer project by help of people you trust? Enter Reparito. Reparito is a decentralized talent platform for Web3, built on stacks and secured by Bitcoin. We align incentives between freelancers, talent scouts, and clients through smart contracts to ensure that everyone involved receives their fair share. So Reparito is focused on link referrals. So the whole system allows the users to connect to each other. You can see here a little sample of this. So this platform allows the freelancers to set their commissions, to also, with blockchain, be sure that everybody will receive the automatic commission distribution. So, and the best part is that everybody can be a talent scout for all the users. So I'm going to show you a little demo here. All right, this is how it works. So a user enters to our platform, connect their wallet. So the user set the profile and can, decide how much profit, commission fee can give to someone to find a job for him. And he can actually search for other users and connect and get a referral link. With this referral link, they can actually connect with other users. There was a transfer happening in the blockchain. So you can see the platform is working really well. We are working in do some little stuff to prove it. So yeah, this is Reparito. So we are building the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. So with Reparito, freelancers set their own referral commissions, talent scout, and automatically the blockchain enforce who gets paid by automatic commission distribution. So if you want to join this project, there is our link to our Telegram. You can take a picture. So with Reparito, we are starting the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. Thank you.
Great work, great work. All right, we're getting right into the next one. So speaker number 2, Bitcoin University, please start making your way up to the stage. Woo! Here for Bitcoin University. Buenos dias, buenos aires. I'm so excited to be here and share with you guys why I'm here and what I'm building. So my daughter, I'm building for my daughter. She's my biggest inspiration. I'm building Bitcoin University for her. I missed her birthday to be here. And so I just, I told her I was going to be here for a reason. And that reason is that I believe education can unlock sovereignty and opportunity for the next generation. That's why BTCU exists, to create a pathway to financial freedom and meaningful work in the Bitcoin economy. The world has changed and is still changing. People worldwide are fleeing weak fiat currencies, seeking stability and control over their wealth. Bitcoin offers global, borderless, sovereign money, accessible by anybody with an internet connection. But we still have an education gap. Traditional education systems haven't evolved to teach people how to participate in this new economy. Traditional universities are failing the next generation of learners and workers. It's too expensive. The curriculum is outdated. People aren't graduating and getting jobs in the field that they're studying. And they're graduating with debt. People need skills, not diplomas, and they need income, not debt. That's where crypto comes in. It provides an opportunity. The Bitcoin and stacks economy is rapidly expanding, but there's no talent pipeline to fill these critical roles. Companies are hiring and opportunities are abundant, but beginners have no clear way in. The real problem is that wallets are confusing and seed phrases are scary. Educational resources are scattered across the ecosystem and fragmented. Career paths are unclear and people don't know which skills lead to real jobs in the crypto economy. That's where Bitcoin University comes in. A friendlier, simpler, modern way to learn Bitcoin and enter the global crypto economy. BTCU removes every barrier between curiosity and capability. We're building the front door to the Bitcoin economy, designed for absolute beginners with real opportunities. So we're designing beginner-friendly courses for anybody, regardless of technical background. We have a mobile-first UX design so that you can learn anywhere, anytime from your mobile phone. And we're using AI to personalize instruction that adapts to your personal learning style. We are going to connect you with peers in the space that you can learn with, and also mentors to help you guide you through your journey. After completing courses, you will receive on-chain credentials. And we know all of the companies in the Stacks and Bitcoin ecosystem that are building on Bitcoin, so we can connect you directly to companies that are hiring talent. So frictionless onboarding. We partnered with Turnkey and developed a way for you to create a wallet with your biometrics, so Face ID or fingerprint. And so there's no passwords, no complexity. You get an instant wallet and you can jump straight into your first lesson in under 30 seconds. So by limiting friction at the entry point, we ensure that nobody is left behind. So as you can see, it's very simple. You log in, you sign up with passkey, your seed phrases are stored on your device, and you can instantly get access to course content and resources. And when you're finished, you can mint your NFT certificate.
Bitcoin University, let's build a future for our children. Thank you.
Well done, Bitcoin University. Moving on to our next project. Come on up, Big Market. Let's hear for Big Market.
Yeah, of course. Hello, and good afternoon to everybody. My name is Antonio. I'm representing Big Market, and let me tell you about what Big Market is today. So Big Market is a prediction market, and for those who don't know, prediction market is like a platform that helps us predict future. For example, will it rain tomorrow? So we build a prediction market around one certain problem. And the problem is that information does not necessarily over means that that is truth. And truth, we believed in the past, that leads to wisdom and power. So we are overwhelmed with misinformation around us in today's world. And the question is like, what can we trust? So basically, one of the basic problems that is facing humanity today is like, how do we distinguish that signal from noise? Everything in the media, we are bombarded with like untruthful information. Libra here happened in Argentina. Can we trust governments? Can we trust politicians? Like, what can we actually trust? And the notion of prediction market exists for quite some time, but we have built Big Market completely different. We have built Big Market around a concept of DAO, and we have made it like severely or radically decentralized. Participation, anybody who participates on the platform basically gives signals for that truth discovery. Accuracy, if you are the person that has insider knowledge or information, will it rain tomorrow, will basically make you earn more reputation because information that you're providing to the platform is more accurate. Resolution on the platform, where other platforms are lacking in terms of the speed and trustworthiness, we have a triple layer system, and basically AI, oracles, and humans are working together to resolve the markets, will it rain tomorrow, on the fastest possible way, which leads us to the multiple applications in DeFi around our platform. There is a saying, when you come into the casino, house always wins, right? Because Big Market is built around concept of DAO, we have built it on a way that we build the house and we invite everybody to join in just by participating. You don't need to stake money, put money, just come there, leave a comment, and you immediately receive in our ecosystem something which is called soulbound token, like something that is very tied to you, and your soulbound token, soulbound reputation token cannot be traded on, cannot be traded or exchanged for anything else except for the Big Market IDO token, meaning that everybody can participation, take part into the protocol. Speed matters because triple layer system makes market cycle through very fast, which allows multiple applications in different industries
Insure. Come on up, Hyper Insure.
Okay, I check. Yeah. I've been sure. So we are protecting institutional Bitcoin transactions. Imagine this: you have a massive arbitrage opportunity. Agents has been placed, counterparties aligned, millions of liquidity has been posted, and suddenly your transaction or your trade doesn't go through. That's gonna be suck. People have been posting about it on X, and these are like some of the real numbers here. Like approximately 1,000 transactions, which are of very high value, didn't go through. Like 18% of failure rate because of the massive spike at a network congestion level. If you ask me, protocol risk is very real. It could be related to not paying the enough amount, mempool congestion at a Bitcoin level, or every missed block impacts on the liquidity that you are holding. So you wouldn't want that when you're dealing with that level or that volume of trade. So here comes HyperInsure. What you have to do is before putting that high volume of transaction at a network, just buy one of the insurance policy at our platform, and we take care of everything from network congestion to network monitoring from mempool, and we make sure your transaction goes through. And if it doesn't, and if your claim is legitimate, you will receive the payout. So ready to eliminate the protocol risk? I'm going to show you a small demo how it works. All you have to do is just connect your Leather wallet. Simply, as soon as your wallet is loaded, just select one of the package. Now what it does is here you have standard packages. Just have to make sure okay, I'm okay with this much amount of delay time. Just enter the amount, purchase the policy, perfect. Now once you have the policy set, all you have to do is submit the claim. If your claim is legitimate, you will receive the payouts. Everything is done by automation, smart contract. So the payout and everything is automated. And guys, what? We are live with HyperInsure. Just scan this, test out the whole platform, and there you go. So that's HyperInsure for you.
Nice job, HyperInsure. Okay, next we have Stacks Machines. Come on up, Stacks Machines. Time for you to take stage. There we go. Yay, Stacks Machines.
Oh. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Jan Alarcon. So I'm gonna present about Stacks Machine. So the problems that we realize is we want to help developers and we want to help founders, and we realize that these two important people face two problems. First, developers, they need more, assistant or tools for them to keep and develop fast. And founders, they need to show their idea, their product in a better way, in a way this idea is almost production ready release. So that's why we have Stacks Machine, this tool, AI tool that will give to you a high quality smart contract. It means with this tool, you can get almost production ready clarity contracts, and you can show and you can keep shipping. Also, with this tool, is especially for developers, so we can onboard thousands of developers that we have here. And the idea is to accelerate, to boost. For example, in this case, we can achieve very high speed. So how does it work? So we will collect so this is the architecture, sorry. So basically the user or the developer is gonna ask any kind of question related to clarity, stacks on our environment. It can be Visual Studio Code or Cursor. And we'll have an internal server that will handle all of these queries that we have. But before that, we have to ingest all of this knowledge data into our database, so the MCP or the tool can actually retrieve this data to the users. So this is the main flow. So here I want to show a bit more, but it's not showing. How is it? It's not showing my slide, but anyway. So yeah, happy to partner with us. So the idea is to scale this. For example, this is a project on early stage. We are just a POC. So, but the idea at the end is to scale this to production, to have this tool that can provide a much better response, a much faster response, and can provide an answer or can reply this developer's question in a fast way. Yeah, that's basically it. So with this tool, we can achieve what stack is needing to build BTC-Fi projects. So anyone can easily just come, log in, register, and start building the projects that is gonna leverage BTC-Fi into the next level. This is my QR code, so happy to connect. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you, Stacks Machines. For our next presenter, come on up. Let's hear it for X402 Stacks.
Sí, gracias. Hey everyone, great to be here. My name is Antonio, and you guys can see the screen, but basically this is a cloud interaction. I was trying to get Cloud to use an API, and he says it's not possible. Why? Because internet payments are made for the old use. What is that flow? So for example, let's say you want to interact with an API. You need to go, sign up, get an API key. And once you have that API key, now you can start using that API. But there's a problem. Basically, agents don't have a credit card. They want to pay for a service, if they want to pay for a API, for anything, they cannot pay. But they still need to get some resources. That's why I want to introduce you to X402 on Stacks, the native Bitcoin payment protocol. But first of all, what is X402? So whenever you guys go to the internet, you're going to get a response on the browser, on your mobile device. Whenever you try to go to the internet, you're going to get a status code. That represents the action. So for example, if everything is okay, you're going to get a 200. If you cannot find a resource, you're going to get a 404. Like the one in the ground with the dinosaur. So those are the status code. We also have the 402 status code, which represents payment required. In the past, we were not able to use this status code because there was no way to have micropayments. You won't pay with your credit card. It's more expensive to pay with a credit card in one sense than actually doing something else, right? So we were not able to use this status code correctly. But now with Bitcoin and micropayments, we can add the payment details to that response. So this is the basic flow of how X402 works. So we have a client, let's say your AI agent. That AI agent wants to consume one resource, maybe an API to get a TikTok video, whatever. So it goes to that API, and the API will respond with 402. That's their normal flow. Actually, that works right now. But instead of only responding with 402, now the backend is going to send also the payment details, my wallet, and also the amount of SBTC that I want to receive for that resource. So once I get that information on the client, your agent will send that amount of SBTC to the backend. The backend will verify, the facilitator will verify the transaction. And once the verification is done, you are going to get the resource you were looking at, X402. So what this means for the industry. So basically, now every content creator, like if you are posting something on your blog and maybe an LLM is scrapping your blog for that information, instead of only get scrapped, now you can charge and get paid on Bitcoin for that resource. All right, another content creation. Something important I want to touch here is that yesterday, 30% of all the base transactions were made by X402 protocol. 20% on base. That's a lot, and that's a huge opportunity for the Bitcoin ecosystem. So I have a quick demo here. I think I'm going to skip it because I cannot see it here. But basically, I was trying to get information from that TikTok video. That's the cloud example I was showing at the beginning. So I couldn't do it. But with X402 on the stacks, now I can get paid with SBTC with Bitcoin and get that resource. I'm going to skip the video because we cannot see anything. But well, let me introduce you to the team. So my co-founder and CTO, Cloudco, he's really good at AI, at coding. And me, Antonio, I've been founder many times before. I did Y Combinator a few years ago and also launched the first crypto credit card in Mexico. And well, if you guys want to start Stacks X402, you can scan this QR code. It's ready. It's now ready on TypeScript. And if you're gonna connect, my DMs are open. So thank you so much, guys. Woo!
Well done, X402 Stacks. Let's bring up our next presenter, Certificors. You are up. Take the stage. It is your time. Let's hear it, everyone, for Certificors. Come on up, Christian.
Yeah.
That's it.
I need more muscle.
Hold this right here.
Hold on. Gonna fall down.
Sorry.
It's not gonna work. Oh, there we go. There we go. We got it. We got it. Ooh. Yay! Look at that muscle.
All right.
Mike's looking like fun.
Delante justo con el otro compañero.
All right, so quick pivots. We are going to bring up a different project, and you will go after the next person. We will give out headsets.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
So, my mistake, everybody. Our next project is actually going to be Move Your Wallet. Move Your Wallet. Let's hear it for Move Your Wallet. Come on stage. Woo! After Move Your Wallet, then we will do Certificors. Certificors presentation is going to be in Spanish, so the production team will be handing out headsets. If you need a translation to English, just raise your hand when they come out. and they will give you a headset. But for now, we're going to go to Move Your Wallet. Este nomás.
Hello, everyone. My name is Manuel Elias. I'm the CEO and founder of Movia Wallet. But before I talk about my project, let's imagine that we are out and ask a random person if he can send us one USDC. Do you think that it's possible? Most likely not. And how many time it will take to teach that person how to create a wallet, save the seed phrase, have the token for the gas, and a lot of basic concepts and a lot of time. That's why I created Movia Wallet. It's a smart wallet for everyone, but focused on Web 2 persons, where you don't need to understand blockchain concepts, have the network token for the gas, or sign the transaction, because it's gasless and signless. You just need to connect your Gmail and send messages for help transactions. That's all. And now I will show you a demo. Right now, we connected already our Gmail, and we are on the dashboard. We added pounds, and we just need to go to a chat, write the same 0.1 STX to the person. Let's wait a little. The agent is saying, would you like to confirm? Yes, and you just need to wait. Here you can see the transaction, the hash, then we have the history. And another feature that we have is that we can add a contact. Not only this, not only transactions, you can make swaps, just sending messages. It's like this. So the person that you went out to talk, now, yes, he can send you money, just with one transaction. What's Movia different from the other wallets? Simple access to your wallet and integrate data assistant for transaction and swaps. This wallet is self-custodial. All the data will be stored in your phone, so we won't have your seed phrase or your private key, nothing. You have it. Our roadmap, we have 5 stages. We are right now in the second one, building the MVP. Next, we would like to have at least 1,000 users from Bolivia, Argentina, all Latin America. Then we would like to add all the feedback that we received, add new features, and finally have a pre-seed investment secure. This is the business model. We have 3 models. The first is commission for swaps, 0.5% for each swap. Then if you have a pro account, of course, you have to pay a monthly fee. The commission will be less for the swaps and priority super. And finally, the
Well done, Move Your Wallet.
Standing up till I'm crazy, man. In the heat.
So for our next demo, we are going to be bringing up Sebastian from Rather Strategy to give us our next demo. So let's hear it for Rather Strategy. No, somewhat. Back to the second.
Antes lo probamos. Antes de ir a mover todo. Okay. Thank you very much. There we go. My name is Sebastian Rosenberg. My name is Sebastian Rosenberg. I'm project manager. I'm part of the growth team at Radar Labs. Radar Labs is a local software company. We work with different foundations like Arbitrum Foundation, Near Foundation, MultiverseX, among many others. And this is our first approach into stacks and clarity. So we are really excited. And what we built is the Radar Strategy Protocol, which is about automated token strategies on stacks. So this strategy is trend. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's a hot topic right now across different ecosystems. It was following the Michael Saylor's MicroStrategy, which is selling a token in order to a stock, in that case, in order to buy another asset, Bitcoin in that case. So the first one in this case was Punk Strategy, who launched a token called Punkster in order to buy CryptoPunks. They currently hold over 34, I think, CryptoPunks, which is huge, and the market cap is over $35 million in this dip. The week before it was like 9 figures. And beside this, it's happening with different NFT collections. And another example I added is Node Strategy, which is a token trading node monks, which is a Bitcoin ordinals collection. And also is a way to prove that this works and made the collection pump over at 70%. But there is a problem with Bitcoin ordinal. These strategies are not automated, are run by a centralized team. So we are aiming to solve that too. So how this automated token strategy works, just to make it short, basically someone launches a token and a liquidity pool to trade that token. That liquidity pool generates a trading fee. It can be set up by the creator, 5%, for example. So each time anyone buys or sells the token, it generates a fee that goes into a treasury. That treasury has an automated token strategy, and when it reaches the floor price of a particular NFT collection, it buys and releases it on profit with a premium, let's say, for example, 20%. So when that NFT gets sold, all the proceeds are used to buy and burn the strategy token. This way, the strategy token helps the NFT collection, and the NFT collection helps the NFT token because it buys and burns it. So it generates a perpetual flywheel between both. And again, it's proven that it helps a lot to the collections. So this is how it works. Next one. And we have built, I don't know if with the sun you can see the front end. The main developer behind this was Mauro Coco, who's present here. And we built a proof of concept, an MVP, to show this can be done on Clarity on stacks. We did 4 smart contracts, one for the token interacting with LP, another one for the marketplace, another one for the NFTs, and for the trading strategy. So this works. We can see the other one. Here you can see the treasury balance of the trading fees. The floor price of the NFT collection is trading, so now it's ready to buy and release it on top. And the amount of the strategy token that have been bought and burned, it's a fixed supply token. So again, we want to bring this proven tool to the stacks ecosystem and also solve this clear pain point on ordinals. So thank you for your time. You can connect here and we have.
Well done, Sebastian. You're good. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So for our next presenter, we're now going to bring certificators back up on stage. Christian, are you with us? Yeah. All right. So while we're waiting for Christian's going to come up now. After Christian, we have Pizza Picks. We're going to finish up with Hot. So, Lisa? Let's hear it for Christian, everybody.
¿That's okay? Perfecto. Hola, bueno, mi nombre es Cristian, fundador de Certificate, y hoy les hablaré porque el fraude de diplomas hoy en día es una industria que mueve más de 7.000 millones de dólares cada año. Sí, así es una industria. Esto les está costando a las compañías miles de millones en malas contrataciones y asuntos legales. A los estudiantes no logran comprobar su verdadero valor y las instituciones ven dañada su reputación. El sistema actual es lento, caro y basado en la confianza, no en la verificación. Ahora iremos desde los sistemas obsoletos a un futuro de verificación instantánea, inmutable y universalmente certificable. Somos Certificate. Somos Certificate, la fuente oficial para la nueva validación de certificados académicos. Usamos la blockchain de Stack para lograr crear una verificación en segundos, proteger marcas de instituciones y una verificación instantánea de certificados. Nuestra plataforma crea valor para todos, las compañías, reclutadores, estudiantes e instituciones. Nuestro modelo de negocio es B2B SaaS. Compañías y reclutadores pagan una suscripción anual por nuestro sistema para poder verificar certificados. Ya tenemos un MVP trabajando. Dentro de los siguientes meses planeamos lanzar nuestro piloto con al menos 2 escuelas e-learning. Ahora veremos la demo, donde solamente ingresando el correo pueden encontrar la wallet y ingresando el nombre del curso certificamos en la blockchain de Stack. Aquí podemos ver cómo se genera el ID y está registrado en la blockchain de Stack. Sin ningún problema. Luego, como estudiante, pueden ver todos sus certificados listados y dentro de una certificación tendremos un ID que nos llevará a validar el certificado de manera inmediata sin ningún problema. También tenemos un explorador público donde con el correo podemos buscar todos los certificados de un usuario, los datos de una academia y más información sobre un certificado particular. Si buscan real talento, Certificate hoy lo certificará. Muchas gracias.
Well done, Christian. Well done. Let's hear it one more time for Christian. Great job. All right, so moving into our next speaker, we are down to our final 2 projects. Our next presenter, pointing to you, Ronell. Come on up, B2Pix. It's your time. Take the stage. Let's hear it for B2Pix, everybody.
But I did everything and made everything awful. The biggest like keep it more good, 4 days, but what is it with regular people other than from go for a run, like what you've done, what you've it's just going to be
So far, so good. I'm not sure every so often I lose connectivity. And I'm not sure if GP is accidentally hitting buttons and switching cameras.
I'm over the field. I'm the founder of Bitcoin. We are bringing Bitcoin self-custody for over 200 million of Brazilians. I worked over 15 years as a software engineer. During this time, I met Bitcoin. Then that was designed to be P2P, right? But trading, P2P trading with fiat currency has several issues. We become a place full of scam and long negotiations, so we headed to the centralized exchange. We're giving up our custody, our privacy for convenience. But if we could make P2P trading more secure and faster, well, in Brazil, we have PIX. PIX is a standard payment system created by the central bank. Everyone there uses PIX to transfer money, to make purchase, any kind of payment. That's very popular. So what if we connect PIX with Bitcoin? This is what B2Pix did. B2Pix let anyone buy Bitcoin as easy as buying a cup of coffee. We took very seriously the simplicity and security. To buy Bitcoin, you just come to our website, create your wallet if you don't have one with your passkey, without the need to install any app. So choose an offer, pay with PIX. In a few instances, the system will verify in the seller's bank account if the payment was confirmed. So it will release in the smart contract the Bitcoin for the wallet, the buyer's wallet. We built it in the Stacks blockchain that can confirm the transaction in a few seconds and have the Bitcoin finality. Also, we use both protocol. Both protocol enable you pay the transaction fee with Bitcoin. So it avoids the dual token that it provides the best user experience like a Web2 experience. We already live on the mainnet, and we are open gradually. So you're welcome to access our website and join our waiting list. Thank you.
You solved your piece. You solved your piece.
Let's go.
Well done, B2Pix. Okay, so we're down to our last presenter. So let's go ahead and get into it for our next presenter. Muy especial, feliz cumpleaños a ti, Paulo. Let's hear it. Thank you. Wait, that's my double.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Made it.
Take your time.
So thanks, my ass. Just need to copy what I'm using. You can franchise, people will have to buy them. No. Can I rent you? Yeah, whenever you need it. You don't need to own stuff. Just like these spaces so you can read wherever you want. It's like picking up, I don't know, this you don't need to own stuff.
Thank you.
What if we co-own it? You know what?
If that boat only go down in value.
Exactly. And you want to change the boat, and now you need a smaller boat. Then you're going to move from, I don't know, Ibiza to, let's say, France. It's expensive, takes time.
Yeah, but how did I finance it to begin with? I loaned out my Bitcoin, right? My Bitcoin's going to go.
Yeah, the big business and she wants to be paid.
Oh.
Goods and services, I guess.
So don't own the boat.
Never own a boat. Own a small fishing boat. I own a small fishing boat.
Well, but then you're monetizing.
Huh?
Then you're monetizing.
I just fish with it, but that's like a small fishing boat. But like for the bigger boats, all different. You don't need to be more on the boat.
Yeah. Hola. Muchas gracias por venir. Bienvenidos a Buenos Aires.
You're not excited, right? Yeah. I want to know who I'm referring to. First, I follow hacks. I've been developing since a lot of years, like more than 7. Also researching Bitcoin since late 2018. Going to very networks on on the digital sphere. And now I'm building on stacks since more than 1 year. Also studying for being a Bitcoin core developer here in Argentina. I'm gonna go back to the Amazon where is my origin the next year. And right now I'm very, very grateful to be part of this project. You did check that name, right? You understand what is that about. It's the legacy industry of the music. Um, you know, communities are pretty messed up. We are seeing a lot of applications that didn't got really the fair compensation for the artists. So I'm as a musician and as a programmer and as a 3D modeler even, I'm really pissed off about that. So I building with our DAO here also in Latin America is cross countries. Sumac, that means belleza, beauty in Quechua. It's a software universal music art kernel. Basically, it's a protocol for people to share music, art on the Bitcoin to stacks. It's so easily to just share what you are making on. About the flow of this process is practically making a contract, charging a fee for all the entities that are the artist, curator, buyer, or remixer that can use your work. So we already have the first song minted on Bitcoin stacks. That is Cholo. Is now driving also the band. Yolo Cholo is the first album. So how to earn Satoshi really? That's what people ask, right? Not just how to buy it on the floor or whatever. It's like how to really earn as an artist. We have Satoshi from SBTC, this network that is really strong. I really believe in that. I want to test it. You just have to meet, list, launch, and earn and repeat. That's what you need to do on this ecosystem. So practically, I'm doing this for open source. All my work is open source. You can check it on GitHub, anywhere. My site, that is hacks.pe. So we stand for the right to play. I invite you to check sumac.app. Maybe you can get a little bit of fun out there. I'm Follow Hacks. You can follow me on Nostr or whatever. Do what you want. Okay? Thanks.
Well done, Pablo. Let's hear it one more time for Sumac. Let's hear it for all the presenters, everybody. All the demos, Tiger House. We're really happy to see the final projects. Really pleased with everything. So we're going to keep moving along with our agenda. So up next, we're going to have Kenny Rogers from Stacks Labs come up and give an overview, a workshop into Stacks and Clarity. So I love this energy that we have in the audience. Let's just keep that energy high. Let's do it nice. Round of applause. Welcome to Kenny Rogers. Yeah. While Kenny gets set up, what the rest of the afternoon looks like is after Kenny, we're going to hear from the Stacks Latam team. If you're here at the beginning of the morning, I gave an overview as to why we are here, why we are in Buenos Aires. The Stacks Latam team is going to give some context as to why that is. After the Stacks Latam team talks, we're going to hear from Eric Toy from Stacks Labs, who's going to talk about bridging Bitcoin with SBTC. And we're going to round off our last speaker with Raphael, so from Hero. And so Raphael will be talking about how to build real applications using stacks and chain hooks.
Yeah, baby. Well, yeah.
That's enough.
Or another grandma.
Hello, everybody. I just got to say real quick before I get started, I've been with all these builders for the past week watching them build their projects. And we could just do another real quick big round of applause because watching them go through all of this. Crazy crowd, all of them, super cool. This is probably one of the coolest events I've ever been a part of. Honored to have been able to be with them during this journey. And I'm also going to put Ileana on the spot and give her a big round of applause. So, with that, I'd like to welcome you all to the nerd portion of today's programming, where we're going to be kind of digging into how Stacks works. We've been talking a lot about some of the opportunities. We've been looking at some of the people that are building things on it. And now we're going to kind of get into the how it actually works. And I was up vibe coding a little something last night. So if you guys pay attention, we're going to play a game at the end, and the winner's going to get 100 SDX. So if you're not paying attention, get out here and let's do this. So one of the things that I think is super important when we're talking about all this stuff is we looked at the opportunities for why we should be interested in kind of this whole idea of activating the Bitcoin economy and building on Bitcoin and everything, but where does Stacks actually come into play in helping us to do that? And really, I think Bitcoin kind of serves as two things. Most people understand that Bitcoin operates as money. I think that part's pretty well understood. But the other piece of Bitcoin that I think is maybe a little bit underappreciated or less understood is its ability to operate as sort of this foundational layer for a new, better kind of internet with the same concept as what it does for money. And that concept, I think, really comes down to ownership. What Bitcoin does is it allows people to own their money. And what I really like about Stacks is Stacks builds the piping that allows developers to come in and then build the systems that money runs through and have that same concept of ownership be built in. If you look around the internet today, it really runs on like a rental model. Very few businesses really own their entire stack from beginning to end. And so we may have the good money, but the pipes that money is flowing through they're still centralized. We still don't own them. They can still be taken over, shut down by somebody that's not us. That's not the one that owns the business. And so the vision for the future that I have with Stacks is, can we get those pipes that the money runs through to have this same ethos of decentralization and ownership and freedom and everything. So we're going to look a little bit today at how Stacks approaches that. And so I have open right here the Stacks docs. We're not going to do any slides or anything today. I'm just going to run through and we're going to kind of walk through a couple things together. So we've got the Stacks docs up here, and I found that the best way to kind of help people get their head around how Stacks works is to go through each of the components. We're going to kind of go through these one at a time, but if you're a developer and you go here to the Stacks documentation, that's really the best place to start to kind of get your head around what all these different pieces are. And so we're going to kind of go through some of these in order. We're actually going to start right here. Do you guys read those? Probably not. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit here. There we go. So this is kind of what I would say almost like what you might call the transaction journey of how somebody's going to interact with Stacks and how that's going to flow from when the user first initiates an action and how it's going to flow through the whole system and ultimately settle onto Bitcoin. It's another term that we throw around a lot. Stacks helps things settle on Bitcoin. So today we're going to kind of look at the path that actually goes down. And the first thing is obviously the user acts. So this might be a wallet, this might be a DeFi protocol, whatever. This is really going to be the first point of interaction. And usually what's going to happen is that when a user uses their wallet to call a transaction, behind the scenes, that's going to be using a JavaScript library called Stacks.js. So real quick, how many people are developers out here? Okay, so like half and half about. So if you've ever built on Solidity, Stacks.js can be thought of as like Web3.js or Ethers.js, but it's really going to be the interaction layer between the user and the Clarity smart contracts. So that's kind of where the journey is going to start from the user perspective. They're going to interact with an AMP. That's going to use a Stacks.js function to then call a Clarity contract. And Clarity is kind of the lifeblood of the Stacks ecosystem because that's the language the smart contracts are actually written in. And so what we're going to do right now is I'm going to have some audience participation. That's okay with everybody. We can't see this one either, can we? Okay.
A little bit.
How about if I
Oh, we can't.
This may not work. We can't see this, so that's okay. We're gonna wait. All right. What this was supposed to look like was a nice, beautiful little set of templates for what we actually want our contract to do. So basically what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna build, it's called a multiplayer counter contract. Super simple. The goal is we're gonna maintain accounts and anybody could initiate a transaction to add on to the account. And so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna call out what we need to add next, and you guys are gonna help me kind of put together this clarity contract so we can kind of get introduced to some of the concepts. So what I want you to do is I want you to look over here on the right. We've got a collection of a bunch of different elements of clarity functions and contracts that we need to put together in the right order to write our contract. And so the first little block that we have over here that you guys can't see, the first thing that we have to do is define a storage map. So I'm gonna start calling on everybody to shout out. If we need to define a storage map, which one of these do you think that we need to use? And I'll give you a little bit of a clue. The pink ones are the ones where we need to define something, so create something new. The yellow ones are where we need to call a function. And then the blue ones are going to be variables, so they're going to hold some values. The orange ones are going to be different data types, and the green ones are going to be the actual data itself. So if we want to define a storage map, which one of these are we going to grab?
Define map.
Somebody said define map. Hey, we want to name it counters. Which one?
Counters. The blue.
Yep. Now, we want it to be keyed by the user. And what that means is a map is basically a data structure where you have a piece of data that has an identifier. And so what we're saying here is we want the data here to be able to be identified by a user. How do we identify users in crypto?
Principal.
Addresses. So in Stacks, an address is called a principal. So if we remember that the orange is the type that we want to put here, and we need it to be an identifier for a person or a principal, then that means we're going to put what here?
Principal.
Principal. And we want them to be storing a type of a number, but it's a specific kind of number called an unsigned integer, which basically means a positive number. So if we say unsigned integer and it needs to be this same type of data, which one are we going to want to throw there?
Uint.
Uint. Now we just need to end. I'm not going to make you guys guess that one. Next, we need to define a read-only function. Which one's that going to be?
Define read only.
Read only. Nice. If you can pick up on what I'm doing here, I'm trying to highlight how readable clarity is, because you can basically just pick and choose for the thing that you need to do, and there's going to be a function that's going to be named similarly to that. So we want this function to be named getCount. And the yellow ones are function definitions. There's two different ones here. So which one do you think we're going to want to use here if we're just trying to define the function name?
GetCount.
Right. Now what we need to do here is we need to define the argument that we're going to pass to this getCount function. And we're going to call that argument to, and it's going to be a principal type. So we're going to want to do which one there?
At the bottom.
Nice. And now what we want to do here is the first thing we want to do is if whatever we're about to look up fails, we want to have a default fallback value that we're going to fall back on. And so we need our value here to default to something. So what are we going to want to call it here first then?
Default to.
Cool. And we want it to default to 0 if it doesn't find anything.
U0.
Okay. Now what we need to do next is we need to look something up in our map. And there's a little hint here for functions that end in a question mark. That means that we're going to be going out and retrieving something that may or may not exist from a map. So which one are we going to want to do there? And which map do we want to get it from?
The first one we created.
Okay. And now, remember we set up this identifier here by the principal. So now what we need to do is we need to tell this function how it knows which of these map items to go look up. And the way that we want to do that is by using a particular keyword in clarity that identifies the person that sent the transaction. So what do we want to do there?
GetCount TX sender.
No. Oh wait, I'm wrong. There we go. The guy grabbed the wrong one. What's going on here? What did I do? Oh, okay. I failed my own test. So this is probably going to be the trickiest part of it, but what we have here is when we define this function, we defined an argument called who, and when we call that function, we're going to pass a principal into that. But we need to be able to reference it from within the function. So what do we want to do there?
So we need to define a public.
Not quite yet. All we're doing here is we're telling our function who we want to look up, and it corresponds to the variable name that we defined. Who? There we go. So that's what we want to do there. And then we're just going to end that one, and we're going to end that one, and we're going to end that one. Where are we at time? Okay, we speed up a little bit. Next thing we want to do, define a public function. Which one's that going to be?
Define public.
We're going to call it count up. Function's going to be named. Now this one doesn't have any arguments because we don't need to pass anything into here, because what this behavior is going to do is it's just going to increment the counter that we have right here. So what we want to do is, if this succeeds, we want to return a success message. In Clarity, there's two return types. There's OK and error. So we want to tell this function that we need to return a success message. So we're going to do what right here. Now we need to set a value within our map. So we're going to run the map set. We need to tell it which map we want to update. It's going to be counters. And now we want to make sure that whoever calls this is the one whose count is going to be updated. So whoever sent the transaction.
Okay,
that's what we were trying to do before. Now we need to do an addition function, and operators work a little bit differently in Clarity. If you're used to other languages, you might be used to saying, 1 + 1 = 2. In Clarity, what you're actually doing is you're calling the add function and you're passing arguments to it. So we need to call a function that's named plus, which means we want to grab this guy right here. And the next thing that we need to do is we need to get the current count of this person's counter. So we're going to retrieve that value from the map. Then we are going to add 1 to that. And now it's just a bunch of end parentheses here. And congratulations, we all wrote the valid Clarity contract. So with that, we're going to talk a little bit about the next tool that we have in the Stacks ecosystem, which is Clarinet. So if we go back and look here at our diagram right here, Clarinet's right up here. And Clarinet is really the home base for Clarity developers because it's where they're going to initiate the process of writing their Clarinet contracts or Clarity contracts. That's where they can set up a local developer environment, get all that stuff going. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a command called Clarinet new, and we're going to say multi count. We're going to change into that directory. Then what we want to do is we want to create a new contract called multi-count. And we see here, we've got a couple different folders in here. We're going to pop open cursor. You guys can semi-see that, right? We're going to get our contract right here. Right now, it's just empty. And so we're going to see if this is actually a valid contract that we just wrote together. We're going to save it right here. We're going to run back, and we're going to run Clarinet check. Congratulations, we just wrote a valid Clarity contract by putting some building blocks together. Nice. So that's the quick tour of Clarity. The next thing I want to go over quickly is proof of transfer, because this is a pretty core part of how Stacks actually operates. When we talk about how Stacks is like a Bitcoin layer 2 and settles on Bitcoin and has Bitcoin finality, proof of transfer is the mechanism by which all of that happens. And so we've got a diagram here that can hopefully help make this a little bit easier to understand. I don't know how readable the words are, but we'll go through each piece of it right here for what we can see. So basically it starts with the miner, which is this little guy right here. And what that miner is going to do is that miner is actually going to spend Bitcoin. So that's how mining works in proof of transfer. The Stacks miners will start by spending Bitcoin. And what that's going to do is that's going to put them into a weighted random function to decide who's going to become the next miner. Now what they do next is a result of the Nakamoto upgrade that happened not too long ago. Previously, Stacks blocks were tied 1-to-1 with Bitcoin blocks. They happened roughly every 10 minutes. Now with the Nakamoto upgrade, what we did is decoupled the block time from Bitcoin. And so now Stacks blocks are roughly 5 seconds or so, sometimes less, is how long it takes for a block to confirm and for a transaction to settle. So most of the time when you initiate a Stacks transaction, you go to check the Explorer. By the time you actually open it up, a lot of the time it's already confirmed, which is great. So when that miner gets selected, they start a tenure. And what that means is their tenure is going to last that whole Bitcoin block, but they're going to be mining blocks every few seconds during that amount of time. And then what they're going to do is they're going to pass those blocks to signers. So the miners do not append the blocks to the chain. The miners just propose the blocks. They pass them to signers, who are a separate party in the mining ecosystem. And what they're going to do is ensure that the blocks the miner pass actually conform to the rules of the chain. And if they do, then they're going to confirm them onto the chain. And so where does that Bitcoin actually go? That Bitcoin gets sent to stackers who are related to signers in the ecosystem. Stackers are people that are locking their Stacks tokens up in exchange for earning that Bitcoin as yield that the miner sent over. So when you earn yield on Stacks, you're not earning some randomly inflated token. You're actually earning real Bitcoin. And so the staking mechanism in Stacks is not deflationary, because it does not increase the supply of the SDX tokens outside of the set Coinbase reward. It's part of the emission schedule anyway. And so this right here, this whole picture, this is what's called a reward cycle. And a reward cycle is 2,100 Bitcoin blocks, roughly 2 weeks long. And so what'll happen is these stackers, at the end of that reward cycle, they'll get a proportion of that Bitcoin yield distributed out to them, proportional to how much they stacked in the protocol. So that's the quick whirlwind overview of proof transfer. And the next thing I want to cover is SBTC. So SBTC is really how we can actually use Bitcoin on the Stacks chain, because as most everybody knows, Bitcoin by itself is not programmable. So if we want to take it and use it in a programmable environment, we have to somehow find a way to represent that Bitcoin within the programmable environment. Most of the time, that's either a centralized or relatively centralized solution like wrapped BTC, for example, on Ethereum. And so what the Stacks core developers sought out to do was they wanted to create as decentralized of a version of this as possible. So when Andre was up earlier, one of the kind of principles he talked about was, what can we build on Bitcoin with the technology we have available to us now that is as decentralized as possible, that then also leaves open a path to further decentralization over time. And that's really the core ethos behind how SBTC works. And so the way that this actually works is maybe another example of not being able to see what I get from being a dev and doing dark mode on everything. But basically, we got Alice up here. Alice wants to use a Bitcoin in DeFi protocol, but she doesn't trust a custodian to hold her Bitcoin. And because Alice is super smart, she decided to join the Stacks ecosystem and try out SBTC. So right here, down here, you can see we've currently got 100 Bitcoin stored. This isn't real numbers, by the way. We have more than that. But for the example, we have 100 Bitcoin that is in what's called the peg wallet of SBTC. And so what's going to happen is Alice decides she wants to convert 1 Bitcoin into SBTC so she can use it in the ecosystem. She's going to send that Bitcoin to that special wallet that's collectively controlled by the signers. Now, these are a separate group of signers than what we talked about for Stacks, but it's a decentralized group of signers that are going to basically collectively control this wallet. So it's not like a single organization, it's a distributed set of organizations that are going to control this wallet. She's going to use something like the Bridge app that we have set up on the Stacks ecosystem, or as you can do also if you're an application, you can actually build your own custom version of a Bridge into the UX of your application. So her Bitcoin is going to get sent to that wallet. We have a couple different components that are then going to basically notify the signer software that that transaction has occurred. So now we've got 101 Bitcoin wrapped up into this wallet. And when I say wallet, this is really represented as a single UTXO. So what'll happen is the signers will go through and consolidate all of these transactions into a single UTXO that represents all of the Bitcoin that is being held as SBTC. So the signers will detect that, they'll pick it up. And then what they're going to do is after that gets sent to the signers, that transaction has happened, they're going to verify it. And then what they're going to do is they're going to then basically vote on if that is a valid transaction or not. If they reach 70% consensus, it's considered valid, and they are then going to mint SBTC in response to that. And part of the bridge process is that Alice will also send over a Stacks address she wants that SBTC sent to. So that's a clarity contract on the Stacks side of things. It's then going to mint that SBTC to Alice. She can now take that. She has 1 SBTC now in her Stacks wallet. She can deploy that in DeFi. She can do whatever she wants with it. Then let's say, okay, I did the DeFi stuff. I want my Bitcoin back into layer 1 Bitcoin. Now she's going to call that same contract, but she's going to call a withdrawal function. And that is, again, going to ping the signers to say, hey, we've got a withdrawal. They're then going to initiate the process of withdrawing that back to Alice on the L1. So Alice gets her 1 Bitcoin. After they have verified that that transaction has occurred successfully, then those SBTC signers are going to burn the corresponding amount of SBTC. So because of this system, SBTC is always exactly 1-to-1 correlated with Bitcoin, and people can move it in and out of that as they wish. So that's how SBTC works. And all of this eventually settles on Bitcoin because there's one piece of that proof of transfer protocol that we didn't quite mention yet. And that is that what happens when a miner switches tenures to the next miner, what they do is they will record the hash of the last block that they mined in that handover process. There's a transaction that will initiate the handoff from one miner to the next. They're going to record the last hash of the mine that they blocked, the block that they mined. When the miner then the next miner takes over and they start appending blocks and proposing them to the signers, the first thing the signers will do is verify that they are building on top of the correct block that they're supposed to, and they're not going to allow them to mine those blocks if they're not. Because if the miner's not doing that, that means that they're attempting to overtake the network and create their own fork of the Stacks chain. So the Stacks chain will always follow 1-to-1 in lockstep with the Bitcoin chain. And this is what we mean when we say that Stacks has Bitcoin finality. Because of the way that that mechanism works, if you wanted to go back and reverse a Stacks transaction, you would actually have to go back and reverse the Bitcoin transaction that it was included in, because it's not going to be considered a relevant block to build, and the signers are going to reject it, because the signers and the miners have complementary incentives. So they're not competing, but they're not the same either. So the signers are incentivized to make sure the blocks are valid. The miners are incentivized to mine the blocks. And so that complementary system is what helps lock down that Bitcoin finality. So, you guys want to play a game? I want to see how much you were paying attention. We're going to play Stacklander. There can only do one. If anybody gets that reference. So, I'm going to hit this. You guys are going to all get your phones out. And we're going to scan this. We're going to play a little trivia game. The more correct answers you get, and the faster you answer them, the more points you get. After the game's over, I'm going to send 100 stacks to whoever gets the top spot. So hopefully y'all pay attention. I'm going to have my feelings hurt if you didn't. Let me know if it's not working.
Can I put my BTC name, or does it need to be, yeah?
I'm just going to manually send it, so put whatever there.
Blockface is the first one in.
If you don't have a Stacks address yet, put that in there and talk with me after, and we'll get you set up with one. Everybody good? Anybody still going? Wait, all right. Wait. We got 6 minutes. The game only takes about 1.5 minutes, so we're good.
Bravo, you're trolling on these.
Yeah, I totally.
No wonder it wouldn't let me get that name.
I know. You were stuck with Pendejo.
Have some competition there. Also, fair warning, I put this at like midnight last night, so I tested it a few times on my own, but just keep that in mind. Everybody in?
Yep.
Somebody say no? Mike, are you saying no or are you stretching your neck? Okay. All right, we're gonna do this. Everybody get ready? You're gonna be looking at your phones. That's where you're gonna want to look. Questions are gonna pop up. You gotta get the right answer as quick as you can. Ready? Get ready. Halfway there.
Yes, Harold, I will tell him that.
All right, we're down to the last question. Let's see who's gonna win this thing. Here it comes. Wow!
Oh!
Congratulations. No, Fred's the real winner. All right, that's it for me. Thank you, everybody. Okay, if there's any questions, we need a question for a couple minutes if anybody has any.
Anybody have any questions for Kenny?
All right, guys, that does it for me for the live stream. Switch off.
Thanks.
Hopefully, GP's in the wings to reset up the screen share for Restream content. But we are wrapping up our presence at Buenos Aires. We'll see you all later.
Buenos Aires. And so one of the reasons as to why that is due to the efforts of a few important folks in the Stacks community. These guys have been working really hard and doing lots of community programming and activation for the last 18 months. They're going to talk a little bit about their stories, some lessons they learned along the way, what they've achieved, and what they're going to get involved in.
Oh no, we're going to stay. We're going to stay. I didn't realize it was a Stacks Latam. Let's go. Woo! Brother, can you do me a favor? Yeah. Can you just hold this on that for a minute? Sure. That's it, man.
Hi guys, what's up? It's glad to be here. But this brief summary is super important that deeply kind starts that down. Here, principle. Now, downloading 80 and pass on to Colombia. Well, 2024 was a big year. Start that mission to increase the member adoption in Latin America. 2025 was awesome because you are here for that. Well, again, 2024 was expand and increase our ecosystem in countries like Peru, Colombia, Argentina, Brazil. The idea was launched the first Clarity Bootcamp in Spanish. We received over 100.5 applications, and finally, we invest 15 hours learning Clarity. Next, Nakamura Meetups was a perfect skills to increase our scope. For example, we have 6 countries in 9 big cities to explain how works stacks, how works Clarity, few weeks under the inevitable upgrade happens. And 1.3 big complete was an event and our perfect to increase our scope to explain how stacks is working with Bitcoin. In the end of the report, we execute our first online hackathon with different countries in order to meet your projects and increase our impact for the next year. And that's it. Probably 25 India. Okay, thank you, Jonathan. So, what happened in 2025 which made a shift plan? We start growing the ecosystem, we continue growing the ecosystem, but we try to focus more in retention builders. So we did a roadmap for this year when we try to activate every city in North America with different kinds of initiatives like IRL meetups, like technical workshops, and online bootcamp. We did about many developers from Latin America here. You're officially a DeOrganized. Very exciting for us. Many projects from different countries from Latin America here in Argentina, building and sharing their projects to all the crypto and Bitcoin community. This was part of the plan. We did a lot of meetups in Chile, Colombia, Peru. We activated the tech partnerships here in Argentina, like Restream, who already won a prize in Tax by Coding Hackathon. We unlock new developer communities like Bolivia, countries we've never been before. And also we expand our presence in other countries like Argentina, like Mexico or Brazil. The results didn't see, but it was around growing around 600% between 2024 and 2025. We grow with more than 40 developers in the ecosystem right now. In comparison with last year, when we did a hacker house, we had approximately 80 developers. So it's exciting for us to have more developers in our ecosystem right now. But what was one of our most important regional milestone? We did a hackathon last month, an online hackathon, the Start online hackathon, and we have more than 250 builders from across Latin America building projects and stuff. We achieved a record with more than 50 stacks-based projects. Our initial objective was 10 projects, so it was a good result for us, like more than 50 projects building and doing things and stuff. And the winners from this hackathon come here to our hackathon in Argentina. We have winners from Brazil, from Peru, from Mexico, and Bolivia, winners that you already saw in the previous presentation, like P2P, like certificates like X402 and stuff. Other success stories we have here in LATAM ecosystem. 2 of the 3 winners from the Global Stacks hackathon, Bitcoin hackathon, came from LATAM. Rather Labs, the first place for this hackathon, they are from Argentina, and they won the hackathon after participating in one of our Clarity workshops we did with them in the month of September. So this is good for us because with this initiative, we activate a region like Argentina, which is going to be important for the ecosystem here in Latin America. And also, the winner of the 2024 Stacks Latam Hackathon and Stacks Latam Hackathon we did last year during the BitConf, here in Argentina, still working in the Stacks ecosystem and be part from the Stacks program, which is like one of the most exclusive programs in the Stacks ecosystem. And he joined to the Stacks ecosystem and the Stacks Hackathon, for his participation in our program. So that's it. Well,
that's what we want to share with us. This is part of the result we had in these 2 years. We have a growth between the quantity of builders we retain between 2024 and 2025. And now Latam is one of the strongest contributors to Stacks ecosystem builder panel. What else? Right. Well, as Jonathan told us, we are just now 3 people in the Stacks core, core team building, but we invite you, if you are a developer, if you are a builder, if you are an educator, builder, or even you are interested in being part from the Stacks Latam, it doesn't matter what country are you, if you are from Brazil, from Mexico, doesn't matter. We come together, accelerate the Stacks adoption and create impact across the region. If you are interested in joining us in this ecosystem and continue building and continue growing the ecosystem, you can scan this QR code, share with your friends, share with any people who are interested. We speak Spanish, we speak Portuguese, we speak English also, so we have space for everyone in Latin America to continue building in Stacks. And what's next for 2026? So we want to increase our presence here in Argentina, but also in other cities important in Latin America as Mexico or Brazil. We have the mission to expand not only developer education, we want to continue with community education and also help with other protocols and other the apps or projects who are already building in Bitcoin with the Stacks to connect them with the Latam builders, with the Latam ecosystem, and give more opportunities for our people to work with them. And we are going to continue keep pushing to accomplish that the next major fronts, that the next major Stacks projects come from Latin America. So I think it's all. Thank you very much. Gracias. Español. Obrigado.
Well done, Stacks Latam team. These guys earned and deserve a little bit more of a louder round of applause than that. Let's hear it a little bit louder. Well done, Angela. Well done. So while they pack up, we have a quick update. So next we're going to hear from Eric. Eric is going to talk about bridging Bitcoin and building with the SBTC JS library. And Eric is going to be our final speaker of the day. So when Eric is wrapped, I'll do an official close, and then we will go into the happy hour closing event of the entire conference. So let's hear it for our last speaker of the day. Let's hear it for Eric Toy from the Stacks Labs.
Hello. Oh, nice done. Oh, I'm live. So, for those who have seen my demo on Sunday, I demoed basically how to bridging your Bitcoins to SBTC via the SBTC library. And, oh yeah. Yeah. It's, oh, okay. Well, yeah, they can see it. Okay, cool. This is fine. Yeah, this is the browser. Yeah. All right, so let me see how I can do this. All right. All right, so I don't have any slides. Yeah. I'm just raw notes and raw code. So, all right. So for those who've seen me on Sunday, you've seen me demo how to use the SBTC JS library for pegging in your Bitcoins to SBTC. And I did the reverse of pegging your SBTC out back into Bitcoin. For those who are still sticking around for the last workshop, you know what? I'm gonna peg in the Bitcoins and have somebody else receive the minted SBTC. Who wants the SBTC? Oh, okay, let me randomize it. Who should I pick? Who can say SBTC the loudest? Let's do that, all right? Who can say SBTC the loudest? Well, let's do it on 3. 3, 2, 1. I think you won.
Yeah, absolutely.
Send me your stats address in a Telegram group. Okay, so yeah, this workshop is going to be about using that library so that anybody, any app, any builder can integrate a peg-in and peg-out process for SBTC for their users. At the moment, there is obviously an official SBTC Bridge app, but with this library, with this JS library, you can integrate that into your own app and customize it based on the flow of your app and the UX of your app. Scrolling down, so the goals for this workshop is, to understand the Bitcoin to SBTC pegging flow, understand the reverse, which is the SBTC back into Bitcoin peg-out flow, and to persuade you to build your own SBTC Bridge UI. So I feel like everyone here is in the know already. Do I need to explain this? What do you think? No? Yes? No?
Give the 10-second version.
Okay. What does it mean to bridge Bitcoin? It means to bring Bitcoin from the layer 1 to the layer 2 on stacks and to make Bitcoin productive, programmable, unleash Bitcoin's power. All right, a high-level overview of how the system works. We have, think of it as 3 different parties. On the left side is the Bitcoin chain, on the right side is the Stacks chain, and in the middle are very well reputable, trusted men in suit and ties signers, right? These are the guys that we're trusting to sign the SBTC operations, communicate with the SBTC contracts, and also help to manage the SBTC UTXOs. The SBTC UTXO, to give you a little quick glimpse of what that is up over here. Let me refresh the page by clicking on this. This is where the single SBTC UTXO lives on this ginormous taproot address, and this is controlled by the signers. It's very dark right now, it's very hard to see, but the current balance is about 4,300, and that represents how much the value is in SBTC on stacks right now. So,
it's just under 400 million.
Go back here. And yeah. All right. So this is understanding the peg-in flow. We're going to go one level deeper into the peg-in flow. Let me make it bigger. Did you send, Antonio, send your exact address to me? Okay, yeah.
He needs it now.
Yeah, he's getting the minted SBTC that I'm going to be demonstrating. Lucky me in right there. All right, so this is one level deeper for the peg-in flow of what we're going to demonstrate. The user, that's me, I'm going to be on Bitcoin. I'm going to send my Bitcoin not to the signers, but to a custom taproot address or a custom P2TR, pay to taproot address. Once this transaction confirms, the signers will then sweep this UTXO right here into their main address that I showed you a second ago. They're going to complete all their configuration checks and whatnot. And then once they feel that it's confirmed and that they have the UTXO in their address, they will then invoke the clarity contracts on the right side, on the stack side, and then Antonio will be getting freshly minted SBTC. So the overview of the deposit peg and flow of what I just went through in that diagram. As the builder, you have 4 things that you need to do. You need to build the SBTC deposit address or that custom tablet address, sign and broadcast the Bitcoin transaction, notify the signers that you are making a deposit, and then confirm the user's balance at the end. All right, let's get into the demo. Any questions so far? No? Well, that's good. Thank you. All right. So I have this code over here. I'm gonna run it locally. Right now it's running locally on a local server. I'm gonna bring up that website. Slide this over. Bring it. All right. So yeah. I'll repeat it again. What we're going to do now is peg in Bitcoin from my wallet into SBTC to Antonio's dad's address. And let me get that address. Oh, send me a tested address. I need, like, we're dealing with real money here. I'm going to be sending you real SBTC here, not testnet.
Yeah.
But I can go through the code. Oh, that's kind of hard to see the code, right? We can see it.
Oh, we can see it.
Okay, from my angle, it's like blurred a little bit. But oh yeah, you're right. Come on down. All right. So let me make it bigger. Actually, it's kind of small. Oh, you sent me.
Yeah.
You sent me an address. Nice. Perfect. Update the code. All right. So this field over here, I'm gonna get rid of that field, and I'm gonna replace it with Antonio's address. Oh. All right. That's all right, cool. It's working now. Let me just refresh my app. Oh, cool. And let me make the code bigger again. All right. So, all right. So at the top over here, we're creating that custom Bitcoin or custom Tabler address. This address is controlled by me, user, and also the signers. Once we create that custom address, we're going to send it and pass it into this field over here. This method is going to invoke your Sats wallet, and it's going to create a Bitcoin transfer. We're going to specify that custom deposit address that we just made, and also the amount of Bitcoin that we want to peg into SBTC. And then at the end over here, we are going to retrieve the TX hex of that same Bitcoin transaction that we just made. And we're going to notify the signers about it, just so that they are aware that there is a pegging process that is being requested, and for them to basically monitor it, check it, and sweep those Bitcoins into their main address. And that's it. It's pretty simple. We're using the SBTC library for that create deposit address method. And also with this client over here, this client is using, he's able to communicate with the signers via the Emily API. And then so with this short amount of code, we can simulate the Bitcoin to SBTC process. So let's go ahead and peg first I want to make sure my wallet is properly connected actually. So go and you know what? Yeah. Second. All right, so my wallet's connected to my app, and I'm gonna go ahead and click on the purple button. I made it purple just so I can differentiate between peg in and peg out, right? So we're pegging the sets, the old purple facade. So let's go ahead and invoke that function. And nothing is happening. Hold on a second. Okay. We're back. All right. Let's put in my password. Is that what it is? Okay, this off screen, and so nobody can see what I'm typing in, just in case. All right, and we're back. So to summarize, I'm making a Bitcoin transaction to mint into SBTC. The transaction is going to consist of 0.01 Bitcoin. That is at the moment the minimum to peg in. And then we're going to confirm it. And then in about maybe 2 or 3 Bitcoin block confirmations, you should be receiving freshly minted SBTC on mainnet.
Woo!
Okay, and my Bitcoin went through. At the moment, it's probably inventful right now, waiting for confirmation. But essentially, it's honestly as easy as that, and you can customize this flow however you want to based on the purpose of your app, the UX of your app, UI. So just a little glimpse as to that custom deposit address that we created. Essentially, we're creating an address or Taproot address that, let me make it bigger. Okay. So we're creating a Taproot address that contains a deposit script that is controlled by the signers, reclaim script controlled by me if I want to reclaim back my Bitcoins, and an unspendable pub key. That's kind of like, doesn't really mean anything, but essentially it technically means that this address right here doesn't have a spendable private key. So meaning like that, actually nobody has control over this address, but the signers and I have control over those scripts over there. And honestly, that was it. So there was the reverse process, the withdrawing of your SBTC back into Bitcoin. It's pretty similar. The user on Stacks is gonna burn their SBTC in the Clarity contracts, and then the signers will be receiving that emitted event from the contracts. And then the signers, after performing their checks, they will then send back the Bitcoins to your Bitcoin address. And so the process for the developer is just, you want to make sure that the Bitcoin address is valid. Make a contract call to the specific SBTC contract, and then you want to confirm that transaction. So lastly, to sum it up, why build your own SBTC bridge? Well, I kind of stated it in the beginning. One, you can tailor the UX for your specific app's flow. For those who use the main app, maybe there might be some things that you want to add more, to get more status updates or more information regarding that regarding the transaction either on the Bitcoin side or on the stack side. You alleviate having your users from moving away from your apps, that you don't need to have your user open up a new window, a new browser, a new app, localize it, rebrand it for your community, and you can continue to make Bitcoin bridging invisible. And on the final thing that I want to leave you guys on is the official bridge proves minting SBTC works. Your bridge proves what's possible next. So that's it. Everybody. Let's hear it for the winner of the new receiver of Eric's SBTC. He got about $100 worth of it.
Let's go.
All because of his loud voice. Sometimes you have to be loud. And also thanks to the current minimum of how much you get paid in. Right now, the minimum is about $100 worth of Bitcoin. So, okay. Honestly, if there was no minimum, I would have just maybe gave you like $5. But now you have $100 worth of for minimum. So. Awesome. Thanks, Eric. Well done. Well done. That was fun. All right, everyone. So that is a wrap. That was our last speaker. Today, we had a panel, and we had a keynote, and we had a fireside. We had another panel, and we had 11 projects give demonstrations of what they've been working on really hard for the last 4 days, followed by our final 2 workshops that just wrapped up today. I'm your host. I'm Adam. I am White. We're going to move into our little closing happy hour session. Don't talk to me. I'm too tired. I need a minute. No, I'm kidding. Let's go have some fun over there. We have beverages. We have refreshments. We have some food. Let's go have some fun. Let's mingle. Let's network with everybody. Thank you for coming out. Bitcoin Builders Conference. Thank you. Let's go.
All right, guys, that's a wrap. We're wrapping up our presence at Buenos Aires for Dev Connect and all of the Stacks events around. I'll be back at my desk, probably not tomorrow morning. I'll be flying in tomorrow morning around showtime. I think I'll see you guys on Friday. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. I'm gonna hook up with GP and we'll get some more content going soon. See y'all on the flip side. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day.
Oh, okay. Keep it. Oh. Yes.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news.
The basics of what Speedflow is and how it adds to the stocks ecosystem. How you can use Speedflow for various stuff like swapping of your favorite token, putting your BTC to use, single-sided liquidity and yield on Bitcoin. So since we're waiting for others to join, let me quickly do this.
Peace, are you there? Nice.
Okay, so I'm going to wait a bit, then start the class. I'm trying to get everything sorted out real quick. But yes, let's start today's class. So Again, welcome everyone. Welcome to another episode of the Stocks AI Guild Bootcamp. Today we're going to be going over what or how you could like create content on Bitflow, since most people don't know what Bitflow is since they're so new. So first, what is Bitflow? Bitflow is a decentralized exchange on the Bitcoin ecosystem, on the Bitcoin blockchain. So Bitflow is designed to help solve the problem of fractional liquidity. That means it helps you trade both stablecoin or Bitcoin pegged assets. Basically, it helps you trade Bitcoins, tokens that are on the stocks blockchain, like your main coin like Rush, Leo, and the likes. Also, what Bitflow aims to solve is that Bitflow aims to solve the problem of idle assets, which Bitcoin is all about. So Bitflow is here to create a yield or DeFi strategy for the assets on Bitcoin. So basically, it involves you can supply your SBTC on Bitflow and get rewarded through liquidity pools there. And there are various core features in Bitflow. Mind you, I'm going to go through this real quick because I'm also going to do a recap of the original classes, just a quick recap. So Bitflow allows you to swap. That means you can swap your meme coins, your stable assets, or anything with minimal slippage. And you can also earn real yield. That means you can stake your assets and get rewarded with sustainable returns. And then Bitflow also offers single-sided liquidity, which you can see from your STX on the Bitflow pool. And through that, you can supply only your STX and get rewarded for that. So next, the benefits of Bitflow, why Bitflow is so based. It is created on the Bitcoin layer to which leverages stacks to bring smart contracts to Bitcoin. So what Bitflow does is that it uses the programmability of stacks to allow DeFi on Bitcoin. It allows SBTC integration. SBTC is a one-to-one pegged Bitcoin, which enables users to perform DeFi with it. So Bitcoin allows people to do that with the SBTC. And now I'm going to go over the last class. We've talked about prompting, how prompting could help you grow, and how to do effective prompting. So today I'm going to just go brief on how you can do effective prompting without having to do too much. So first, when you want to create, when you want to make effective prompt, you have to know what your context is. You have to be clarified on what you want to do, and then you have to define your constraint. So first of all, when you say context, that means what your AI is. That means you have to give your AI personnel to get effective prompt. For example, like let me give an example, a practical example to be precise, so you guys should not be confused. I'm going to go to okay, so hold on, my screen is not. So now I'm going to show you guys how to give your AI a persona. So first of all, you can use any AI for this, mind you. So for me, I'm going to try to use my Google AI Studio, since I already have a persona out there. But let's go over how to create a persona with Gemini. Okay, so first of all, you have to think about what type of persona you want, or what the features you want your persona to have. Like for example, I want to create a prompt engineer that is well versed in the creation of AI images and AI videos that looks more like 3D animations. So I'm going to tell my AI to give a set of system instructions that gives the, well, I hope my screen is visible, that gives an AI the set of personalities. Personalities. So now I'm going to, although it's advisable not to use bullet points or asterisks or stuff like that, because it's some AIs do not work better with those. So I'm going to try to like do this the easy way. So I'm going to ask it to tell the AI that you are a very advanced AI prompt engineer skilled in the field of AI images and video creation. And also I'm going to add this for clarity, also with experience in wood. Reward photography. The reason I said photography is because when you want to like create an image, the photographers have better sense of how to create images, what images should look like, how they should look like, the best way it can come out, the best angle, stuff like that. So I'm going to run that and see what Gemini gives me. So it gives me this. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this system instruction and then take it to my Studio. I'm going to show you. So the site is studio.google.com and you can access it. It's basically free for everyone in case you have no access to subscription. So I'm going to put this in and then I'm going to switch this to Gemini. Okay, so now I want to like create a normal image, but I don't want to use a reference image. So I'm going to tell you to create an image of, oh yeah, another important thing. The best way to use prompt is by using them as JSON files. So JSON files are like super important when you're trying to create a personality. So always make sure to add the fact that all its output should be in JSON format. And so I'm going to add that all output must be in JSON format. So since I've done that, I'm going to ask it to create an image of I said her humanoid kangaroo. So I'm going to run that and let the AI go through that and see what it gives me. Although most AIs usually work with more complex prompts, but most are very easy to use, like Nano Banana. Nano Banana literally just gives you what you give it, and gives it to you back in better format. So now it's running the prompt. Oh yeah, another important thing is that for your prompt, always remember that you must add a negative prompt, because negative prompts are more like what you don't want to see in your image. Okay, they are what you don't want to see in your image and what you wouldn't like to see in your image. So an example of a negative prompt is maybe disfigured or 6 hands or 6 fingers, stuff like that. They help distinguish between what you want and what you don't want. So now you can see that in my prompt here, you can see that it's first went through the concept of what I want to do. So it analyzed the concept of an humanoid kangaroo, that is a kangaroo with human features, and then it's recommended the like a framework for it. That means like a framework. So wait, was someone on the so next it's analyzes the type and it gives me suggestion about what its skin should be like, about the texture of the character and its anatomy. So and then the next one was it gave me suggestion on the lighting of the image. I mean, that is why the photography side was very important. And then it's also gave me the camera settings, that's also this. And then it gave me a final output. And it says here, this is the explanation of what it does, what it did rather. So it says, I chose specific keywords like anthropomorphic and bipedal to enforce the humanoid shape, reference to Aaron Sims creative and non-religious similar AI. So basically what it says here is that it tells me the reason for the prompt and why it is optimal. So I'm going to copy this prompt real quick and take it to I'm going to use 2 different AIs for this. I'm going to use Gemini and run this, and I'm also going to use Google AI Studio for the second one. So it's loading. Let's see what it gives us. Yeah, that's fast. So voila, see what it gives us. It gives out a kangaroo with humanoid feature that hands and standing upright, because kangaroos don't normally stand this upright. So it gave it the shoulders, the hands, the legs standing aloof, and then you can see here that the background is more like as if it's taking a picture. Do you get it? It's very, very smooth, and you can see how clean it is. So next, I'm going to show you another type of AI you can use. So I'm going to try image and for portrait this image.
Is it possible to make the kangaroo like somehow more Bitflow, like themed?
Oh yes, definitely. So I'm going to have to go here and edit my prompt right here. So mind you, must first know what Bitflow basically represents. Oh wow. So we're going to go to Bitflow's page. We see that they have a yellow and black yellow and black logo, but mind you, they do not have a mascot. So I'm going to download the logo and head over to my AI. Head over to my AI, copy this real quick, paste it, and then I'm also going to upload my logo. And mind you, this is the tricky part. Okay, so the tricky part is how we can integrate this logo into our prompt. So now, since I can't for sure say that, okay, does the logo can be like in the background, because the AI would have to like go through many steps to just do that. So I'm going to ask it to um minute kangaroo comma add the uploaded image as a. So my sense of thinking is I should make the image a logo on its chest. Okay, so a logo on its chest. But then I don't want the kangaroo to be shirtless, so I'm going to have to be specific more. So wearing I'm just going to go with the black shirt. I'm going to add the plus on its chest area. And then I'm going to run that and see what it gives me. In the meantime, so I'm going to teach how to use the image info chat, which is best for JSON prompt. But today we're going to be using this now. And we're going to be using this. And mind you, your aspect ratio is very important when you want to use an image for something. So if you want to use an image for a video, but then video is a landscape, you choose the 16:9, which like works because this is the standard video mode, that's landscape, or you want to do a portrait mode, that is 9:16. But if you select a 1:1, it does not give you the desired output where you want to make a video. It makes it less, very, very compacted. And that is not good when you're running the video because it's then, it then changes the output and makes it less what you want. So now the AI is running a consultation on what I just showed. So they want to invert. It thought about the fact that if it adds a black logo to a black shirt, it will basically be invisible. So it thought about a more better way, but I don't think it's worth that. Let me check. Pixels, okay, bright orange here. So although the image may not be concise, it may not be the way you want it, because for most of this AI, they do not do well with already uploaded image. So I'm going to have to upload my image here again, just to be clear with the AI what I want. So now this is the tricky part. So pixel art logo, I'm going to put in bracket right here, image provided. Okay, so what that tells the AI is that, hey, I uploaded an image already. Why don't you use that image to create the logo that is in the centerpiece? So now I'm going to run this and see what the AI gives me. In the meantime, this is what is given for the other AI. You can see here that it gives the kangaroo in human form. You can see how better it looks than the nano banana, but it also has its benefits. You can see the yes, but yeah, you can see that it's quite good the way it looks. So I'm going to save that. Mind you, when you're creating with AI, don't think that the first image you create is the best one. Okay, always try to create more than once to have a proper, should I say, average image, like the best image possible. Okay, so once you keep it, okay, yeah, this is what we've gotten. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
So this is what we got. Because of
So are you recommending people to have almost like different platforms open and then have the same prompt feed into different platforms so you can get like a collection of different results?
yes, because that would help you get better at what you do. Okay. If you're able to
So
like, yeah,
what I'm thinking is one way to approach this is to generate a prompt and you feed that prompt to different platforms, and then you check the best result from all the platforms, which one you prefer, and then you take that one and develop it further.
Yes, exactly. You take the best one possible and then you create around that one. Because no matter what you think, you can't necessarily have the best output with one AI. Okay, you have to like engage with various other AIs to always make sure your output is way better. Do you understand? I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I'm going to try it out. Due to some issues, I'm going to, since the bounty says a Christmas theme, so I'm going to try to make the kangaroo more Christmas themed. Did you get? I hope you guys can hear me. So now I'm going to upload the beautiful image again. And then run that. And I'm going to go back here and try running what I got from this and see how this comes out. So mind you, I will drop this personality in the Discord for anyone that wants to have access to it. It's everything here is basically free to use. Anyone can use it for a limited amount of time. Because I think when it comes to the image aspect of Google AI Studio, I still think Google AI Studio is still the best. Because it gives you unlimited image generation per month. You could also try LM Arena. Let me type that so you guys can see that. LM Arena. So LM Arena basically uses Nano Banana without any other implication. So we're going to go here and see what we've gotten. Yeah, because of I did not add the logo, it gave me a whole new logo. So this is the limitation of this, because you won't be able to update a logo. So that's why I recommended using different AI, because then some AIs will allow you to upload while you are creating images, while others won't allow you to do that. So I'm going to copy this prompt. No, I'm going to have to create this prompt. I'm going to change this to average to see how it goes. I'm going to see how it goes because for some reason, because of I made the shirt black, the AI decided that making it black and this one like that doesn't work. I'm going to try to make the shirt orange and see what I get. Does anyone have a question so far? So we can, we can go through it together just to be safe. Okay, so this is how you use LM Arena. LM Arena basically allows you to create an image without any updating or trying to get anything. So now I'm going to try to upload the image. This image? No. I'm going to try. I'm going to upload the image. See, I can upload the image with this. So I'm going to have to add the fact that this is the image. Uploaded. So I'm going to close my bracket and run that and see what the AI gives. So in the meantime, let's go check out how our last prompt did. So since the background is orange and the shirt is orange, it makes it even more better. So let us see what the AI gives us, and maybe we could work with that. Now this is loading. So now, since we had a bounty launched earlier, late last week, about creating a Christmas themed beautiful bounty, beautiful video. So for now, I'm not going to create a video because I want you guys to create with your full imagination. So what I'm going to do is just show you how to create a themed image with what I'm doing. So now I'm going to wait for this to load and copy this prompt and run it. So let's check on our, okay, so and the marina is done. Oh yeah, you can see it now. You can see the two different types. Although this one did compromise the image, this one brought out the image perfectly. Hero, did you see it?
Yeah.
So you can see that this one compromised the image, although the character looked better. But this one brought out the logo better, but the character is a bit, not up to par. So I'm going to save both of them.
Okay.
So now we are going to go to Gemini to try the festive aspect of this. I'm going to upload that. Upload the image. Mind you, the reason I'm uploading the image, like I said, is for the AI to have a, should I say, like a preview of what it wants to create. So it wouldn't like have to hallucinate and create its own image. Okay. Most AI, because they don't have access to most of what we say, like when we say create a logo and we try to explain it, most AI don't have access to that information. Their database is not that advanced. So they tend to create it with how advanced they are. So then that's usually like, it makes it differ from what you actually want. And that is not what we want right here. So we want to create the pattern perfectly. So now I'm going to go over here and explain why the prompt is like this. So it says that I define the shirt as vivid orange to blend with the logo background, ensuring the black pixel art geometric weave stands out sharply as the brown element. That means it's made sure that the beautiful logo is very, very evident and it's not like reversed like the other images. So now we're going to go here and voila. We have Rue in the Christmas art, wearing a
That's
beautiful
really
shirt.
cute. Can you post that on social media? just so that there's a, the bit flow, people can see it, there's a record of it. And I really like to share some of these workshop stuff on X.
I'm going to drop all the images in the Discord. So I'm going to try to do the count with this one. So mind you,
tell
we're still
people
going
where to go, like where to find CTSN Discord, because maybe few people know that.
Oh yeah. So to access the CTSN Discord, just head over to the ctsn.ng. Hold on, let me try to get access to it. So you can always have access to the CTSN Discord through the CTSN X profile. The link is in the profile, and I'm going to try to access it right here so you can see. So all you have to do is go to your search button and press CTSN _ng. So once you go there, you're going to see the Discord link right here. And then if you click that, it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord. Is this the right? I think advanced link is let me try to text. So it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord. Let me try to confirm it's working. Yes, it's working. Yeah, I'm still that. Wait, why does it say that? I can just read the question. So it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord, and then to access everything that we've done so far, you can head over to the content creation channel, which is totally open for everyone. But just to be clear, you can get role at state channels and roles, or you could get it. So you can head over to the content and creation channel, and you have access to all the past recordings of the bootcamps. So in case you are curious about what we've been doing and you have no access to it, you can head over to the CTSN Discord, and you would have access to every material that we've used so far, and also every tools in regards to both development and the music production. So head over to CTSN Discord and get in there to have everything that you need. So now I'm going to go to LM now to see. Oh wow. So as always, the first one, a little bit crooked, but then this comes out well. You can see the beautiful logo, the enchant, the Christmas environment and everything. So I'm going to save this and send it. So the next aspect is video creation. So since most people do not have access to most people do not have access to paid Gemini or Flow or Google Video. So we're going to try to use video to, which is basically free for everyone, but use your each. So that's why, mind you, this is not an advice. That's why it's perfect to have more than one email when you're dealing with AI, to have the opportunity to access the different tools available. So once you're able to do that, you'd have little to less issue creating as much as you want and exploring. So I'm going to switch to Veo 2, basically. And then this is another important aspect. So like I was saying before, when you want to create a video, there are only two aspect ratios available. There's the 16:9 and there's the 9:16. So although most of the images created by Banana have been in 1:1 because of the limitation in law. So I'm going to have to just work with them. So I'm going to go over here and upload my image. Mind you, the thing with video creation is that you can choose to be more specific with your prompt, or you can choose you can use keywords, or you can just use advanced prompting. So I'm going to have to use keywords for this. So I'm going to ask the AI to animate this with acceleration aspects. And although this is just for show, it is not like a normal web prompt. You don't prompt like this because this is not advanced. I'm also, you also have to make sure that whenever you're prompting the video, you have to make sure that you take into, you must take into factor the camera angle, the lighting, and the way your character is. So I'm going to say, let character work with camera move. Let character work. Why? Okay, so I'm going to, for more details, I'm still thinking about the prompt. So I'm going to ask character to work as if it's uploading a vlog. Okay, so we're going to run that and see. Oh yeah, see, you can see here that there's the 10/10 generation. So that's for free limits. You can generate more than 10 without using the Gemini API, basically. And although you could just subscribe to your Gemini and get a more better option, but for those with no access to, no access to exclusive aspect of it, so I'm going to ask Gemini to do the same for my image. Since I'm just going to change this to shooter, because when you upload the numbers, it's working on it. So now I'm going to check on this. Yeah, it's downloading, and now okay, so let's see what that gives me. So I hope you can see that. You can see that, like I said, because of it is not 16:9, the image is cut enough. You can see it is not even in half, it is more like in quarter. You cannot see the logo, you cannot see the art, you can only see the little background and stuff. So I'm going to save that, and we're going to have to work on this aspect again. So another thing you can do for this thing is to make sure you add the aspect ratio in your prompt. Okay, that's another important thing. So if you say you want to like create an image and then you add it to your prompt, the AI would, okay, let me try to so I'm going to try this, copy this, paste it, and then I'm going to tell it AR, which basically means aspect ratio 16 So now this is the important part. So I'm going to have to go with 16:9. So let's see if the AI would be able to do that for me. I'm not too confident in this. So now this one. So because I did not put a dialogue, the AI had to generate a dialogue for me. So I'm going to be sending this to the chat for those who want to listen to it and see the difference between both generations. So you can check the CTSL Discord for access to the videos. And then I'm going to go back here and see what this one does for me. So I'm just going to be giving a little bit of like input to what you guys should do for the bounty. Since Bitflow does not have since they do not have a mascot, my best advice for anyone is to make use of one of the various meme coins available on Bitflow. Oh yeah, it did the thing. It did the thing. I forgot to add the image. So it did the thing, although the image is still 101. Yeah, but it looks okay. So now you can check the Discord for access to this, to the video. So okay. So the next aspect is we're just going to go over. We're going to try to like create a dialogue for this character. Okay. So I'm going to go over here and copy this and paste this. So I'm going to upload the character, and then I'm going to tell the AI the important thing is the way you structure your prompt, like I said. So I'm going to try to structure my prompt in such a way that the prompt is not complex for the AI. So I'm going to make it very, very simple. So I'm going to ask the AI to let the dialogue by go as follow. So I'm going to say welcome to the month of the worship I see. I'm going to use XMS for night mass. So I'm going to say trade on Restream. I'm going to say don't forget. I'm trying to make sure that my prompt is not, my dialogue is not more than it's supposed to be. So okay, so straight on flow. So let's see if the AI is able to create the old prompt around this. And another AI you can use for your video is Flow. Although Flow requires Flow does give 100 points I think per month. Also, so you can basically create using 100 Flow points per month. And once you create those, you would have access to the voice and the animations and everything. So I'm going to go over here and see. Okay, let's go there. So I'm going to go over there and see. So now I have access to my flow. Let me check real quick. So it's slow again. And let's check our Gemini to generating. So mind you, when you're working with flow, you can let your imagination roll out because flow works better with imagination. So you can let your imagination work around what, tell you what to do, how to do it. So as access to Nano Banana, you can basically create image with flow. So now another perfect aspect of flow is that there is the text to video aspect in which you put in a prompt and flow helps you create that image or that video rather. And then you have frames to video, which you have to upload 2 different frames and add them together. So let's say, for example, you have like 2 distinct images. So you can, wait, let me try to do something to show you guys. I'm going to try to these 2. So I'm going to tell like this to set from of the course as true. So I'm going to try to run that prompt to show you how the frame to video work. So my video is ready. I'm going to go at it and see it. So this came out perfectly like the code into it. So I'm going to try to upload it so you guys can have access to it. If you do not understand anything, please don't hesitate to raise up your hand or ask any question, because this is an open class. Everyone is welcome to ask a question. Uploaded, so you guys can have access to it now. You can check how it's so much. So you can check. So we have kind of an error there. So you see how the frame to video works. It's basically made sure both of them are in the same image. And then it's also, this is the first frame, but then this is like the middle frame, what the prompt I asked it to do. And then this is the last frame. Okay, so normally what it does is that it doesn't like add both frames together. It makes them separately, but because I asked it to add both characters together, it's hard to do that. So now we're going to go over this one. So now you see how good it is. Yeah, and you see that both frames are also in the video, so showing that the frames of video is meant to like make sure both frames like mingle with one another. So I'm going to save this. So I'm going to save this, and then the next aspect is ingredients to video. So what ingredients to video is that it basically allows you to upload more than 2 images. I think more than 2 images. It allows you to do that, and then at the end of your upload, at the end of your uploading, your prompts will define how both images will interact with one another. So now using this, I'm going to ask the AI to make this to characters, but to like, mind you, you can also use the prompts from your Google AI Studio system structure personality. But I'm just taking it slow because that would take more time than we have, and I wouldn't want to take too much of you guys' time. So I'm going to try to show you guys how the latest video came out. So I'm going to upload this and show you guys, so you guys can have access to it. So it doesn't seem like it's, So I'm now going to, you can also create image with Flow, but that is less used on Flow. So I'm not going to have to work with the Bitflow image created. So I'm going to use the prompts that we used for Gemini. So I'm going to upload that, and then I'm going to do this, copy the prompt about this. Okay, so I'm going to crop onto waiting for that to upload. Oh yeah, the video is done. You can see both characters. So that's the beauty of AI. AI, you can do anything you want. So what do I see after this? So I'm just going to add the word July and add the command there. So I'm going to run that, and we can have a look at what we created. So you can see both of them are fighting with the silvers. But yeah, let's check this one out. Alright, was that too much? And you can see that although it's not like super fixed, but it still works. So now we're going to have a look at okay, so seems like our image is created. So I'm going to play this and see what. So this came out as good as I thought it would, but the second one. So I'm going to upload the and mind you, you're all free to so there you go. That's how you can experience AI. That's how you can create various AI while also, doing other stuffs. So if anyone have a question, they're free to ask their question right now, because we've come to the end of the class, and hopefully you guys learned a lot. Oh yeah, Tim Lang, what's up?
I have a question. So
yeah, ask.
When you try to use an image as a reference for video generation, right? And let's say that the said image has like writings on it. Sometimes when you use the video generation, it doesn't give you when it comes out, it doesn't give exactly what it's supposed to give, like exactly what is on the image. It just writes like gibberish text.
Oh yeah, text is another limitation for AIs. Some AI cannot analyze text and remake it. So your best option is to add it after you've created the image. So you get that's one of the uses of that's one of the use of the Canva and your CapCut.
Oh, okay.
Any other person have a question? Okay, since we have no other question, I think we've come to the end of today's class. Thank you for joining. I hope to see you guys next class. I hope you all have a great night. Good night. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, that was a great session by the Stacks AI Guild and our good friend Bolupeak, showing us how to use some of these amazing AI tools available to us. Thank you guys for tuning in. I am going to continue with some pre-recorded content momentarily, and I believe GP and I will be back with you guys around 2 p.m. to cover the Fed speech. It's scheduled for 2 p.m. still right now. If that changes, we'll let you know. But we'll have something going on, and stay tuned for more content. And as always, thank you guys so much for continued support and tuning into what we're doing here. We really appreciate you, our audience, and just want to say that. We'll be back with more content shortly. Stay tuned.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running and keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning.
Other chains, we're now having SBDC assets, so you can put Bitcoin on chain. So like, I kind of sometimes like the bear market periods to help like reset, like really what do we want an on-chain economy to look like, and did we build the right products, and are we actually going to hit product market fit or not?
Yeah, honestly, the only ththing that we didn't touch on here.
Go for it.
All of this is great. The component that we need a little bit more of is, because I think that the biggest issue right now is lack of awareness outside of the ecosystem. Like that's the feedback I got, or the takeaway I got from Buenos Aires.
Totally.
There tell people what we have: fast transactions on Bitcoin, sub 5 second transactions, Bitcoin DeFi, a robust Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem. People are excited. Just we don't have enough people knowing about it. So
In the marketing area of the budget, it's addressed there of there's been funding set aside for global brand campaigns. There's been funding for when a new CMO is hired that they have the playroom that they need to get stacks out there. Actually, there's also a area, I can't remember exactly where it is in the blog post, of a CMO advisory group. We actually, as Alex Miller is hiring a CMO for Stacks Labs, he is seeking community members to help onboard the CMO. So like the community will actually get the opportunity hand in hand with the CMO. So like this is really important to us, and yes.
And that's 22% of the market, of the budget is your networking, growth, marketing, and BD.
Marketing, BD, and growth.
Yeah, and that's honestly, I think that's aside from making sure that the tech is, there's the bootstrap funding for the liquidity bootstrapping for the DeFi platforms and protocols, and the security, making sure that the devs are supported and we're putting enough effort into security. In my opinion, next is the marketing and growth and business development, which there's a lot going on there for sure. I don't want to undersell. Like, I don't want to suggest that it hasn't been going.
Totally understandable. Like I'd say like the budget proposal is put of, this is the first year of running a foundation and labs go together. So there is a little bit more upfront on ops for one time to get it booted. But for next year, I would expect these to taper off, like that budget to be lower, so that more is allocated towards growth, marketing, working capital. So it ebbs and flows. This is a living budget. So let's say we're able to optimize even further and reduce budget from the operations side, then that budget will automatically be reallocated to growth. So,
and to that point, yeah, that's great to hear everything. And Rina, to your point, there's a way for people to feedback like what they wish to see, right? And I saw that the form on the blog, and
yes,
yeah.
I put it out. I'm gonna have people redirect always to the Stacks forum, because not gonna lie, Twitter threads are a little bit messy for me to follow, but I want people to put feedback always on Stacks forum, on our monthly open office hours. Everything will always be done on X Spaces, kind of streamed with DeOrganized. Hopefully that's okay. I'm putting that out there, but the intention is to make sure everything is public and we are working in public.
Awesome.
Yeah, so it's really important, I think, going forward, like if you really want to have your opinion or views really properly logged, don't just, like, in addition to making a post on X, you should really bring that suggestion to Stacks forum, I think. And
Stacks forum is the best place, because then I can see the upvotes, I can see the community feedback. You're not limited by weird character limits or anything. You can put any analysis, and I'll say I look at the forum every maybe 2-3 days. So like I'm looking out to see who's posting what and being thoughtful, because I want to make sure those ideas are warranted, merited, and at the end of the day, actually funded.
Yeah, Peace, do you want to just scroll to that form just to show people where it is?
Go down just a little bit. There should be a link to the forum post. I'm trying to see.
More simple.
Go up a little bit. There we go. So I posted last night on the forum of we have a wish list that's running and needs feedback from areas. So kind of you know how much I care about putting context, but if you go up just a little bit. So I've started a wish list. I have KOL expansion, brand distribution. I want to see Phantom and Fireblocks and Tether and Cash App and Hyperliquid in our ecosystem. These are my ideas and other TC members, but
oh yeah, and when can I buy stacks on Robinhood is really.
Oh man, I've been tweeting to Robinhood for like a year.
I'm putting it out there. Like I want moonshot ideas. I want partnerships that will unlock audiences and liquidity, and I want everyone's input.
Awesome. No, we need all of these. We definitely
need all of these. Alpha alerts. Some of these are already in the works.
Let's go.
Yep.
Nice.
Just because macro conditions are in our favor doesn't mean that we're not willing to put in the work.
No, honestly, I think it seems like we almost were. I think it seems like we work harder when the macro conditions are like they are.
Yeah, there's no retiring off to a yacht. That's never going to happen. That's not the Stacks MO.
No. And like I say,
we're here to build.
We often talk about just keep chipping away. And I actually, something I drew, I'm in real life, I'm a realtor, and I have my broker is an old school guy, and he's in one of his encouraging, you just keep chipping away, you keep putting your work in, and you'll break that rock sooner or later. And then we've iterated that too. And then once you break that rock, there's another rock to break. You're just going to keep breaking rocks for the rest of your life. So you might as well just keep chipping away.
We're putting our best foot forward and doing whatever we can for the community. And I hope that the community works with me and is kind of I treat the community honestly like my board in that way, that I'm taking your feedback, I'm taking your suggestions. I might ask questions to make sure we're getting the best ROI for our treasury, but that's what I have to do for financial prudence. But at the end of the day, I want to see it where the ecosystem can use it.
So we need to get more community involved in these threads. You need more feedback.
Threads, and then I will have the monthly office hours put up on the Stacks ecosystem calendar with the X-Space links. Like, we're super public about everything we do.
Awesome. That's great. Great stuff.
Yeah, I saw in the post there will be a monthly call. Is that right?
There will be monthly office hours. I just need to work with you, Hero Gamer, and Peace Love to make sure I'm hitting the right time, that I can kind of hit the most community members at once. Other TC members would be joining as well. So if you guys forgot who is on the Treasury Committee, Manib, Alex Miller, Mitchell. Then you have Dylan as your DeFi kind of angle. You have Jonathan from Signal 21, covering data analytics and such. You have Lewis from Ryder. We have Andrea from Bitcoin Frontier Fund. And then the last remaining seat has not been filled, and that will be for the CIO hire to come.
And the legend of Stacks Legends, Jack Minswitch.
Yes. I know it. I have to give the best for last. Duh.
So no CIO yet.
No, in the post I've put how we're prioritizing a CIO role. We've been going through interviews left and right. Let's just say that the interview process is deep in. We were trying to make sure that we're prioritizing a CIO who actually understands trading markets. So they need to understand of how to do a looped leverage loan on Zest. That's what I care about. I want to make sure they're one of us.
Yes, for sure. That's a reasonable requirement in my
They need to be able to do looped leverage loans, but they also need to learn how to do they need to be able to do complex derivatives with me. So for example, our treasury, for the short-term treasury, the goal is to fund all of the OPEX, but the long-term goals of the treasury is actually to generate enough income that we don't sell our treasury, or we don't, that's the goal, right? So to generate income on Stacks, the best way that we could possibly do this is actually to sell options. So puts and calls on both sides, underwriting call options, so that if we have a price target, that's where the puts would be executed. If there is market bleeding and let's say the price is falling, we're actually buying back tokens, and we're the buyer of last resorts to make sure the token price doesn't fall.
That's right. So when are you going to apply for CIO?
I will not be eligible to be the CIO. I prefer being full staff for the endowment. The CIO is a different type of hire because he must live in the Cayman Islands.
Oh, has to be resident there.
The foundation and our treasury, you must live in the Cayman Islands.
Oh, you didn't like the real estate options down there?
I'm on the split time of the Cayman, so for context, I'm in Cayman half a month already.
Wow, really?
I go to the Cayman. I work with our Cayman Foundation directors. We execute all of our decisions on island to make sure that we're keeping our treasury tax optimized.
Awesome. That's
we're putting in everything to make sure that this treasury lasts.
Oh yeah, we need that for sure. And I would actually venture to say that a CIO in the short term is probably even more important than a CMO. because
I think both roles are important. A good CIO will be able to understand macro conditions in trade and kind of manage supply, where a CMO will broaden the distribution funnel. You need both.
you need both, but right now managing the funds is probably paramount.
Well, we have a good investment policy and management policy that was approved by the Treasury Committee. So we're taking some areas of respectful conservatism and some areas of degen because we can.
I love it. That's actually, and it reflects the ecosystem too. We're very, I would say that there's a lot of very intelligent people in Stacks, and a lot of people that obviously we are very closely aligned with the general Bitcoin ethos, decentralization, permissionless, open source, and all of that. And also definitely a degen flair. So love to hear that that's being reflected.
It's being reflected somewhere in the blog post. There's like a treasury strategy outlined on how we do options, how we do loans. There is like most ecosystems I'll say are not as transparent about this, but I wanted to make sure it was put forward for the community. So we have how we do options, how we sell, if we sell, how we have a commitment to not stake. So the endowment does not stake the treasury. Reasoning for that is I don't think it's fair for the community to not get the maximum rewards, and so therefore the endowment does not stake.
Understandable. We were actually we talked around that concept a little for during the before when the vote was live, and even beforehand when
the community weighed in, and we made sure, and that's how it went into the vote.
Right. To be honest with you, I didn't have a strong opinion either way. I understand both sides of it, but I'm glad that the community's satisfied with the outcome.
The only area that the endowment stakes on is staking delegations to pay the validators who are validating the essential services for being an SBTC signer, but that's it. So our staking delegations are quite small. They're limited to like a slot.
Awesome. I want to. We have about, and I don't know how much time you have. We have about 15 minutes in what we designated for the segment, but it's my show. We can go as long as I want.
Well,
but I don't want to commit you. I don't want to overcommit you.
I'm going to hang out and say, I'm still publishing a blog post and I'm still writing the Twitter thread, but it will be out there.
Awesome stuff. I just wanted to give everyone else a chance because I've been monopolizing the conversation. Rita, do you know GP? Do you know Hattie?
We know everybody. They're all hanging out. They're the buds.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear all the alpha and seeing some of the things that we're going to be doing with SBTC is really exciting. Seeing the privacy and payments for SBTC got me very excited. So
you can expect Manib to give the overview during the town hall. This is like his R&D baby. Like he has been gunning for this as a long-time Bitcoiner to bring it back so that Stacks is the missing layer.
That's awesome. I can't wait to hear more. I know that I saw Munib make a post about privacy and layer 2, kind of alluding to something, right? And to see this new updated blog post kind of doubling down, saying, yes, like this is a direction that we're going to be, focusing on is very, very exciting because I think that it's an interesting use case for SBTC. So can't wait to hear more about that. I think it's going to be a bullish 2026. I feel like, with quantitative easing starting today and, maybe the, macro environment looks a little bit better for us. And, things start to turn around a little bit. I don't think that anybody was expecting to have this opportunity down here where we're at right now. But it very much is an opportunity. So let's get bullish, guys. Have some of these bullish vibes on the timeline again. And I love how it's very community oriented, this blog post, and explaining, hey, this is what the community wanted and asked for, and this is the way that we're going to approach it is very necessary. So awesome. What very, very well thought out and put together post here that you have.
Thank you very much. And like, this won't be the first, this is not like the last post, this is the first post. So for transparency, the treasury will be reported on a half annual. I'm still trying to figure out if I can get proper dashboards in place to actually have an on-chain view of the treasury. So that is something I'm trying to build out. I have some devs helping me build that out, but the goal is sometime within next year, this is going to be a fairly transparent on-chain treasury that people can see the read receipts.
I would definitely reach out to Trip and Monkey to help build out that platform because I'm sure he already has one.
I'm using some of the ecosystems tools right now, but right now it's for me to see how I'm going to connect some of the trading APIs and things because those are subject to other kind of rules and regulations. So I'm trying to navigate it accordingly and make sure that I'm following Cayman law.
Awesome.
But we're doing the thing.
Hattie.
Hey,
Quiet.
Aaron, thank you very much for coming on today. I think it's been an amazing start. The transparency will bleed through, and I think people will see that. And it's incredible. I think you've touched on a few opportunity gaps that we have in the ecosystem. So I really love that. And you've given a lot of space for people to think about how we can grow the ecosystem. I have one question, which is maybe off topic or maybe is on topic for this.
Sure.
But maybe for everyone who's listening is, can you give a description of what the difference between the endowment is and the foundation? Because we have two different...
Go up on the blog post. I got you. It's covered at the first section of the blog post, but the endowment is the foundation. So hold up. Go down, just a little bit more. Keep going and pause. Okay, great. So in the blog post, I put exactly how the entities are set up. So like the way you should think about is the endowment is the foundation. It is a Cayman Island foundation, and that's the mothership where all the money is. That's how you should think about that. The endowment staff is myself. We're hiring a CIO, and we have Cayman directors. Because the endowment needs community support, buy-in, and input, there is the Treasury Committee, who is kind of like our advisory board, and they provide us the quarterly board meetings of what they want to see, how they want to see funds spent, and they essentially approve our budget going into the following year. The LabsCo, where Alex Miller is the CEO, is wholly owned by the endowment. So it really is one org. It's just a foundation of LabsCo. The LabsCo is our subsidiary. So there is no more, which entity does this? It's all streamlined as one.
Perfect. Thank you for putting that. I just
You're
wanted
so
to...
welcome. No, it's...
You to put it in your own words as well.
Necessary to point it out for Stacks that we've done things super decentralized, and that's been amazing to do. But obviously there are efficiency challenges, and so we did choose the route of the labs and foundation are all in one entity. Literally the only difference is I'm just staff at endowment, where everybody else is staff at labs. That's it.
Perfect. And then the follow-on from that would be, as we sit here and we talk about SIPs and we talk about governance in the ecosystem, where does governance fit in?
Stacks Foundation with Mitchell will be continuing to carry out governance, as that's their operating charter. They will make sure the SIP process is followed and governance is carried out. So you can think of it as one kind of main entity that is doing all the production, development, blockchain engineering, marketing, BD, and kind of the treasury all in one. Basically, between myself and Alex, we're doing all of those components. And then Mitchell and Claire and the folks at Foundation are making sure governance is carried out. Because I think it would be remiss to put all of that in one organization. Governance should be a separate body, because that is clear. You wouldn't want to commingle that.
Correct. The same as any organization, you'd have a separation to ensure that you have checks and balances.
Exactly, and that's partially why when the Treasury Committee was appointed by the folks like Joe from Lunar Crush, who got to be a part of it, and Tycho, they were really well balanced on making sure they had one person from the LabsCo, which was Alex, one person representing governance, which is Mitchell, the other 5 slots all going to the community, and the last one really going to whoever is funding the Treasury, which should be a CIO. So it's a fairly well-balanced approach of getting as many ecosystem voices and representation there. And remember, the TC is a kind of a board appointment, so like whenever there needs to be changes, that can be made.
Perfect. Thank you for laying that out for us. I just wanted to make sure that everyone got it from yourself. So
Totally, I appreciate
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, great question, Hattie, because I know that that's like on the panel here, we probably had a general understanding of that, but a lot of the community probably didn't. So I think it's good to.
Yeah, I definitely owe the community a little bit more like blog posting around these things and such. I'm learning how to post on stacks.co because, hey, I've never got to do it before. This is fun.
No, and we do. I mean, more is better. And there's been a lot of
more is more.
More is more. So it's there's lots of opportunity to grow still, right? And I think Stacks is doing some tremendous things. I am a huge fan of the endowment. I love how it's been broken down. I was involved in the initial Hattie and Hero and GP. All of us were actually involved in the initial meetings that led to the appointments committee. We were all part of that group. It's open. It's available. If you want to be involved in Stacks, you can be. All you have to do is actually participate.
Exactly.
So it's
yeah, that's how I got you in peace, right?
That's
in
right.
The early days.
Right. If it wasn't for Hero doing the spaces for D Grants Cohort 2, I would never have gotten to know. I would never have onboarded and integrated into the ecosystem to the extent that I am now. Huge value.
I think it's just difficult for sometimes first timer to know where to go, and I think being a little bit out there and a little bit kind of welcoming, I think it really helps to because they will start asking questions like, where do I go? How do I participate? Or if you give them like a pointer where to participate, because Stacks is like, I came into Stacks 4 years ago. I jumped on one of the public calls that Willbuddy hosted, and it was open. So little things like that, like people sometimes just need to know, like actually when you dig under the hood, there's a lot of opportunity and openness to Stacks, and it's just making that awareness part that people can participate and where.
Couldn't agree more. I think we're lucky to have such a community that's opening, welcoming, and friendly.
I'm going to bring them on. We got a late comer. Tenderly is in the house. Good morning, brother. How you doing? Or it's evening for you. Are you with us?
I'm very good. Oh, nice. So, Raina, if you don't mind me asking,
he's having some technical difficulties.
So, also, I know you head up the DeFi working group, right? And is there any like cool updates from that group?
Yeah, so I'm going to be handing all of the groups back now to the LabsCo so I can do what I do best, is trade and manage our treasury. I think wearing sometimes too many hats comes at a detriment. But from the DeFi working group, what they've been helping advise me on is how they want me to deploy the working capital. So from the budget, there's 25 million stacks that has been set aside to deploy in DeFi. And so what kind of our goal is right now is to make sure we're deploying it where we manage the spreads and reduce slippage across the ecosystem, because what I don't want to see is someone doing like a 10K SBTC to BTC swap on Bitflow and getting wrecked by slippage. And so that's what I'm like, they're really making sure that I target the right spread and band targets. So like that's been a key priority from the DeFi working group right now, as well as making sure we're all ready to support Bitflow as they move to HODLMM. So the concentrated liquidity will be a big ecosystem boon. Currently, when you're using an AMM in this kind of V2 model, they're not super capital efficient to rebalance the pools. And so that's kind of where the DeFi working group has been provided a lot of initiative to myself and other builders to make sure that we can manage that. And then kind of also from the DeFi working group is they've been testing the Circle integration to make sure that we're ready to move AE/USDC into USDCX and things like that. So a lot of things, but I'll say it's more like nuts and bolts of making sure the infrastructure behind DeFi works.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's all coming together, I feel.
It's all coming together, and I'm excited for the new year to come.
Yeah, 100%. There is so, like, we rattle off like more than a handful of items before, and we didn't even touch on HODLMM and concentrated liquidity and zero slippage, or the less slippage, the more efficient distribution of capital. There's so many things coming to this ecosystem, and it's Bitcoin oriented, which is what everyone ultimately wants. We are in the right place. It's just a matter of, we just got to keep chipping away, and it'll all come together for sure.
And Reina, if you know, I'm starting to do like a little bit more graphics around like the upcoming calls of the next week. So if you know in January ahead of like when the calls might be for Stacks and Delma, I'll make like graphics.
Perfect. I'll actually coordinate with yourself and I guess Rick or Brandon at Stacks Labs to make sure the time is right before I even put it on the ecosystem calendar. So I'll make sure that it works for everyone. I'll try to do something that's like the normal DeOrganized timing. I think we try to do like 10:30 Eastern or something like that to hit the time zones, but that's what I'm going to be aiming for.
Yeah, we'll come to leverage the SIP call. It's on a Friday.
Yeah, thanks for letting me hijack the SIP call for a little bit. I appreciate y'all.
You have
I mean, it's officially governance call, I think, or sometimes we refer to the SIPs because governance is broader and SIP is more specific. But Stacks on this call essentially sort of facilitated by the Stacks Foundation anyway. So this call has a lot of the governance elements to it, such as when SIP 31 was on, Alex came on and shared the idea, gave feedback from the community. That was a true governance effort.
I love it.
So yeah, it is compatible.
Well, I have to comply with everything governance because that's how I get to do what I get to do. So thank you for everyone who works through on governance and making sure it works smoothly because it is a massive undertaking.
But worth it. And we need more volunteers, by the way. We need more people in the governance, in the working groups and the CAB and people getting involved in the SIP calls and the SIP process. We are ironing out. Hero's been doing a ton of work, by the way, ironing out the roadmap and a template for submitting more SIPs. And actually, I just heard that we got more SIPs. We had one announced last week that's very interesting. Another one that
there's a couple in the works from what I saw on GitHub.
There are several in the works and more to come from what we've been hearing for some very interesting things.
We need to get Fridger SIP out. That SIP 32 improves stacking. That's basically essentially no downside. Only improves everybody's yield.
It also helps with the cooldown cycle as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. It removes it.
Yeah, we need to get that conversation back up, I think, because SIP 31, now is over, and I think it's time to get back to some of these already sort of got community consensus, pretty developed further on, I believe. Just need to speak to co-developers on that, and yeah, I know there's I see on the blog there's several huge technical upgrades coming too. So I can
upgrades, and I also put a recap of what's been shipped since SIP 31 because sometimes it's good to recap that a lot of work has been done behind the scenes.
Great. Yeah, I'll definitely share this post out.
Yeah, I should be up and ready in just a couple moments, and you'll see the endowment and Stacks the Stacks handle tweeted out. Sorry.
Awesome. We will absolutely. We will obviously amplify that as much as we can, as we always do. Tinderly, welcome to the end of the show. How you doing, man?
So, Peace, I just got a few things to share, if you don't mind share.
Yeah, sir.
Just to drive a bit of
How
work.
are you all doing?
We're doing well, man. Tinderly, if you don't, if you do not know, Tinderly is one of the young up and coming content creators and community builders in the ecosystem. He's doing a great job.
Hey, how's it going?
And here I'm sharing you. There we go.
Yeah, so I just want to sort of bring a little bit more attention again to the Stacks Forum, because this is where we have the working groups recaps, and there you can find, for example, Tuesdays working groups recaps for clarity. And the things being discussed, I think it's really useful to just a quick browse. And then there are a lot of resources here I linked where you can get, for example, I didn't even know the clarinet needs to be upgraded, and there's like a lot of links that you can get your clarinet upgraded so that it supports Clarity 4 functions. So yeah, I do recommend create an account. It's pretty easy to create an account. I think you just link your Discord or GitHub, and then you're in. And start like posting feedback on there, interact with the thread, whatever thread that might be, like the one that Reina just posted. She's literally asking for your feedback right there. Like post like your feedback. What should we do? How should we grow? So really recommend that. And the other thing was, like I said, I'm starting to post more like the upcoming calls, maybe more visually, get the words out there, start bringing out of the Stacks calendar and bringing out of the Stacks forum and just out to the public. So you can see exactly what kind of working group or calls, like for example, Friday, we're not officially working group yet, or we don't know, but anyway, we are one of the key ecosystem calls, and I'll be putting like the town hall on here. I'll be putting Stacks endowment calls on upcoming calls. So do follow the Stacks Foundation handle. Then you can see exactly what's coming up and how to join and how to subscribe to the calendar. It's all here. Cool.
I love the visualization, aspect of it. I need a visual cue, so this helps.
Yeah, I'm also one of those guys who needs a visual cue. If you hide the thumbnail and just see the text, I think I might skim through on my timeline. I might skip it, but I think it helps.
Well, also the recaps you've been doing and letting people know that these working groups exist, not only that they exist, but that what's going on there has been tremendously valuable as well.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I try to summarize it like on like this, like the one from yesterday. So you can see like the topic, and then you can go into Stacks Forum and read it more if you want. So I'm experimenting with different methods. So if you have any idea that I'm doing the right approach, or
Sir Hero Gamer, I have a question, sir.
So welcome feedback.
I have a question, sir. So, sir,
ask away.
What is the work group for? Because I actually came late. Sorry, I was actually watching before I came up here. What is the work group for?
So working group essentially is a way for you to join a specific topic, and they work towards a specific mission. So Clarity, for example, they educate Clarity there. They support Clarity devs there. They also discuss the upcoming Clarity upgrade, for example. So if you have any Clarity feature suggestions, you can also go there. If you need help, you can go there. If you're advanced like auditors, you can also go there. And community marketing working group works similar ways. So it's all about marketing. So if you have an interest in marketing, if you have suggestions about marketing, if you have any support you need for your project for marketing, you can go there and speak to the guys who are leading up some of the marketing effort at Stacks Labs, so they can support the indie devs, the indie creators, etc. So far, so good?
Yes.
An AI BTC working group, as you can probably sort of guess from the name, everything is about the intersection of AI and Bitcoin. So if you have an interest in how you can leverage AI to build out the Bitcoin economy on Stacks or via Stacks as a rail, this is the working group for you to join. And if you're interested in the SIP side of things, the network standard, the governance side of things, we are a group of people here every week to talk about how we can make improvements in that area. So everything is about making improvement or making a community space for a specific course. Does that help, Tinderly? Tinderly?
I think he has a delay here.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And actually, I think there is more work coming up, like how we define what is a working group, and maybe even how to start a working group. I would imagine
Yeah,
in the
that's
future
okay.
we could post information about that. Cool.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So,
and also just remind people there's taxis coming up on Thursday.
excited.
So make sure you go and vote. And there's a Luma link to the event you can add to your calendar here too. So it's an
vote for
important.
GP for best community builder.
Yep, vote for DeOrganized Media, vote for GP,
Vote for Peace, Love, Music.
Amazing guys. You guys been killing it this year, you know. Really, thank you for all the work that you put in.
Yeah, we're just happy to be nominated, to be honest with you. There's lots of projects. I voted for STX Tools, to be honest. I think that's a great project too. But yes, Stacky's voting is live. You guys can go to the Stacks account handle and click on that link right there, bring you to the block survey. It takes you like 20 seconds at most. So make sure you go vote, support your community, make sure, and just vote whoever you vote for, go vote. You know, don't sleep on it, because the more engagement we get, the better, and the more feedback and representation as to who people are enjoying, who people are resonating with in the ecosystem is important. So it's impactful to participate in these votes. I think this has been a great call. We are a little bit over, and I want to be respectful of everybody's time. Is there anything else we needed to say? Any last words before we wrap up? Hero, you...
Yeah, if I may just give a shout out to the AI BTC working group. They killed it yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
They had a really, really good community calls. They asked people to come in from outside the ecosystem to join this call. So different people came in, and they had a really good chat about AI and BTC. So I really highly recommend, if you're really interested in AI and Bitcoin, like, this is the perfect community for you to join. So go join the Discord. They are on Discord. I think there's a link to join somewhere.
Does that say it's going to be on Tuesday? They're normally on...
Yeah, next it's usually Thursday, but I think for December they probably moved it to Tuesday. So it's Tuesday at 12:30 p.m. ET.
All right, I'll have to remember that.
Yeah, me too.
Awesome.
I just added to my calendar. You can use the link to add to your calendar.
I want to... Hattie dropped a quick question in the private chat.
Yeah.
for. Go ahead, Hattie.
Oh no, I wanted to wrap up two other things. I wanted to ask about the SIP working group, so that it's on, because it was on from last week. So I wanted to just drop that in. We can catch up in the background. And then the other thing I wanted to just update was with the BTC addresses, Larry's SIP proposal. Larry's obviously not around at the moment, so it'll probably be deferred until next year at this stage, so that everyone's aware. So that won't be on the back burner. Stacks Pay obviously is also on the back burner, primarily because Dan and Resh obviously launching. So Boom Wallet is, if those who don't know, we're in the thick of testing at the moment. So the other question I had was, Rena, with regards to getting all the wallets in one place, are they a part of the DeFi working group?
Could you explain more on like wallets in one place? Sorry.
The wallets that support Stacks and SBTC, are they a part of the DeFi working group?
They joined the technical builder call that Adriano hosts. It's every 2 weeks on Thursday, 8:30 or 9:30 a.m. ET. Adriano from Stacks hosts a call with every builder engineer, including experts, Leather, and such. So let me know if you need to be added there.
You know, it's just so that we can get, I really need to have a conversation, try and coordinate with them to understand if they want to adopt the SIP, so that we know we can push it through, so that we can use Bitcoin addresses universally across Stacks, which will then help us to push ourselves across layer 2s as well, because Bitcoin address will be everywhere.
Totally.
And we could be the first to be universal.
Would you like to use the working group, or do you want me to help you arrange getting experts and Leather on the line? That might be faster.
That would be way easier, to be honest.
I think it would be easier just for you to speak with Will and Kyron at Leather, and then it would be Jan and Ken for experts. I can open up a thread for you.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And to the SIP working group, by the way, guys, I did work on, just to respond to that, I did actually work a little bit on the docs for proposing that officially last weekend. I haven't gotten it completed. But once I have a draft, I'll share to you, Hattie and Hero, and we'll collab on that further.
Yeah, just to share foundation perspective, I think there's a little bit work in general need to go into define exactly what is the working group before that the SIP working group can become a working group, so to speak. But yeah, I think there's more work in the pipeline on that, so that we're not just doing it for SIP working group, but just in general, what is the process? What does the documentation look like? Where should the documentation live? And how should people be aware of this thing? Yeah, so I just want to make sure you understand that there's a bigger piece to that than just say, hey, let's become a working group. It's not sure yet whether we will fall into the working group category or we are labeled as something else.
Correct. And Claire has a really good thread again on forum about how to do that. So I responded to her. So anybody's interested in creating a working group, Claire's created it on the forum, which links to what Mitchell originally created, so that it's open, again, transparency on how to create a working group.
The only caveat there is that it's a little bit outdated, like 2 years ago. So that's why there's with the recent effort and so many different working group popping up more publicly, I think we just need to update the guidelines, so to speak.
Correct. Hero, is that us, or I think Claire's dealing with that, isn't she?
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, that's all, guys. That's all from me.
All right. Awesome. Rena, thank you so much for joining us today. Pleasure having you. You're always welcome. Whatever time works for you, we'll make it work on DeOrganized side. So just
I don't need to be treated special. I'm not special.
No, but we stream all day anyway. Well, all right. I don't want to tell you that I'm not treating you specially, but we kind of do that for everybody.
A side question, Rena. Do you have any AI tools that you wish to learn? Like I don't know. Is there anything AI
You
that
have
you want?
no idea. I need an entire DeOrganized session on fixing Reno with AI and like AIing me. Like I need the whole works.
Oh,
Because
definitely. Yeah.
I run a group called AI Guild, and we're here to help people with AI toolings and
Well, I hope you're getting ready for a really dumb user because that will be me.
so we currently teach AI music. That's how we created the endowment jingle. But we can create a song for that. We create content. We create we vibe code too. So these are the three key pillars right now. But if there's anything else that you have on your AI wish list, we can probably help you with that if you're ever up for it.
I am totally up for it. We're gonna have to do some AI vibe coding over the holidays. That's what I want to do.
We do that. We're starting to do it almost every day.
That was your own mission?
Yeah, it's something that I want to do. I'm trying to vibe code some different dashboards to show liquidity across the ecosystem and things like that. Again, like I really want to be transparent, but I am not a developer, so I'm trying to do my best with API feeds because that's what I'm used to.
Well, we can help you at the Stacks AI Guild if you ever.
I will take you up on it. I will take all the help that I can get. We're not shy about asking for help.
And I'm just to tell you, I don't know how to code, and I vibe coded together something for the hackathon for Stacks. Like
That's
I
amazing.
really went from zero to a submission to getting somewhat a working product. So it's possible nowadays.
He's also not a music producer, but the background music for the SIP call, which is playing right now, very lowly, and I'll put it up louder in a minute, was also produced by Hero Gamer using AI vibe coding. So there's a lot going on, and we'll definitely the AI Guild can definitely help you. You will be surprised at how capable you can be with just a little bit of guidance for vibe coding.
Love it.
Yeah, I was also very sure about AI Guild. I didn't know how to.
Yeah, Tindley's. There's a lot of people. The AI Guild has actually been spreading skills throughout this Stacks ecosystem to a large degree. Amazing stuff. But that'll be a conversation for another time. We can definitely wrap this up. This has been an extremely productive call. Super excited and bullish on Stacks. I think the Stacks endowment and SIP31 was the right move. And over the next year, we'll actually see more and more of why that is. Thank you guys so much for joining. Rena, Tenderly, GP, Hattie, and Hero. Love you guys. Great episode. Great morning show. We've had a ton of stuff going on today. Thank you all for tuning in. And I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media coming at you live on Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting every Monday through Friday. Get out and support your ecosystem. There's a lot still going on today. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out.
Peace.
That's my name.
Optimize more notes in the doc, pull requests in store. Decentralized future, open core. Some chase fame, we chase function. Every diff, a quiet junction. Autonomy hums, no corruption. Code is the art, coordination, creation. And the hood, ideas collide. Engage, evolve, we build with pride. From core to code, the chains alive. Sips in session, future in stride.
All right, guys, we are going to be live with the BFF Army boot camp number 1 for DeOrganized and yours truly, Peace Love Music. We're going to go through the HODLMM platform that is launching soon. We're pre-launch right now. Concentrated liquidity market maker on stacks. Presented by Bitflow, and the Bitflow boys will be joining us as well. And let me just get that screen on there. All right. Diego, what's up? We got Big Mac. What's up, Kenny? Thank you for joining us today. Guys, today we are going to go through the BFF Army, where it's a community-powered education hub for Bitcoin DeFi and the HODLMM on Bitflow. We're going to walk you through the platform, walk you through the project, and show you how to qualify to get your badge and your rank or your role in the BFF Army. Welcome, Diego. How you doing today, man?
I am good. Pleasure to be here. Get this kicked off. Get this started. It's a big launch for the whole ecosystem. This is a pre-launch bootcamp, which means if you're watching, participating, it's just a chance to get ahead of the launch and get ready for the concentrated liquidity engine for Bitcoin on Bitflow, powered by Stacks as well. So happy to be here. Peace.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because I think if you flipping through as you click next or click on each lesson, it'll open a new tab for you, so then it won't be on the screen that you were on before. For the
Yep, this is good. Exactly. And this brings, beneficial benefits to both the LPs, like you mentioned, but also the traders, right? Because each of these price points, as we call bins, we're going to go over, as long as there's enough liquidity within that price range in an order book style. So if I'm willing to sell stacks for 25 cents and I added that, as long as there's enough liquidity, when you do a swap, you're going to get 25 cents, no slippage, zero slippage for traders as well. So that's also a benefit because each of these price points are considered, bins, but they're treating them as an order book. So if I'm literally putting on the contract that I'm willing to sell stacks at 26, I'm willing to sell stacks at 27, 28, 29. Or the other AMM, the legacy ones, uses 0 to infinity, right? So you can have a very deep bin with the specific price range, and that allows for very large trades with low slippage and low fees as well. So that deep liquidity is beneficial to everyone, right? And like you said, on the other side, as an LP, you can kind of choose the different strategies that we're going to go over and also concentrate liquidity where activity is actually happening. I think that's the biggest change between the two. And it's the reason concentrated liquidity became such a popular AMM. Yeah, I think you scroll down under quick links, you may have it, but maybe not. It's all good. I think we can play the video and then I'll jump in it as well. Yep. And just to make sure you're sharing, yeah, you are sharing the right one. Yep. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I think you can pause it every screen. I think it'll make a little. If you can make this full screen, that'll be awesome. Peace. If you can click on the. Yeah. There we go. I think the main difference with bins, yeah, you can start with that, is you're gonna have three types of bins, right? You're gonna have a bin with token X, a bin with token Y. In an AMM, it's the same thing, A and B. You have two tokens. The active bin, which is where the price is happening, is where you have both tokens. This is where the swap is happening, right? So the difference between an AMM and this is that liquidity is now distributed across bins with the fixed width, spacing between them, and a price, right? So token X and token Y are swapped at a fixed price in the active bin. So like I said, if the active bin is stacks at 27 cents, that is the exchange rate that you're getting, right? So as long as there's enough liquidity within one bin, you're getting zero slippage, because the liquidity provider is basically saying, I am willing to sell stacks at 27 cents, and you said I'm willing to buy it at 27 cents. Done deal, right? So every bin, I like to think of them as micro pools, but every bin represents a single price point. And the difference between these bins is what we call a bin step. So it's just like, does it go from $1.01, $1.02, $1.03? Think of these as individual bins with different prices, right? So just kind of like an order book. So in this example here, let's just say that Bitcoin is at 94K. The bin step, every pool is going to have different bin step, but the bin step is 10 basis points, right? So the difference from one bin to the other is 0.10%. We would have, I think you can press play, we would have this example here of bins, right? So you can see that one side is all Bitcoin, the other side is all USDC. And if you can pause here, you would have a bin at 94,000, then a bin at 94,094. And then you would have another bin with 94,188, then 94,282. So these are different bins that have liquidity set at that price, right? So this allows the liquidity provider to say, I'm willing to buy or sell my token at this price, and I'm willing to provide liquidity at this price. And you, as a trader, you also get the benefit that if there's enough liquidity with that bin, you're paying zero slippage, because the price is already set, right? So the AMM is moving through bins as opposed to moving through the whole liquidity everybody added. So if you added 3 million liquidity to the legacy pools right now, everyone's liquidity is in the same curve. In this case, it depends on how much liquidity is in each bin, right? So that gives us more precision as a liquidity provider, but also gives benefit to the trader as well. So, and then the active bin is going to have both. That's the tokens that are getting swapped. Once that swap is complete, then it all becomes Bitcoin or all becomes USDC, depending on, the demand of the market, right? So as the price moves in and out, the bins change and get swapped over for the other asset, right? Exactly. Yeah, and also the slippage will also be lower, right? So it depends how much bin as much, yeah. Depending on how many bins you're getting, that's how many, then the slippage would also change. But the less bins it's using, the lower the slippage as well. So yeah, I think we can do hands-on. Reminder that everything that we're covering here and more is on the BFF Army self-guided, which is the one that Peace here is following. So I think if we show, it's a little bit easier, but every step of how to open a position, how to manage an active position, how to close the position, it's all here. yeah, you got a lot of positions there, Beast. And a reminder that this is in beta, so you will mint test tokens to continue testing this out. If you haven't already, if you're not in beta already, just there's a link, which is waitlist.biflo.finance that's being shared here. And then you'll be able to have access to the beta right away and get that early start playing around with beta before HODL comes out live. You would increase the range of your position, increase the liquidity depth of your position, but you would still have, it's still one position, right? No. Exactly. Just add it to it. Yep. So if you scroll down, you can kind of see your positions, and maybe you want to do 1% there on the corner just to zoom in a little bit more. Yep. And then, yeah, exactly. Perfect. So you can kind of see that you have, if you hover over these bins, you can kind of see what these bins are, right? So on top of the price, you have, in this case, USDC, and it shows you how much liquidity you have in each of those bins. Below the price, you have the other token, token B, which in this case is going to be BTC, right? So you can kind of see that you have a little bit more of USDC than BTC in this pool. Either because it got swapped or because you added more USDC. The main thing is that one of the key things is also the flexibility. You're able to add liquidity to both sides, to one side, any amount of liquidity on any side. So that's also very, very beneficial. Just add TBTC, exactly. Yep. Yep. And if you click pool liquidity as well, you can kind of see the whole pool liquidity on that tab. Yep, exactly. So you can kind of see that there is more USDC liquidity in the pool. so than BTC, which is also part of the pool composition, right? This, yes, that is an indication. Think exactly like an order book. You're basically seeing a bunch of orders or a bunch of people adding liquidity at a certain price range that they're willing to swap for BTC, right? So they're willing to, to swap their USDC for BTC at that specific range. If you click on pool stats, I think you can see you should be able to see the pool, the current balance of the pool. Yeah, all the way up top where you see your pool liquidity. Yeah, if you click on pool stats on the first one, so you see that there's 80% USDC in that pool and 19% BTC in the pool, right? So the price is defined by the composition as well and the market demand. That's what moves the price up and down. That big bin that you see in the middle, that's the active bin. That's the white bin. That's the bin that has both tokens. As you can see, when you hover over, you see that there's 112,000 USDC and about 10.11 BTC, right? That's where the swap is happening. That's where the activity is happening. Anything above is one token, anything below is one token. As this amount, let's say the 10 TBTC gets swapped, that whole bin becomes green. In this case, it becomes USDC, and then it goes to the next bin, right? And then once that bin gets swapped, it goes to the next bin. It goes up or down depending on which way or which direction of the swap. If you're swapping USDC for BTC or if you're swapping BTC for USDC. So each of those bins are working together, but individually they're providing the liquidity. And if it's a wide range, if you're trying to swap 200, 300,000, it's probably going to get 2 or 3 bins at the same time. Yep, exactly. Yep, I can jump in on managing active liquidities. I think I have a couple that are out of range. If I can share screen, I can jump in and show you. Awesome. All right, let me see here. Let me know when you guys are seeing my screen. All right, cool. So same thing, I have my positions here. If it's green, it means that I'm within range, and I'm going to explain that in a little bit. But with a concentrated liquidity, because you're choosing the bins and the price ranges where you're adding liquidity, you may be out of range or within range depending on the price that you're providing, right? So that's where it requires managing, right? Because maybe you added liquidity for stacks at 36 cents, but the price is at 24. So that's where the activity in the swap is happening. So you may be out of range, right? You may not be making any fees at that point. Or maybe that is your strategy. Maybe, your strategy is to wait for the prices to go up and start providing liquidity at a certain range. And then when you see this notice here, for example, with the dog and BTC pool, it says I'm out of range. There's a little yellow sign that basically says my position is out of range. And all this means is that it means that the liquidity that I added, does not match the current price range, right? I have very little liquidity. It's probably outside of this range. And therefore I am not not making any fees at that moment, right? But if I go to, let's say I go to my stacks in USDC pool, you can see my beta tokens here, like Peace. I do not have 69,000 in this pool. You can see the price range, right? So I chose to provide liquidity between 34.29 and 36.37. That is the range of liquidity price that I added. You can see my earnings and then also the 7-day or 1-day or 30 days TVL, which is a way to measure sort of your return on it. You can see the pool stats here. So there's about 37% stacks to 62% USDC. And when you zoom in this position, let's zoom in the position here, pool liquidity, you can kind of see the price moving up and down, right? And that's where you as a liquidity provider, you would say, okay, based on this price, based on how the token is moving, I want to provide a liquidity in these bins or this bin, right? So as you can see, there's just a little bit of stacks in USDC here. When this liquidity is over, swapped from one to the other, it's going to go over to the next bin. And then the next bin is going to have 2 tokens as well, and so forth, right? So how to manage the liquidity. So looking at, this is a good pool, I guess. So you can always add more liquidity on top of your existing liquidity, okay? So let's go to my positions. Let's zoom out a little bit. As you can see, I have a very wide range of liquidity, right? But the price of stacks has been hovering around, what, 35 and 35.7, right? So I have a lot of liquidity here and a lot of liquidity here that either got swapped at a lower price or because you as a user, you added a very wide range, right? So what I could do is I could come in and remove liquidity, right? And I can remove any amount. I can remove 100% of my liquidity, or I could remove 75%, and I could remove full, meaning from the whole pool, or I can do custom the same way. The same way I add liquidity, I have the flexibility to also remove liquidity in a specific range, right? So let me zoom in here a little bit. So as we can see, most of the liquidity, most of the trading activity is happening within this range. So maybe, I can come in and say, you know what, I'm going to remove liquidity from these bins. I can remove 100% from those bins, right? Because there's not a lot of activity happening here. I'm going to get some USDC back, and then I can add it back. So basically, I'm removing 100% of liquidity from bins 34.3 to 35.5, which are these bins right here. So I have that flexibility. I can also remove both. I can remove one side. I can remove any amount. I can remove 50%, 75%. As you can see, 50% is going to cut it right in half. So you can kind of see your bins and your liquidity in a visual way. So because there's not a lot of activity, or maybe because I don't believe stacks is going to go drop below 35 cents anymore, I can just come in here and say, you know what, I'm going to remove 100% of the liquidity from this price range to this price range. And then I'm going to get my USDC back. Type in my password here. All right, I'm also confirming in my wallet, so you can see transaction pending here. And then I can also remove liquidity from this side, okay? So I can remove liquidity from this side of the pool. And then from that point on, you as the pool LP, only you can remove and add liquidity, okay? And from that point on, I can come in and be like, okay, you know what? I'd like to add more liquidity closer to the range, right? And let's say I'm going to add another 45,000. So you can kind of see my positions there, and I can change the shape as well. So the dark one is the new one, and the orange is the previous position that I had, right? So you can kind of see how it stacks up, right? I'm adding more liquidity to the bin, therefore the bin is becoming deeper. I can look at the pool liquidity and say, you know what? I noticed that there's not a lot of people providing liquidity in this range right here. So I'm going to be even more precise. And I'm also going to add a little bit of USDC, maybe a little bit more. So if I zoom in, you can kind of see, like, I'm providing liquidity in those 7 bins. I can see my positions. I can see what the active price is. But I can also see that there's not a lot of liquidity in the pool. So that gives me an opportunity to say, you know what? There's a bunch of liquidity here, a bunch of liquidity below, but I'm going to add within this price range. So that's going to be between 35 and 5, 36, 7 bins. You can drag and drop, or you can use the price range is here. It doesn't matter, or you can type the price. That's okay as well. It all adds up to the same. And then the distribution volatility strategy is basically how you're distributing liquidity across those bins, right? Is it going to be a spot where it's equal, every bin receives the same amount? Is it going to be curve, where I'm adding more liquidity closer to the price range and less liquidity as I move far out? And then also bid ask, which is the opposite. I'm providing less liquidity closer to the price range and more liquidity as I move out. So if I think that there's going to be a lot of volatility, maybe this is a good example of it. Just going to do a simple spot, as you can see here. Let me do, yep. So I'm going to do simple spot liquidity, and then I'm adding more liquidity on top of it. So I removed from one side and added to the other, right? So that's how you start managing your liquidity. Transaction confirmed. You can also go to activity here and kind of see, like, I added liquidity. I removed the liquidity, how much I removed. All these transactions are on chain, of course. And then I added an additional liquidity, right? So now that's how you manage your position. And you can do that for various reasons, you know, because maybe once you added single-sided, all your tokens got swapped. So now you're ready to get some USDC back. Or maybe prices moved very fast and you're out of range and you want to bring it within range again. So whatever the strategy may be, right? With tokens let's go USDC to BTC, for example. Let's see how the liquidity is. So let's see pool liquidity. So you can kind of see this. It's very clear that there's a concentration. There's a lot of USDC just around this area, right? And you can see the price ranges as well. Let's go to USDC. Okay, so you can see how there's where liquidity kind of stands, which also gives, like you said, Peace, it gives like where's the market sentiment is, right? Is the market willing to provide more liquidity here, and so forth. So right off the bat, I see that there's a lot of liquidity USDC for Bitcoin under, you know, what is that, between 92.5 and 93. There's a lot of liquidity there, and not enough below. But then also there's a little bit of Bitcoin here on this side, right? So not a lot of Bitcoin either. So that means that it's very thin type of liquidity, and it's going to go to the next bin as soon as it gets swapped. So when I look at my positions, I have a pretty much balanced spot, right? I have basically 7,000 USDC on one side and almost 7,000 TBTC, if you want to say so, on both sides. So I'm within range, right? But I could always remove it. I could always say, you know what? I want to remove it 50%. From a specific range, and I could do that, and I could remove it, you know, from both sides, or I could just go in and remove just Bitcoin, or I can remove just USDC in this case as well. So you can see here how it changes, you know. Now I'm getting my TBTC back, or I'm getting both back. So that's the flexibility. And you can add and remove liquidity at any given moment. Of course, you can always close your liquidity 100%, remove it full, and you get both of your tokens back, right? So there's a couple strategies with that, which I'll cover quickly. But let's say you only have stacks, right? And you want to add single-sided liquidity. What you could do is you can say, I'm willing to sell my stacks, but only between 38 and 40 cents, right? So let's just say here, so I'm willing to sell it for that range, right? So if we zoom out, we can kind of see what the price is, right? The full liquidity is. But I'm saying, like, I'm willing to sell it just when it hits this amount, right? Between 36 cents and 37 cents, right? Or the other way around, I'm willing to buy it right? Let's say I'm willing to buy between, 34 and 33. So that's also a way to do single-sided liquidity, but you're also doing a limit order basically, because you're saying, I'm willing to provide liquidity. I have some stacks, but I'm willing to provide it only at this range. So what's going to happen once the price moves, your tokens are going to get swapped A for B. And that's also a way to do a limit order and get paid while you swap, right? So it's a good strategy as well. And once it hits that price range, then you start also accumulating fees. So there's a bunch of stuff that you could do in like shaping your strategy, but I think the flexibility can be used in many creative ways. So. It's the bootcamp recruit. That's the first role. Yep, and for those in the live boot camps, we have a form where we will airdrop some stacks tokens so you guys can test this out. I see Bethel asking, where do I get my stacks wallet? If you go to the BFF.army and you click the self-guided, okay, there's going to be a resource here which has the official links, but also the basics of downloading an Xverse or Leather wallet, understanding fees. So that's always make sure you're following the official links. Download the Leather wallet, save your seed phrase, do all that good stuff, and you can submit. That form. So ideally, this guide, you can do it at your own pace. We want to see how many people can graduate, go over through the sections and the courses, and then graduate. And then by graduating and finishing the theory test, you get this role and access to a private channel on Discord where people are going to be sharing strategies and tips and all of that good stuff, as well as weekly giveaways for those that have completed the boot camp and have graduated. And we are going to have advanced and intermediate boot camps as well. This is the first one. This is the pre-launch in beta, but we're going to have a weekly boot camps as well. So you're going to find them all here under the BFF Army calendar. We're going to have a bunch of guides that's created by the community. So if you want to participate, stay tuned. There's also other zero authority bounties coming up. But there's going to be specific courses, everything from how to swap, how to DCA, different strategies using these different shapes and formulas, and all you need to really get up to speed on how concentrated liquidity works. And again, we are open to feedback. And this is just, again, one of the boot camps. We're going to be hosting 2, 3, 4 a week, maybe more. And we hope you guys get the value and get a head start before HODL is on mainnet with real tokens. So in real yield, exactly.
Yeah. I just want to say thank you so much for sharing your insights. We would also go learn on our own too. Thank you so much.
Muted. That's a good feedback, good improvements. We do have a contact us. You can kind of click become a contributor, and it will take you to a form. You can definitely use that as a feedback, but good idea. I think we do need that as for people can submit questions and stuff. So reminder that within our live app, so we have our live app, okay, where you can do swaps, you can do DCA, you can provide liquidity in those pools. We have a support desk here as well. You can just click here, support desk, open a ticket, or search for specific content as well, including the HODLMM. So if you have any questions regarding that, that is also available. You can just click support. So there's a bunch of articles there. And then if you do need help, you can just open a ticket and the team will help you out as well. So there's a bunch of HODLMM guides here as well. Early access, if you're testing the beta, there's a testing guide here for the beta. So yeah, it's all here. I think the BFF Army is a good place to start. And then from that point on, make sure you guys are following, and there's a lot of content coming, a lot of new boot camps as well. Peace is going to be hosting more. So this is just the beginning. You got Help Center here. I'll DeFi terminology as well. I know we cover a lot. We said a lot of maybe new terms that you haven't heard about it. You got all of them here on the left. What are market makers? What are bins, right? All of that good stuff. And then you got the resources here. You got the Help Center here. The official links of the HODL beta, the home, the BitFlow socials, need any help. So yeah, I think the BFF Army is a good place to start. Appreciate it. Right on time, 6 p.m. Thank you everyone for joining, and stay tuned for more. We also have in Portuguese and Spanish, and if you want to contribute or collaborate, also contact us. We'll be open to it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you guys. Bye-bye.
All right, goodbye, everyone. Bye.
Oh, and there you have it. That was our first BFF Army boot camp. a little bit lower turnout than the people that registered. So we got to get more of you guys exposed, but at least we have this on the live stream as well. It's out there for you guys to watch. And again, bff.army is where you get started on your journey to becoming a more advanced participant in the DeFi ecosystem. Peace, love, music. It's been a great show. I'm going to wrap the stream here at 6 p.m. We've been going since 7:30 a.m. You all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out. GP, I think you're having some audio issues, man.
How about now?
Now we can hear you.
That's probably a mute button, man. What's going on, guys?
It looked like you were actually like killing the intro too. It was
I
right.
was nailing that.
It was the best intro ever. Lost the time.
Oh man. I was just saying how this is the first inaugural episode. We're going to get to talk to Jamie F., Mr. Bain, and two of the next artists that are going to be contributing to Dogtail. So really excited for this first inaugural episode. And yeah, let's get into it. What's up, Jamie? How are we doing tonight? We got Jamie F. in the house. We got Mr. Bain, Peace, Love, Music, and GP, myself, in the house tonight. So what's up, guys? How are we doing?
Yeah, I'm doing really well. I'm excited for the show. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be epic. Pretty special, and yeah, I'm good. Thanks. Yourself?
Doing good, man. Doing good. You know, Jamie, you spun up this awesome idea to you know, help artists and also contribute to charitable causes, right? Did you want to do a brief explainer about, you know, your ideas surrounding Dogtails and you know, how it came to fruition, and all the work that the good work that you're doing with all the artists in the Stacks ecosystem?
Yeah, awesome. It's the artists that are doing the good work. Really, we're not doing too much because the stories sort of write themselves. But the idea came about as part of our just natural growth within the community, and we're a community that's sort of an underdog culture and founded on the rise of Peggy, who is the dog from Dogpool, who won the ugliest dog in the UK competition and then went on to Hollywood. So we sort of, it's quite poetic and quite, you know, it's pretty cool. So, and we built on that with Dogtails, which is basically where we collaborate with artists to retell real life stories, which, you know, we're not short as a race of inspirational stories. And as you know yourself, being our first artist, you did the story about Paul Stamets. We did do a story before that, but it was just kind of a pilot. It was just a post on X, and that was about Michaela de Prince. Then we did Henry Wanyoke, who's a Kenyan runner. And just recently we did Fela Kuti, who's a, you know, musical, cultural, revolutionary icon. And all of these people have something in common in that they all went through troubled times and went, you know, in a much different way to Peggy, had a bit of a rough start and or had to overcome some sort of adversity to to where they were, so and to what they did. So yeah, we've built on that, and we're now tonight. This is the unveiling of Zanetta's story, and this is very different to the ones that we've done before because this is more personal. I think it's going to resonate with a lot of people on a personal level because of the subject matter, which you'll find out soon enough. It's different again that it's a photo shoot. So everything that we've done before it's not been photographic art. It's been digital art, yeah, it's pretty unique. And we do this to support the artists and charity. So they produced the storyboard NFTs. They're auctioned on Gamma as a week-long auction from the minute the first bid goes in. The split is, so far, everyone's agreed to do a 60-40 split, 60% in favour of charity and 40% goes to the artists. So the collection will grow and it will feature different artists and, more stories as we go. And pretty excited. It's probably the best thing so far to come out of our culture that we're trying to build. So
Yeah, dude. I remember whenever you first hit me up and hey, pitched this idea to me, and I was experimenting with ideas and trying to find a way to incorporate some type of giving back to charitable causes into my artwork, and this idea just really resonated with me. Peace, did you have something to say, man? What's up?
I just wanted to on something Jamie said, and of course he's going to just give all the credit to the artists, and the artists, he's done an amazing job. The artists so far in the project have been great. He's done a great job picking great artists, but I don't want to undercut the amount of effort and work Jamie puts into this project on the regular and the stuff he's creating. Jamie, you deserve a lot of credit for what you put out as well, man. Don't sell yourself short is all I wanted to say.
Yeah, thanks. No, I don't. I mean, I enjoy it. And I think that's the attraction with this crypto blockchain world that we're in. We get to sort of write our own stories. And it's funny because we're in an amazing age. Obviously, I don't want to digress too much, but with the dawn of AI and the things that we can all do now, there's dreams that I had when I was a kid that are now that I thought had sort of gone by the wayside that are now possibly a reality. And like doing Dogtails is just a blessing, and trying to build that community and just put those out there is pretty cool. So I do enjoy it.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool way to get artists to collaborate on one collection, right? Like you have multiple artists that work within Dogtails, and it's just a very unique way to approach getting artists to collaborate. And I'm a big fan of the structure and how it's set up.
Yeah, we enjoy it. Speaking of artists and collaboration, pleased as well to be doing this with not just yourself and obviously Peace and everything that DeOrganized has brought us, but also Mr. Bain, because he's as far I don't know anyone who's as connected in the sort of digital art world. Obviously, I don't know everyone, but he makes sort of genuine connections. Got a lot of artists follow him. So I think with this stream as well. So even though we're talking about the collection and this is a live reveal, this stream is something that we're going to do on the regular. We see how it goes, and it's going to be more about the people and their stories. And Mr. Bain, I don't know if you want to chime in, but I know the idea for the stream was sort of originally Mr. Bain's, if I recall correctly. It was sort of thrown out there, and we all sort of moved on it.
Hey guys,
Mr. Bain, what's up, man?
Good morning, GM, and it's really GM at this time of the world too.
Oh, nice. You're on the other side.
We're on the other side. It's supposed to be sunny Melbourne, but it's been raining, and we're spring. We're supposed to be heading into summer in December, but it's not the case. So it kind of feels like UK. So I think that's what what Jamie's weather's going to be like in the UK. So I don't know about Peace and GPSC. I don't know where you guys are on your side of the world.
We're both on the eastern seaboard US. GP's a little on the southern side where it's cold, but not really for most people. And then up in my neck of the woods, it's about 45 degrees this morning, and that could be warmer than it gets. But ironically, the last show we did, I think it was the last show we did, Jamie was talking about how it was a sunny day out over where he is. So it's come full circle. Climate change is real.
Yeah.
We just don't know if it's our fault or not.
Yeah, not today.
Is that 45 degrees or 45 degrees
45
Fahrenheit?
degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, that's cold then, right?
Yeah, it's a lot colder.
It's cold to me, man. I think it's pretty.
Yeah.
But my heat's on. You know, it's
yeah, because we can get up to 45 degrees over here Celsius. So
yeah, that's a
but
hot
we haven't experienced that. Yeah.
No, that's a warm day. But I'm gonna actually be down in Buenos Aires, so I'm gonna get a little bit of extended warm weather for a week, going down to Dev Connect next week. So I'm excited about that.
That's going to be awesome. Are you anyone else going with you? Or?
No, well, I'm going down with Stacks, so
Yeah.
they're having me come down. But it'll be a little bit different than last time when I had like the whole crew with us staying in the house in Vegas last May. That was the best experiences of my life, actually hanging out.
Insane, dude. Yeah, and I'll be manning the ship here. Running the stream and helping. Hunter will be helping and helping me run the stream as well. So we'll be holding down the fort for Peace while he's out there in Argentina, Buenos Aires, checking out all the Dev Connect and the other little get-togethers that are going on over there while they're out there. So it's gonna be a lot of fun.